What's it like having a deskmate who's the school beauty? With the most striking contradictions imaginable? One second she's sitting there, focused intently on the lecture, and the next, she suddenly throws her arms around me and kisses me. Every guy in class felt their hearts shatter simultaneously. But the school beauty herself? She was absolutely thrilled, burying her face against my chest. Grayson, I finally found you. Turns out the school beauty had been reborn along with me. In my past life, I secretly loved her for 3 whole years, but I was too insecure to do anything except pour my feelings into a journal. It wasn't until years later, when we crossed paths again, that I finally mustered the courage to confess, only to see an out-of-control truck barreling straight toward her. I lost my mind and drew myself forward to push her out of the way, but I got dragged under the wheels instead. At my funeral, she knelt before my parents, swearing she'd take care of them in place of the man who saved her life. But when she was going through my belongings, she suddenly discovered that the person who saved her was her old desk mate from senior year. Holding the yellowed journal in her trembling hands, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. So this whole time, this fool had been secretly in love with her all along. What a coward. If only she could do it all over again. She'd be the one to chase him this time. She lay there silently on my bed, crying through the entire night. When dawn finally broke the next morning, through her near unconscious haze, she heard a familiar voice lecturing. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly pushed herself up. When she turned her head, a familiar face appeared before her. In that instant, the girl's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into my arms without a second thought. Meanwhile, I sat there completely bewildered. 1 second I was getting hit by a truck, and now I'm suddenly back in senior year? And what was Serafina doing in my arms? Before I could even process what was happening, the homeroom teacher's voice thundered. Grayson, sleeping in class is one thing, but now you're harassing your desk mate. Every guy in class shot daggers at me. With their eyes, Grayson, with those thick brows and big eyes, we thought you were a nice guy. Turns out you had the nerve to force yourself on our Serafina. What audacity. Let her go so I can take your place. Inside, I was screaming 1,000 different variations of, what the hell? How did reality get so twisted? I frantically pushed the school beauty away to explain, Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Serafina was the one who hugged me. At that moment, Serafina was so happy she was crying, her teary eyes gazing at me, too moved to speak. The teacher's voice wavered slightly. And now you've made poor Serafina cry. Go stand in the hallway for 30 minutes. I wanted to cry, but had no tears. I literally didn't do anything. I was clearly the victim here. But seeing the murderous looks from everyone in class, I had no choice but to walk out in defeat. But right at that moment, Serafina's voice rang out. Wait, Mr. Reynolds? You've got it wrong. What just happened had nothing to do with Grayson. I was the one who hugged him. The entire classroom fell dead silent. Everyone's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their heads. Serafina, the school beauty, initiated a hug with Grayson? How was that possible? The teacher obviously didn't buy it either. Serafina, you don't need to cover for Grayson. Just tell us the truth. I'll stand by you. Serafina's expression remained calm. I just had a nightmare and woke up startled. It really wasn't Grayson's fault. Suddenly, the whole class understood. I knew it. Grayson doesn't have that kind of nerve. So Serafina just got spooked by a nightmare, panicked and lost control, and grabbed whatever was closest to hold on to. The teacher's expression softened. Well, as long as everything's okay, have a seat. The storm passed, and the classroom returned to normal. Beside me, Serafina leaned slightly toward me, one hand propping up her chin, gazing at me with complete adoration. How come I never noticed in our past life that Grayson was actually pretty handsome? Thank God for giving her this second chance. Now she had all the time in the world to discover more about him. Just thinking about it made even the tips of Serafina's ears flush pink. Meanwhile, I just felt chills running down my spine. I turned around and caught Serafina staring directly at me. I touched my face, curious, is there something on my face? Before I could finish, Mr. Reynolds' voice boomed from the podium. Grayson, what are you trying to pull now? Before I could even respond, a jealous guy behind me shot his hand up. Mr. Reynolds. I know. Grayson was just giving Serafina the creepiest look. I nearly collapsed, framed for the second time. This time I explained with everything I had, practically swearing on my life, before Mr. Reynolds reluctantly let it go. After sitting down, I was grinding my teeth in frustration, glancing toward the real culprit. Serafina looked completely unbothered, focused on the lecture, as if she wasn't the one who'd been staring at me. It made me wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing. Little did I know, Serafina was celebrating inside. But she also realized that even though she'd been reborn, she needed to play it cool, because in everyone's eyes at school, she was always the cold, untouchable beauty. Suddenly acting too eager might scare off her adorable deskmate. Besides, the prey was already in the trap. She could take her time savoring every bite, but Serafina couldn't keep up the act for long. Before she started sneaking glances at me again, it felt like fangirling over a celebrity. Her face betrayed nothing, but inside she was squealing, falling harder with every look. What was she supposed to do? His cheeks were so pale and smooth. She wanted to take a little bite. This shy, sweet, gentle boy was too adorable. She just had to tease him. Who would have thought the cold Ice Queen CEO from her past life would turn into such a love-sick mess? She was having the time of her life watching, but I was barely holding it together. I'd been feeling chills down my spine this whole time. But every time I turned around, Serafina would whip her head away at superhuman speed, putting on her cold, aloof mask. When I turned back, that feeling of being hunted returned. After a few rounds of this, I really couldn't take it anymore. I scribbled a note and passed it over. Hey, what exactly do you want? My cold, beautiful deskmate barely glanced at the note, her expression unchanged. A moment later, she pushed it back. On the back was written, "No passing notes in class." Looking at those words, I was internally speechless. Serafina appeared icy on the outside, but the little person inside her heart was throwing a party. Oh my God, what do I do? My heart is completely melting. He called me, "Hey!" The class finally ended. I let out a huge sigh of relief and escaped to the hallway for some fresh air. That's when my best friend Mason walked up, giving me a thumbs up. "Bro, you're a legend. You actually had the guts to mess with Serafina." I gave him a blank stare. What if I told you she made the first move? Would you believe me? He looked at me with pity. Hey man, it's fine if you couldn't land Serafina. At least it's better than being Madison's errand boy. That name made me freeze, right? I did have a dark romantic history in high school. Just then, a voice called out, "Grayson, I want ice cream. Derek and I want some. Go buy it for us." The entitled tone made my stomach turn. The old me from my past life probably would have happily jumped off a building to buy it. But now, I decided to, politely, decline. "If you're not sick, why can't you buy it yourself?" Madison froze. She thought she'd misheard, quickly putting on a wounded, pitiful expression, biting her lip, as if she'd made some huge decision. "Grayson, if you go buy it for me right now, I'll eat lunch with you," she finished with a smug look. In the past, whenever she said that, I'd eagerly agree to whatever she wanted. Madison assumed this time would be no different, but instead I clutched my wallet tightly, looking at her in shock. "You're planning to mooch my lunch money too?" Madison's head was spinning. Once she recovered, she couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. In her fury, something occurred to her, and she blurted out, "If you don't go, you'll never get to hold my hand." She said it with a triumphant look. I just smiled calmly. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." Inside, I scoffed. I'd been given this precious second chance at life, and my first time holding a girl's hand was supposed to be something special. How could I let the dirty hands of some manipulative player ruin that moment? Derek, standing next to Madison, was fuming too. "Grayson, do you not understand English?" Madison said, "If you don't buy the ice cream, you'll never get to hold her hand." His voice was loud enough to draw nearly everyone in the hallway's attention. Just then, a cool but melodic voice cut through. He understood perfectly. "Unlike the two of you, did you not understand him? Grayson already said he's not going. Yet, here you are, still clinging on desperately. Have you no shame?" Serafina strode toward us with long, confident steps, like a queen arriving at court, each step decisive and powerful, as if she were walking right over everyone's hearts. Everyone around stared in disbelief, stunned to see Serafina suddenly appear. What the hell? Is Serafina actually defending Grayson? Serafina's expression was cold as ice, but inside, she was absolutely furious. "This is the guy I've got my eye on, and you think you can touch him?" Seeing the school beauty show up, I was just as confused. After analyzing the situation with my brilliant mind, I concluded they must have some kind of beef. Madison was completely blindsided by this development. Compared to Serafina, whether it was looks or family background, she was outclassed in every way. But with all these students watching in the hallway, she wasn't about to lose her momentum. She stubbornly met Serafina's gaze. "I'm talking to Grayson here. What's it got to do with you?" Serafina walked over to stand beside me and spoke lightly. "I'm his deskmate. What are you?" Madison blanked for a moment. Was she supposed to admit Grayson was her errand boy? Then it hit her. He and I are close friends. The kind of close friends who hold hands. She was going all in to compete with Serafina. Serafina laughed coldly. Is that so? Just for holding hands? Guessed run errands for you? Some friend. The words made Madison's face turn crimson. Serafina didn't bother with her anymore, turning to look at me instead. Open your eyes. Don't make friends with someone trashy, who only takes advantage of you. She paused as if something occurred to her, then added softly, also, if you really want to hold a girl's hand, you can hold mine. No errands required, free of charge. That one sentence left everyone frozen. But what shocked them even more, what made their souls leave their bodies, was watching their goddess place her hand right into my palm. I was stunned too, but the cool sensation spreading from her palm told me this was all real. Then I heard my beautiful deskmate command in a perfectly casual tone, class is about to start. Let's go back. And just like that, I was led back to class by Serafina. Completely dazed, the guys in the hallway snapped back to reality and immediately let out anguished cries. Back in the classroom, Serafina and I returned to our seats. I looked at her awkwardly, thinking back to my past life. What in the world was happening? This wasn't in the script from before. She seemed to sense my confusion. Serafina's voice was cool. Don't get the wrong idea. I just couldn't stand watching that girl. The hand-holding thing is no big deal. Don't overthink it. That's what she said. But inside, a little version of Serafina was setting off fireworks. Ha! I finally got to hold his hand. Grayson's first hand-hold in this lifetime has been successfully claimed by me. Yes. When I read his journal in my past life, I remember his first time holding a girl's hand. Didn't happen until 2 weeks before graduation. That Madison girl. Keep your dirty little gold digger hands away from him. Thinking of this, Serafina turned to me. Any other questions? I nodded honestly. I noticed we're already back in class. And this? I looked down nervously. At my right hand, which still hadn't been released, by my beautiful deskmate since we got back. Serafina's expression remained calm, as she let go like it was nothing. Sorry. Forgot. But inside, she felt a twinge of regret. Oh no, he noticed. I wanted to hold on a little longer. With my hand finally free, I breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I wanted to be a saint. I was mainly afraid for my life. The homeroom teacher was just patrolling the hallway, and I was worried he'd see us and chew me out again. After class started, I wrote a note out of politeness and passed it over. Thanks. Serafina glanced at the note and casually wrote back, Thanks, Hal. I was stunned. I was just being polite. Why was my deskmate taking this so seriously? I groaned internally. Thanks, Hal. I literally gave my life for you in our past life. Shouldn't you be thinking about how to thank me? I felt a little indignant, but then I let it go. That was all in the past anyway. Besides, she didn't get reborn. I added a few more words to the note and pushed it over. How do you want to be thanked? Seeing this, Serafina's lips seemed to curve into an almost imperceptible smile. She quickly wrote another line and pushed it back. Call me Big Sisses and let me hear it. When I saw what she'd written, I nearly choked on my own spit. I couldn't help but look up at my beautiful deskmate. She still had that focused expression, eyes fixed on the history teacher at the podium, looking every bit the attentive student. It was hard to imagine that this ice-cold beauty had a kink like this. I wrote another note and pushed it back. No way. Pick something else. Serafina glanced at the note, then quickly wrote back, Then buy me lunch. I stared at the note seriously, feeling like I was being played somehow. Meanwhile, Serafina sitting beside me let her lips curl slightly. Little boy, you think I can't handle you? Finally, class ended. Mason rushed over again, leaning in close to whisper, Bro, you hit the jackpot today. First you got kissed by Serafina, then she held your hand. If she eats lunch with you too, I'd say you two are basically dating. We should celebrate. Lunch is on me. The words had barely left his mouth when a beautiful figure approached. Serafina looked at me. Let's go eat. 3 words. Casual tone, but the impact hit like a bomb going off. I pointed toward Mason beside me. Mason said he's treating. Serafina raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Mason. You want a treat? Her expression hadn't changed, but the temperature around us seemed to drop several degrees. Mason, oblivious to the danger, nodded eagerly. Sure, absolutely. My treat, my treat. Inside, he was thrilled. Getting to treat the school's legendary ice queen to a meal, a chance to get this close to her, was worth any price, but his excitement froze halfway through. When he noticed Serafina's utterly emotionless gaze, Mason suddenly shivered, his voice trembling slightly. So, should I treat or not? Serafina replied calmly. Don't. Mason immediately nodded like a chicken pecking grain. Right, right, right. I'm not treating you two. I just remembered my mom's having a baby today. He spun around and bolted. I watched him flee, eyes wide. Serafina looked at me with satisfaction. Let's go eat. I swallowed hard. Let's go. At the turn of the stairwell, Mason peeked his head out to watch us. No way, they're actually dating? At noon, the cafeteria was packed, and the entire way there, I'd lost count of how many death glares I'd received. Serafina frowned too. She wanted to eat alone with me. Let's go eat off campus. I nodded, though I still felt helpless inside. Noticing I seemed distracted, Serafina leaned closer. What's wrong? Want to hold hands? I snapped back to reality instantly, shaking my head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. It's only my first day being reborn. I don't want to get beaten to death by a mob of jealous guys. Thinking this, I quickly turned and practically fled toward the school gate. Behind me, Serafina pouted slightly, looking a bit disappointed. Then she smiled again, following with light steps. That's fine. This kind of teasing is pretty fun too. We arrived at a small restaurant across from school. The moment we stepped inside, I felt an invisible weight pressing down on me. As someone living on a weekly allowance of $30, that's only $6 a day if you don't count weekends. We found an empty table and sat down. Serafina ordered lamb fried rice. I felt my heart bleeding. I'll just have the tomato egg rice. Serafina turned to look at me. That's so plain. You don't eat meat? I sighed. It's fine. I'm allergic to meat. Inside, I was dying. Mainly allergic to expensive, that is. Serafina obviously didn't buy it and ordered a beef rice bowl. Eat more protein. You're still growing. What she was really thinking. This body is going to be mine someday. You better take good care of it. I looked miserable. If it's not your money, you really don't feel the pain, do you? Serafina took a sip of water and said casually, your weekly allowance? Half of it goes to Madison, right? I suddenly started choking, nearly dying on the plum drink I just swallowed. How do you know that? Serafina scoffed internally. Obviously, I read it in your journal, but outwardly she kept a straight face. Everyone at school knows. I heard people talking. My head dropped onto the table in defeat. What did that even mean? My whole errand boy history had spread that far? Seeing my expression, Serafina assumed I was still thinking about Madison, her elegant brows furrowed. This wouldn't do. She'd gone through so much trouble to find this man again. She couldn't let some player steal him away so easily. She leaned forward and started lecturing me. Boys your age, having some vague longing or attraction to the opposite sex, is understandable. But even so, you need to learn to protect yourself. The world of romance is dangerous. After hearing this, a giant question mark slowly formed above my head. Something felt off. Why was my beautiful deskmate suddenly lecturing me like this? Her vibe was getting kind of weird. Seeing my expression, Serafina thought I wasn't convinced, so she laughed coldly. What? Not buying it? Or do you think you're so smart? You'd never get fooled? I laughed out loud. Obviously. I'm literally a reborn person. 18 years old, 30-year-old soul. What kind of storm haven't I weathered? Some little school beauty thinks she can lecture me? Talk about acting old before your time. Before I could say more, Serafina spoke calmly. First semester of sophomore year, Madison called you gray babies once, and you got so worked up, you handed over your entire month's allowance to buy her Idols album. Winter break last year, she called you my sweet Grayson, and you were so hyped. You biked over every single day to bring her homemade breakfast for 2 weeks straight. This past New Year's, she mentioned she was considering holding hands with you, and you were so moved you gave her 2 more months of food money, just to get a thanks in return. Listening to her go on, each word stabbing like a needle, recounting my entire history as a simp, I was completely stunned, staring at her in shock. What the hell? How do you know all this? I barely even remember it myself. Serafina glanced over coolly. Convinced now? I wanted to find a hole in the ground and disappear. Beyond completely convinced, the evidence was overwhelming. My 3 years of high school really did make me a titanium-grade simp. There was no washing that clean. I looked at her pathetically. But how do you know so much about it? Serafina kept her expression icy calm, lying, without a single tell. Everyone knows. I heard people talking. My head hit the table again. God killed twice in one conversation. Seeing my reaction, a smile flickered across Serafina's face, before quickly returning to her cold mask. Now that you know, promise me you won't fall for someone's trick so easily anymore. Stay away from girls like that. I nodded with an expression of deep-seated resentment. Absolutely. Serafina was very satisfied with my attitude. while eating her freshly served rice. She pressed her advantage. Boys your age should really focus. Study hard and get into a good college. That's what matters most. I mumbled in agreement. You're right. Serafina looked at me with satisfaction and continued, so if Madison comes looking for you again, don't give her the time of day. I nodded quietly. Okay. She watched me and continued. Also, other girls, if they want to hang out with you, you need to learn to say no. I kept nodding. No problem. She went on. If you notice any girl in our class or grade showing interest in you, report it to me immediately. Hearing this, something suddenly felt off. I looked up, eyeing Serafina suspiciously. If some other girl is interested in me, why would I need to report it to you? And why can't other girls take me out to eat? But you can? Serafina remained perfectly composed, not missing a beat, because I'm class president. It's my responsibility to make sure everyone's studies aren't affected. As for meals, that's different. We're deskmates. Deskmates eating together is completely normal. I listened in a daze. Through my suspicion, I studied Serafina. She still had that same cold, calm demeanor, showing no signs of guilt or deception. So gradually I started to believe her. Serafina, the ice goddess, really had no reason to lie about something like this. Just to trick me. What would she even gain from it? If Serafina really was lying with some hidden agenda, I'd definitely be able to see right through it. No way I'd get fooled. Thinking this, I even felt a bit touched. So when I looked at Serafina, I opened my mouth sincerely. Thank you. Serafina kept her expression naturally calm. You're welcome. Just doing what I should. So how are you going to thank me? My face went blank. The emotions that had been building up got shoved right back down, nearly choking me. How do you want to be thanked? Serafina pretended to think for a moment, looking completely innocent and unplanned, her tone casual. Then call me big sisses and let me hear it. I stared at my beautiful deskmate, my expression darkening. She met my gaze with perfect serenity. My voice came out firm. Not happening. Serafina looked at me. What would it take for you to say it? I shook my head. Nothing would make me say it. Her lips curled slightly. As she said, I'll pay for this meal. I immediately changed my tune. Big sis. Serafina's expression didn't change one bit when she heard it. She just gave a slight nod as if she couldn't care less. Then she leisurely stood up and reached over to ruffle my hair, accompanied by a soft, casual murmur. Good boy. She turned and walked toward the counter. Check, please. We left the restaurant, but didn't head straight back to school. Serafina told me to wait outside the convenience store. She needed to grab some wet wipes. This kind of errand, accompanying a girl shopping, for a high school boy, usually implied a certain level of intimacy, but Serafina maintained her cool, unbothered expression. She offered an explanation. That sounded perfectly reasonable. Deskmates going to the store together is normal. Everyone else at school does it with their deskmates too. I was half skeptical, but chose to accept it anyway, because when I really thought about it, Serafina had no reason to trick me. What would she even gain from it? So Serafina went into the store, and I waited outside. Right then, a familiar, haughty female voice came from behind me, Grayson. I turned toward the sound, and saw Madison, walking out of the noodle shop next door. She looked at me condescendingly. Have you figured out how you're going to apologize to me yet? I stared at her like she'd lost her mind. Apologize for what? Where did this manipulative little snake come from? Madison smiled confidently. You usually eat in the cafeteria. But today you came out here. Obviously you were waiting for me, right? Why bother pretending otherwise? Now I was actually annoyed. I shot her a look. I wasn't waiting for you. Madison just laughed lightly, wearing an expression like she'd seen right through me. Grayson, I know you're trying to make me jealous, which is why you went through all that trouble to get Serafina to put on a show with you. But did you really think I'd fall for such a childish little act? The moment she mentioned Serafina, it reminded me of how my entire dark history had just been exposed. My temple twitched. God, that was embarrassing. Thinking about it, my expression darkened. Are you done? Then go back to wherever you came from. I'm waiting for someone. Madison was stunned by my attitude. Anger flared as she snapped. Grayson! What is your problem? I'm telling you. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Right then, in the convenience store next to the noodle shop, Serafina had finished shopping and paying and was about to step outside. Just as she reached the door, she heard Madison's voice drifting in from outside, full of aggrieved accusation. So Serafina immediately stopped, perking up her ears to eavesdrop on what was happening. She wanted to see how her foolish little deskmate, whom she'd just finished lecturing, would perform now that she was testing the results of her teaching. At that moment, I listened to the little green tea princess in front of me threaten me, and just shrugged. What do I have to regret? Madison smiled confidently, as if victory was already hers. If you don't apologize, from now on it won't just be holding hands. I'll never pay attention to you again, and I definitely won't say another word to you, no matter how hard you try to find me later. I won't even look at you. I nodded eagerly. Works for me. Madison couldn't help but explode. What is wrong with you? I kindly explained. I meant exactly what I said. My deskmate told me I should focus on studying and stay away from trashy girls. At this point, I looked at Madison and added, that means you. Madison was so furious, her head nearly exploded. I'm trashy? How dare you say that about me? I kept my innocent expression. I didn't say it. My deskmate did. Madison was about to lose it. So you just listen to whatever your deskmate says? Finally, a mocking smirk crossed my face. Why shouldn't I listen to her? Why should I listen to you instead? That line, combined with the smirk, left Madison too shocked to respond. I continued casually. Besides, my deskmate is the school beauty. Gorgeous, tall, and knows how to talk. Why wouldn't I listen to her? Then I glanced at Madison, who was reeling from my verbal assault, and delivered the final blow. Unlike you, short, and not even pretty. Just 10 simple words, and they stabbed straight through Madison's heart. Grayson, you'll regret this. I will never forgive you. This junior girl, known as the sweet class flower of her grade, finally snapped completely. With tears in her voice, she threw out one last line, before running off without looking back. Just then, footsteps sounded behind me. I turned to see Serafina had finished shopping, and was walking out. She still wore that same cold, calm expression. Glancing at me, who were you just talking to? I answered casually. Just someone passing by. Don't know them. Serafina nodded, pretending she didn't know, then handed me a piece of fruit candy. Your change. Try it. But the little person inside her heart was watching with satisfaction, as I unwrapped the candy and popped it in my mouth. Thinking about the line she'd just overheard, my deskmate is the school beauty. Gorgeous. She couldn't help but beam like a flower, silly boy. What a sweet talker. That afternoon, at 1040, the class bell rang. I tilted my head slightly to look at Serafina beside me. This deskmate of mine wasn't just beautiful. She was also an excellent student. While I was lost in thought staring at her, a note was pushed over by a slender, elegant finger that looked like it had never seen. A day of hard work. I glanced at the note, stopped staring, focus on the lecture. I looked up at Serafina beside me. Her expression was still ice cold, eyes fixed attentively on the podium. I turned away, embarrassed. But when I looked away, I just missed that moment when Serafina, seemingly focused on the lecture with her cold expression, let the corner of her lips curl into a faint smile. Silly boy, staring at me so intently like that. Am I really that attractive? Thinking this, the little person in her heart couldn't help but look smug and pleased, completely unaware that she'd actually misunderstood the entire afternoon. The last period was homeroom. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, expression stern, looking down at the class as he announced, the second mock exam is next week. Everyone needs to review and prepare properly. Then suddenly came a familiar shout, Grayson, stand up. I reflexively shot to my feet and looked toward the voice, discovering the homeroom teacher on the podium glaring at me with fury. He slammed his hand on the desk and bellowed, Grayson, do you even know what you scored on the last mock exam? Trying to remember something like my last mock exam scores for someone who'd been reborn from over a decade in the future, after getting hit by a truck, was pretty much impossible. Luckily, before I could even think, the homeroom teacher, absolutely livid, helpfully recited every detail for me. Math 71, English 82, Literature 74, History, Geography, and Civics combined 104.3. That averages out to below failing for each subject. Out of 49 students in this class, you ranked 44th, dropping 8 places from last midterm. Looking at that seat, in the back row by the window in the 4th group, one of the bottom feeders of the class, the homeroom teacher was truly heartbroken, angry that iron couldn't become steel. You need to improve by at least 20 points on this mock exam. If you don't, I'm calling your parents in. Hearing the teacher say this, quite a few students below were gloating. One guy laughed out loud and openly mocked Mr. Reynolds. Improving 20 points is pretty hard for Grayson. He's too busy chasing Madison, the class flower from the other section. Where would he find time to study? His voice dripped with sarcasm. The moment he said it, the whole class burst into laughter. The homeroom teacher's face darkened even more, glaring at me furiously. Class flower this, class flower that. Ridiculous. Bottom line, you need to improve 20 points. I don't care how you do it. Practice problems, memorization, cramming, or getting another student to tutor you. I don't care about the process, only results. Hearing this, the guy who'd first mocked me laughed again. Come on, Mr. Reynolds. If Grayson asks someone else for help, won't he just drag them down? He's already hopeless himself. He'd probably make them fail too, ruining both their futures. The laughter in the classroom grew even louder. At the same time, several high-ranking students in class also showed expressions of wariness. Their eyes on me now held a few more degrees of caution and distance. They were different from a bottom dweller like me. For this second mock exam, they all needed to fight for good scores and high rankings. If I actually took the teacher's words, that's what I just said, as some kind of imperial decree, and shamelessly asked them for tutoring, it would affect their own review time and energy. Amid the roaring laughter, I stood there seemingly unbothered. If this had happened in my past life, I probably would have been so embarrassed and angry I wouldn't know what to do. But this life was different. A soul over 30 years old had already developed thick skin. This kind of petty, childish malice was nothing, and besides, improving my scores wasn't difficult at all for someone who'd been reborn. So in that moment, I just smiled at the teacher on the podium. Mr. Reynolds, it's fine. I can review on my own. I paused briefly, then added sincerely, I'll work hard, not to drag down the class. I'll try to improve by about 200 points. The moment those words left my mouth, the entire class couldn't hold back and erupted in laughter. The guy in front laughed so hard he could barely breathe, pointing at me, 200 points? Why don't you just fly to the moon? I'd be shocked if you improved by 2. Then he turned back to the teacher, laughing. But hey, Mr. Reynolds, at least Grayson knows his place. He knows none of the good students want anything to do with him, so he's not going to embarrass himself by asking, which saves you the trouble. Haha. The teacher frowned slightly, displeased with the mocking tone, and the student's disrespectful attitude, but the words did have some logic. One bottom dweller was already enough trouble. If he actually affected the review progress of the top students, the loss would be even greater. As for that 200 points line I just said, he naturally didn't take it seriously, just assumed I was bragging to save face. After thinking for a moment, the teacher spoke sternly. Fine then. Focus on self-review. If you really have questions you don't understand, you can come to me or the other teachers. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly rang out in the classroom. Cool and melodic. No need to find anyone else. The entire classroom fell instantly silent. So quiet you could hear a pin drop, including the homeroom teacher. Everyone wore stunned expressions, their eyes unconsciously seeking the source of the voice. Before them was the back row of the fourth group, right next to that bottom dweller. In that seat, the beautiful ice-cold school beauty suddenly stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with me. Seraphina's cool gaze swept across the students in the class. Wherever her eyes passed, those who had just followed that guy's lead in mocking me couldn't help but feel guilty, unconsciously lowering their heads to avoid her gaze. Finally, she looked toward the teacher at the podium, her voice calm, and repeated gently, I'll tutor Grayson. The moment she finished, everyone finally snapped back to reality. Then the whole class erupted. I was stunned too. I'd had everything under control, full of confidence, ready to show off a little, but before I could even make my move, Seraphina stood up with me and completely stole my thunder. Everyone could hardly believe their ears, staring at Seraphina with her cold expression, then looking at me standing beside her, genuinely unable to process it. As the school beauty, Seraphina's ice-cold personality was known throughout the entire school, despite her excellent grades. Consistently ranking in the top 10, she'd always kept to herself, focused solely on her own studies. It wasn't like guys in the class hadn't tried before, using tutoring as an excuse to get close to Seraphina and flirt with her, trying to get to know her. They'd all been turned away. Yet now, for someone whose grades were nearly rock bottom like mine, Seraphina had stepped forward and volunteered to personally tutor me. The guy who'd been laughing the loudest earlier couldn't help but get anxious, immediately speaking up, Mr. Reynolds, Seraphina's grades are obviously great, but for this second mock exam, she needs to help our class fight for the top spot in our grade. She can't be dragged down by Grayson. The homeroom teacher frowned hesitantly on the podium. Maybe we should forget it. Before he could finish, Seraphina cut him off. It's fine, Mr. Reynolds. As class president, helping classmates is my responsibility. Tutoring Grayson won't affect my own grades. In fact, teaching others will help me understand the material even better. She spoke calmly and reasonably, making perfect sense. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but nod, showing his agreement. After thinking it over, he decided, all right, I'm putting you in charge of tutoring Grayson, but you must make sure it doesn't affect your own review. The teacher gave Serafina his instructions with a gentle expression, then shifted his gaze to me, immediately turning stern again, his voice rising 8 notches. Grayson, you'd better appreciate this opportunity and learn humbly from Serafina. Don't slack off on your own studying, and then drag Serafina down with you. I'll hold you accountable if you do. I nodded. I understand. Then I glanced at Serafina beside me, lowering my voice. You really don't have to bother. I can handle it on my own. The next second, Serafina's calm voice drifted over. Don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this to help you specifically. It's just my duty as class president and your desk mate. Nothing more. As she said this, Serafina's expression was cold, betraying nothing unusual. But inside, she was absolutely thrilled. Oh my God. One-on-one intimate tutoring sessions. Another perfectly legitimate opportunity. To get close to him? To talk with my adorable desk mate. Where should I start with the tutoring? Maybe I should guide his hand while we work. The dismissal bell rang, and suddenly it was evening, because the school had mandatory evening self-study from 6,030 to 9,030 p.m. When class let out, all the students rushed out, racing to the cafeteria. Serafina was dragged off by a few girls from class to eat dinner together. I went down to the cafeteria with my buddy Mason. During dinner, Mason looked at me with pure admiration, ready to drop to his knees right there. Bro, you're legendary. Having lunch together was one thing, but Serafina has never tutored anyone before, and you're her first. With this kind of blessing, even if you bomb this mock exam and get your parents called in, it's worth it. I looked at Mason, frowning. Who says I'm going to bomb this exam? Even without tutoring, I can improve by at least 200 points. Mason blanked for a moment, then looked at me with pity. See? Getting one-on-one study sessions with Serafina has made you lose your mind with happiness. I rolled my eyes. Fine, don't believe me. Mason got a little more serious, waving his hand. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just too unbelievable. You scored 370 last time, jumping 200 points. Would put you at 507. That's top 15 in the class. No normal person would even dream of that. Hearing this, a mysterious smile crossed my lips. How about we make a bet? If I improve by at least 200 points on this mock exam, Mason didn't even think, slapping his chest confidently. Then I'll admit complete defeat. I'll strip down and do 3 naked laps around the field at night doing handstands. What the hell? I was shocked. Originally, I was only planning to make him buy me a few meals at most. I didn't expect him to go this far. I nodded, for fairness, but still looked at Mason, and asked one more question. What if I lose? Mason put on a show of brotherly loyalty. If you lose, I will make you do anything crazy. Then he leaned in with a pitiful expression, lowering his voice. Just share some of your experience with me. How did you land Serafina? You could even start a class on it. On the other side, Serafina was having dinner with a few girls and getting bombarded with questions. The 3 girls eating with Serafina were also among the better-looking and higher-achieving students in class. Compared to others, they were a bit closer to Serafina than most, so they dared to ask her a few questions. By Travina, why did you agree to tutor that Grayson guy? One of the 3 girls, the class vice president in charge of literature, Harper, couldn't help but ask curiously, this is the first time I've ever seen you volunteer to tutor someone. The 2 girls beside her nodded enthusiastically as they listened, their gossip flames burning bright. Facing her friends' curious stares, Serafina just answered casually, it's nothing. I'm class president. Helping classmates is what I should do. Harper was skeptical. That's so formal. You've never helped anyone else before, especially not a guy. Serafina kept her expression natural. It's just coincidence. He happens to be my desk mate, so it's convenient to tutor him. Another girl couldn't help but press. What about this morning when you hugged him? And I heard during break you held Grayson's hand, right in front of that class flower from the other section. Serafina didn't blush or miss a beat, lying without even blinking. All coincidences. She even laughed coldly and turned the question around. What, you think I like him or something? The moment she said it, her 3 classmates immediately understood. Right, how could you possibly like some bottom dweller like him? I knew it. It must just be Serafina being kind for once. Looking at her 3 friends, The little person inside Serafina was grinning from ear to ear. Smug as a little fox, fooled them easily. The timing isn't right yet, so it's not convenient to let anyone know the truth. I need to keep up my character, otherwise it'll seem too sudden and raise suspicions. Besides, the current situation is pretty good. No pressure. I can comfortably stay by my deskmate's side. When I'm bored, I can even pretend to accidentally tease him a little, so there's no rush to go public. Slow and steady wins the race. But just as Serafina was happily scheming in her heart, the three girls' conversation suddenly shifted. But honestly, that Grayson guy isn't completely hopeless. After all, Madison had her eye on him, and that class flower from the other section has pretty high standards for guys. Grayson's just a bit shy and introverted, but looking closely today, he's actually pretty good looking. That sweet, obedient little brother type. Harper's eyes lit up slightly, chin propped on both hands. Looking tempted, I'm kind of into that type. Serafina, if you're not interested, maybe I should give it a shot? The moment those words came out, Serafina, who had been eating with small bites, set her chopsticks down on the table with a sharp clack, making all three girls, including Harper, jump. Serafina looked up, her gaze sweeping over Harper and the others. The second mock exam is coming up. Focus on studying. Stop thinking about nonsense. Her expression was ice cold, wielding her authority as class president. All three girls quickly nodded obediently in acceptance. Serafina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. The food in my bowl almost got snatched by those little vixens. After dinner, Mason and I headed back to class from the cafeteria. I'd barely sat down to rest when I saw Serafina returning with her three friends. I noticed those three girls seemed to be sneaking glances at me, huddled together as if whispering about something. Just then, Serafina had returned to her seat beside me, her cool melodic voice drifting over. Get ready. Which subject do you want to start with? I thought for a moment, still feeling like it wasn't worth the trouble of taking up Serafina's time and energy. So I said, actually, let's forget it. I can study on my own. Serafina paused slightly when she heard this, then spoke gently. You think you don't need help? Without waiting for my answer, she rummaged around in her desk, quickly pulling out 2 English worksheets and placing them in front of me. Try the fill-in-the-blank sections. On these 2 sheets, Serafina added, if you get fewer than 8 wrong combined, I'll believe you can do this on your own. I picked up the worksheets with a smile. Deal. Watching me pick up a pen and start working, Serafina was feeling confident inside. She estimated my ability level. I'd get at least 14 or 15 wrong. Then her deskmate would be completely convinced and have no choice but to accept her one-on-one private tutoring. Thinking this, Serafina couldn't help but let a smile show. But just 20 short minutes later, when both worksheets with completed, fill-in-the-blank answers were placed in front of Serafina, and she quickly compared them against the answer key, her cold, calm expression nearly cracked for the first time. Her small mouth fell open, revealing utter disbelief. 30 fill-in-the-blank questions total. How are they all correct? She checked again carefully, and when she confirmed there were no mistakes, Serafina could hardly believe it. For these 2 fill-in-the-blank sections, most average students would get at least 3-4 wrong per section. Even she couldn't guarantee getting them all right. Yet her deskmate hadn't missed a single one perfect score. Wait, based on what she knew about me from our past life, and having read his entire journal, her foolish deskmate's abilities had been declining since the 2nd semester of sophomore year, truly at near bottom of the class level. How could he get everything right so easily, and at only 20 minutes? Meanwhile, I sat there looking completely relaxed, even taking the time to admire Serafina's adorable, surprised expression. Since being reborn, this was finally the first time facing Serafina, where I had the upper hand. I couldn't help feeling a bit proud, so, believe me now? But my words reaching Serafina's ears sounded like a little challenge. Her delicate brows furrowed, the ice-cold female CEO of a corporation. From her past life, her competitive nature kicked in. This little brat dares to challenge me? She quickly restored her cold expression. Fine. Those 2 worksheets were pretty simple. With that, Serafina pulled another worksheet from her English textbook, using tape to cover the answers to the fill-in-the-blank section that she'd already completed, then handed it to me while looking up at me, her tone casual as always. Try this one. I raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling leisurely, no problem. So I picked up my pen and started working again. My efficiency was just as high this time. In just 10 short minutes, I gently handed the 3rd worksheet back to Serafina. That was fast. You might regret not double-checking. Serafina commented with feigned calm, but actually snatched the worksheet back incredibly quickly, then took a deep breath, peeled off the tape covering the answers, and began checking. The checking process was brief. She confirmed everything in moments. Serafina suddenly drew in a sharp breath. This time, the shock in her eyes was even heavier. How were they all correct again? Once could be called luck, but this third worksheet wasn't a teacher-assigned exercise. It was a specialized English practice test she'd found herself, meant only for self-study, to push herself further. Serafina herself had gotten 3 wrong, yet somehow, I'd only taken about 10 minutes, and produced a perfect score. This time, Serafina couldn't help but look at her deskmate again, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. The little person inside her heart had even dropped her jaw into an adorable O shape. Was this really the deskmate she knew? That fool. Who complained about English being hard in his journal? How had he suddenly become an English expert? At the specialized test level, unaware of what Serafina was thinking, after finishing 3 worksheets, I just felt refreshed. Specialized tests were nothing. In my past life, after failing my college entrance exams, I'd barely scraped by with scores for a second-tier school. My parents had taken out more than half their savings to send me to an ordinary university. When I saw how much more gray had appeared in their hair, I was tormented with guilt, and only then did I truly wake up. After starting college, I actually became more diligent. I studied while working part-time jobs, tutoring to earn living expenses. Even after graduating, my first job, which I held for 3 years, was becoming a teacher at a well-known local test prep center, specializing in tutoring students in various subjects, and my main focus was high school courses. Now, reborn and back in high school, facing the challenge of these subjects again, was basically playing on easy mode. English was done. Next came literature, math, and history. But all the classical poems and texts needed for high school, I knew them by heart. Just then, Serafina's eyes lit up, her voice showing rare excitement. This one's wrong. I glanced casually at the answer, then pointed out, the answer key is wrong. Serafina looked again carefully herself, and discovered the answer key really was wrong. I looked up at the rare sight of Serafina, looking slightly dazed. So, believe me now? Serafina finally snapped out of it, trying to return her expression to its cold composure. Not bad. Then she couldn't help but glance at me again, sizing me up, unable to suppress her curiosity. How did you suddenly get so good at studying? I was prepared for this question. It wasn't really sudden. Actually, I've been secretly working hard to review and fill in my knowledge gaps. I was waiting for this second mock exam to surprise everyone. It sounded a bit forced, but it was better than telling Serafina that I was reborn. Serafina was skeptical after hearing this. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but size me up from head to toe, still feeling something was off, secretly working hard to review and fill in gaps. There was nothing about that in his journal. Was this something so secret he wouldn't even mention it in his diary? But after thinking it over, Serafina accepted the explanation. After all, it was the only reasonable explanation. Her deskmate couldn't have been reborn too. Seeing Serafina accept my explanation, I also smiled. So then, I won't need to trouble you with reviewing anymore. I can handle it myself. Serafina hesitated briefly after hearing this, then nodded. Her feelings right now were a bit complicated and conflicted, because if I really had been a bottom dweller like in my past life, no matter how much she tried to accommodate me, after the college entrance exams, she and Grayson would still end up at different schools. A long-distance relationship like that wasn't ideal anyway. But looking at things now, that problem was no longer a problem. The little person inside Serafina was now staring at her deskmate, delighted and amazed, like she found a treasure, grinning uncontrollably. Oh my God, worthy of being my deskmate. He was secretly hiding such impressive skills. My eye for people really is flawless. This silly deskmate isn't dumb at all when he studies seriously. He's a little genius. But on the other hand, the little person couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Her original plan was set, using the opportunity to tutor me, to, legitimately, have deeper interactions with me. Hands-on tutoring, explaining problems, and she could even sneak in pinching her deskmate's cheeks, or ruffling his hair. Looking at it now, that beautiful picture was about to sprout wings and fly away. In a flash, Serafina came up with another idea. Her expression remained cold. Are you busy? If not, help me look at this problem. As she spoke, she pushed an English worksheet over, pointing at a reading comprehension section. I don't really know how to do this one. I was a bit stunned. What was happening? The top of the class genius school beauty deskmate, consistently in the top 3 of the grade, was asking me for help. What level of difficulty could possibly stump Serafina? I glanced at the reading comprehension on the worksheet. Question marks multiplying above my head. This wasn't even hard. Just a very average reading comprehension question. If not 20 people in class could do it, at least 10 could. I looked at Serafina beside me with some doubt. You don't know how to do this? Serafina's expression was cold, calm and composed, not batting an eye. I don't. I grew even more puzzled. Had I misjudged it? Underestimated this reading comprehension, and there was some hidden trap I wasn't seeing? Refusing to believe it, I examined it carefully again. Meanwhile, Serafina watched me, with my serious, focused expression as I studied it, and the little person in her heart was blooming with joy. If I can't tutor my deskmate, then I'll let my deskmate tutor me. Well done, Serafina. You're brilliant. My original intention was not to bother Serafina, but unexpectedly, after showing my true abilities, the bother shifted to me instead. The entire study hall, she was asking me questions. Grayson, I don't understand this one. Are you free? Help me look at this essay question. This is a polyphonic character. I forgot how it works. Helping with tutoring was fine, but during the process, as I patiently and carefully explained things to Serafina, I kept noticing something strange about her gaze. Her attention didn't seem to be on the worksheet, but was wandering all over my face. Every time I suddenly looked up, I couldn't catch anything. Serafina would have her cold expression on, as if completely focused on the worksheet, never having lost concentration. But when I continued explaining, that feeling of being secretly watched would return immediately. I'd suddenly look up again, and still catch nothing. Instead, Serafina would look up at me, her cold expression, carrying a few parts innocent inquiry. What's wrong? Not going to continue? I shook my head. Nothing. Serafina tonight seemed to be overflowing with an intense thirst for knowledge, question after question coming at me without pause. Grayson, look at this one, and this one, and this one too. When Serafina humbly asked for guidance for the 11th time that evening, I finally couldn't take it anymore, pointing at the name field on the worksheet. This is where you write your name. You're asking how to fill this in too. Serafina flipped the worksheet over without missing a beat, pointing at another question. Oh, I looked at the wrong spot. Look at this one instead. I stared at Serafina with a darkened expression, but she looked completely natural, nothing unusual. I truly surrendered, helplessly picking up the pen, preparing to write on the worksheet to explain to Serafina. Just as I reached for the ballpoint pen on the desk, Serafina also reached for the pen at the same moment, seemingly intending to hand it to me. Our fingers accidentally touched. Then, perhaps due to momentum and not breaking in time, Serafina's hand precisely and unexpectedly gripped my fingers firmly. The air froze solid. A cool, soft sensation transmitted from my fingers. I looked up at Serafina with confusion. Her expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Grabbed the wrong thing. I was trying to hand you the pen. I looked down at my fingers. Still being held by her. Then maybe you should let go now? Serafina nodded. Then released my hand with her same cold, calm expression. The little person inside was grinning ear to ear. Oh my, Serafina, how careless of you. Let's do it again next time. In the end, the entire study hall, I spent almost all of it tutoring Serafina and answering her questions. Finally, when the dismissal bell rang, I breathed a sigh of relief. I noticed Serafina beside me, still looking unsatisfied. Turning to grab another practice test booklet, about to hand it to me, I immediately sprang up like my butt had springs. School's out, going home, going home. The next second, I quickly swept my books and homework into my bag, slung it over my shoulder, and flipped my chair upside down onto the desk, the whole sequence flowing like water. Serafina blinked, watching me flee, and nearly burst out laughing. Why is this silly boy running so fast? It's not like I'm going to eat him. And when Serafina had also quickly packed her bag and was preparing to chase after me, she was unexpectedly stopped by someone from behind. Serafina. Wait up. Serafina reflexively stopped and turned around, seeing it was the class's English vice president, Brandon, walking quickly toward her. This person was also the guy who had mocked me in every way possible. Serafina frowned slightly, thinking about how being delayed like this meant she probably wouldn't catch up to Grayson. Her mood not great, her expression turning cold. What is it? When Brandon saw that Serafina had actually stopped to wait for him, he immediately looked delighted, his face full of sincerity. I wanted to give you some advice. Someone as bad as Grayson, wasting time on him is pointless. It'll only affect your exam prep. I think you should just stop bothering with him. These words he thought were very sincere and caring. And Brandon even added at the end, "If you find it hard to explain to Mr. Reynolds, I can help you explain." After saying this, Brandon felt he'd just been incredibly suave and proper, already feeling pleased and smug inside. But unexpectedly, after hearing Brandon's words, Seraphina's brows furrowed deeper, her expression growing even colder. "Are we that close?" Brandon was stunned when he heard this, caught off guard by this sudden counter-question, feeling a bit flustered. Just as he was about to speak, Seraphina cut him off with an even icier tone. "Let me clarify something. I volunteered to tutor Grayson myself. Also, my business doesn't need anyone else's concern. We're just classmates. I hope you'll remember to keep appropriate boundaries. I don't want to hear what you just said a second time." With that, she ignored him completely, grabbed her backpack, turned and walked out the back door of the classroom. Brandon came back to his senses, a feeling of unwillingness and indignation suddenly surging up. In his anger, he couldn't help but blurt out, "But you and Grayson are just classmates too." Seraphina paused briefly, turned around, her calm gaze sweeping over him. "It's not the same. He and I are desk mates. I biked home from school, about a 10-minute ride. My home was on the 13th floor. In the elevator, I couldn't help feeling a strange sense of anticipation. The elevator doors opened, walking down the hallway toward home, seeing the shoe cabinet and miscellaneous items in the corridor, all incredibly familiar objects, along with the familiar smell of food, wafting faintly down the hallway. My mood suddenly became peaceful. Reaching the front door, I pulled out my key, inserted it, and turned. Took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Before me was the living room that had once been. So familiar and dear to me. Simple furniture. The home's modest decorations all came into view. A middle-aged woman was bent over, holding a broom and sweeping. I called out, "Mom," hearing my voice. Mom looked up, saw me standing at the door, and immediately broke into a joyful smile. "Gray, you're home." Then she turned and called toward the kitchen. "Honey, my son is home." Immediately after came hurried footsteps from the kitchen. Dad was wearing an apron, still holding a spatula, walking quickly out. Seeing me, he also immediately broke into a smile, greeting me warmly. "You're back. Hurry up and change your shoes. Dad made you a late-night snack." Then he turned to look at his wife, complaining, "What do you mean? My son? He's my son too." Mom argued back confidently, "Look how handsome Gray is. He gets it all from me. Of course he's my son." "What? You have a problem with that?" That last line came with a sideways glance at her husband. Dad was used to being afraid of his wife. One look like that from her, and he immediately lost all his momentum, obediently raising his hands in surrender. "No problem, no problem. Your son," watching my parents' familiar bickering, something I hadn't seen in so long. In that moment, I couldn't help but want to laugh, yet also felt an indescribable sting in my nose. In that hazy moment, I remembered many things. In my past life, when I failed my college entrance exams, barely scraping by with scores for a second-tier school, my parents never blamed me. Instead, they swallowed their pride, searching everywhere for connections and asking for help. In the end, they scraped together what little savings they had, doing everything possible to get me into a slightly better university. I still remember that night, when my parents came home drenched in sweat, from visiting someone with connections, unable to hide their exhaustion, but still forcing optimistic smiles, telling me cheerfully, "It's done with your scores. You can at least get into Eastern Harbor University of Technology. This is all Mom and Dad can do for you. Once you're in college, you'll have to work hard on your own." And that same night, I accidentally overheard my parents' whispered conversation in their bedroom. I heard the Wang's son next door, scored even lower than our Gray, but they know the vice dean at Eastern Harbor University, so they just arranged for their son to get in. Our Gray is so smart. He just didn't perform well on the test. He should have gotten into a much better school. Finally, I heard my father's long, heavy sigh. It's his parents who are useless. Motivated by that night, once I got to college, I truly transformed completely, striving to improve. High grades and rankings, scholarships one after another. After graduating and finding a job, I threw myself tirelessly into work, grinding away with everything I had. Later, my career gradually took off, getting on track, but I also became busier. My parents back home often called. On the phone, I'd go on and on about my work progress, while my parents quietly and patiently listened, happy for me. But every time at the end, their words were more worried reminders. "Don't work too hard. You can't earn all the money in the world. Take care of your health. Come home sometime when you're free." But because of busy work, I rarely went back in those 10+ years. The rare times I did go home, my parents were so happy they cried. In those 10 years, my parents were nearly 60, their temples already white. Yet my father was still excited, eagerly rolling up his sleeves to get in the kitchen, determined to cook me a whole table of delicious food. I sat with Mom on the sofa. She happily took out her phone, asking me to teach her how to use some new apps. Mrs. Sun next door, her daughter taught her how to use TikTok. And those filter things, teach me how to use them too. When I opened the phone app and demonstrated some filters for Mom, I used an aging filter. In the phone's camera, I suddenly transformed into a little old man, looking quite funny. But Mom beside me watched with great joy and excitement, telling me to use this filter to take more photos to save them to the album, so I can show your father. Then afterward, she said something as if casually, otherwise, Mom and Dad probably won't get to see what you look like when you're old. Just that one sentence, remembering it now, suddenly made my eyes turn red. In my past life, I couldn't care for my parents in their old age. I even made them send off a child before their time. White-haired burying the black-haired, truly unfilial. Looking at my parents before me, still relatively young, I suddenly stepped forward quickly and hugged them both tightly. They were both a bit surprised, momentarily flustered, hands and feet in a panic. What's wrong? Did someone bully you at school? I looked up and forced a smile. It's nothing. I just missed you guys. A while later, our family of 3 sat at the dining table eating a late-night snack. The food wasn't fancy, but it had that familiar taste. I held my bowl and chopsticks, eating with great appetite. My parents sat across from me watching, unable to help but laugh. Slow down. No one's going to take it from you. While watching their son eat, my parents also chatted casually, mentioning the company layoffs. Mom frowned slightly, looking troubled. If I leave now, I'd still get a severance package. If I stay, my salary will be cut even more. I don't know what to choose. Hearing this, I remembered now. In my past life, I'd also experienced this scene before me. It was 2007, and I was a junior in high school. At that time, the state-owned factory where Mom worked was indeed doing poorly, starting layoffs. Mom eventually chose to stay, but actually, just a year or 2 later, the factory still went bankrupt and closed, getting packaged and sold off. In the end, Mom still couldn't escape losing her job. And actually, at that moment of choosing, I remember very clearly, although Mom worked at the film projection factory, she'd always dreamed of opening her own shop and running a business. But on one hand, she was influenced by traditional thinking, instinctively seeking stability, not daring to take risks. On the other hand, the problem actually also lay with me, her son. Dad shook his head after hearing this. Forget it. With your abilities, how could you run a business? Besides, Gray's in the final sprint for his college entrance exams right now. With you working at the factory, at least you still have time to take care of things at home. If you go out and start a business, you'd have even less time for him. The first half of what he said, Mom actually felt a bit unconvinced hearing it, but when her husband mentioned their son in the second half, she was immediately persuaded. Though she still felt some reluctance and regret inside, she still nodded seriously. That's true. I'll go tell the supervisor that I'll take the pay cut and stay. Listening to my parents' conversation, I felt both warm and a bit guilty inside. If not for me, maybe my parents wouldn't have to worry so much. Now that I've been reborn, I should make some changes. I shouldn't leave myself with regrets, and I shouldn't let my parents have regrets either. Thinking it over, I looked up at my parents and spoke up. I think Mom should quit. Starting a business could be good. The factory's performance is already terrible. Even if you take a pay cut to stay, it might not last more than a few years. If the factory goes bankrupt and closes then, you'll still end up losing your job anyway. You might as well take the severance now and give it a shot. Plus, if your business takes off and you make good money, when I go to college in a big city later, you could even help me buy a place to live. Right? A whole string of very reasonable points, and that last line, though seeming like a joke, actually moved Mom a bit. That's not wrong. Plus, when Gray goes off to college later, having a place ready early would be much more reassuring. Dad also felt it made some sense, but still frowned slightly. Your studies right now? We need someone at home to take care of things. I smiled. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. Studying, I can handle it myself. Mom pouted when she heard this. Big talk. You say it so nicely. But on the last mock exam, you ranked in the 40s in your class? How are we supposed to feel at ease? I didn't blink and said, that was before. I wasn't trying my hardest. Things are different now. Next week is the second mock exam. I'll show you then. Easy top 10 in the grade. My parents looked at each other and immediately laughed together. Bragging without a draft. Fine, forget top 10 in the grade. If you can get into the top 10 of your class on this mock exam, Mom will listen to you. And quit to try something new. This was exactly what I was waiting for. I immediately reached out my hand. A promise is a promise. Mom also reached out and high-fived me. Looking quite bold and heroic, a promise is a promise. After eating a late-night snack with my parents and washing up in the bathroom, I went back to my room. Before entering and closing the door, I vaguely heard in the living room my parents talking quietly while cleaning up the dishes, discussing, "Honey, did you notice Gray seemed a little different when he came home today? You noticed too? He hugged us the moment he saw us. Nearly scared me to death. And that analysis he gave you earlier, so well organized. I think he's actually showing rare improvement, even promising us he'd test into the top 10. Do you think our son can do it on this mock exam? Top 10 isn't that easy. And when did he become my son?" It eventually turned into the old couple's playful banter, full of warmth and affection. I smiled softly, then gently closed the door and went into my bedroom. In my room, I didn't rush to get in bed. Instead, I went to sit at my desk, taking out books and practice problems from my bag. Taking a deep breath, I tried to find that feeling from when I was a prep school teacher in my past life and started grinding problems like crazy. The next morning, I rubbed my still sleepy eyes and stretched with a huge yawn. I'd stayed up until 2030 last night doing practice problems. Waking up, I had no idea what time it was. Thinking this, my eyes suddenly went wide. Crap, what time is it? I frantically got dressed, packed my bag, didn't have time for breakfast, said a quick goodbye to my parents, and rushed out the door. Down the stairs, I jumped on my bike and flew, heading straight for school. A trip that usually took over 10 minutes got shortened to 7. Just as I reached the school gate, suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Grayson, stop right there." I immediately hit the brakes, reflexively turning toward the voice. It was Madison and her best friend Derek, plus 2 other girls, walking toward me. Seeing it was them, I was ready to just turn and leave. "Guys, I'm in a hurry to get to morning self-study here. I don't have time to argue with you people," but the girls had already quickly walked up to me. Derek saw me about to turn away and immediately shouted even more angrily, "Stop, don't you dare leave." His voice was pretty loud, drawing the attention of quite a few other students around the school gate. I looked at them with some exasperation. "What do you want?" Seeing that I looked quite annoyed, Derek's face grew even angrier. "You got some nerve! Confess. What did you do to my girl Madison yesterday that made her like this? Apologize now." The 2 junior girls beside them, probably Madison and Derek's close friends, chimed in, "That's right, apologize. A guy bullying a girl. Have you no shame?" While her besties were ganging up to criticize me, Madison, the person involved, said nothing. She just stood there with red-rimmed eyes, looking deeply wronged, timid and withdrawn, appearing utterly pitiful. Immediately, quite a few students from other classes, and other grades nearby, started looking at me with unfriendly eyes. This guy bullied a pretty girl? What a jerk. Hearing the whispered discussions around her, Madison maintained her wronged, pitiful appearance on the outside, but was secretly observing me, feeling a bit smug inside. This was something she and her bestie Derek had planned beforehand. After being so humiliated yesterday, today at the school gate, she was determined to teach Grayson a lesson. Derek grabbed my bike handlebar tightly with one hand. The 3 girls stood in a row in front of me, making it clear I wasn't leaving without an apology. Anyone else in this situation would probably have caved. Madison's eyes flashed with triumph. She even started to straighten up, arrogantly preparing to receive my apology. But the very next moment, I simply turned my head toward the right side of the school gate and shouted with full force, "Teacher, they won't let me go to class." In that instant, Derek and the 2 other girls froze. Madison also suddenly looked up, staring at me wide-eyed, hardly able to believe her ears. They had imagined countless ways I might react and respond, but never in a million years did they expect this. What? A big guy like him, blocked by a few little girls, chose to tattle to a teacher? Derek panicked inside, quickly letting go of my bike handlebar. The 2 junior girls also panicked and made way, stepping aside, afraid that middle-aged teacher would come over to question them. I pushed my bike, leisurely walking past Madison, and the other girls heading into the school gates. Watching me swagger away just like that, Derek felt a surge of unwilling anger inside, and couldn't help but shout, "Grayson, you call yourself a man. You won't even apologize. You're so petty. What girl would ever want you?" Words like these were more like venting frustration than anything. Right at that moment, A cold voice suddenly rang out. I would. Suddenly, a deep engine roared. A sleek black Maybach 60OT pulled up and stopped smoothly in front of the school gate. The car door opened, and a tall, slender, beautiful figure stepped out from the back seat, capturing the attention of nearly everyone at the school gate. Serafina strode forward with long, confident steps, walking around from the front of the car, each step light yet powerful, as if walking right over the hearts of all the onlookers. Cold and beautiful as always. Reaching me, the school beauty's expression remained icy, as she spoke calmly. We're going to be late. Let's go. With that, she reached out and took my left hand. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, walked into the school gates. Once inside the school, I turned to look at Serafina. Thanks for earlier. Although my tattling to the teacher had basically solved the problem already, having Serafina back me up and show them who's boss. Especially seeing Madison's ugly expression felt pretty satisfying. Serafina's expression didn't change. She replied lightly, It's nothing. Desk mates help each other out. It's what I should do. You helped tutor me yesterday, so this is just returning the favor. Don't misunderstand. I looked at my left hand, still being firmly held by Serafina. Misunderstand? Of course I wouldn't misunderstand. But that said, could you maybe let go of my hand now? Serafina, expression unchanged and acting like nothing was happening, finally released my hand. Sorry, I forgot. We'd barely walked into the classroom when the morning self-study bell rang right on time. The homeroom teacher walked in punctually. Seeing the teacher come for inspection, the seniors sitting below the podium hurriedly pulled out their literature textbooks and began reading aloud in unison. The homeroom teacher looked satisfied at this sight, glanced around once, then left through the back door. The moment the teacher left, the sound of reading in the classroom immediately slackened like a loose guitar string. What had been uniform and rhythmic just moments ago instantly became chaotic. Quite a few students dug through their bags and pockets for breakfast and started eating hungrily. They'd all been afraid of being late to morning self-study and hadn't had time to eat. Immediately, the aroma of various breakfast foods filled the air. In the back row, my stomach couldn't help but growl. Smelling the food and watching everyone else eat happily, I couldn't help but swallow. I'd been in such a rush this morning that I hadn't brought any breakfast. Now I was really hungry, but I'd just have to endure it for now. Suddenly, a slender, pale hand, holding a rice roll and soy milk, gently reached over from beside me. I was startled when I saw it, instinctively turning my head to meet the ethereal, cold expression of Serafina beside me. I bought too much this morning. Here's some for you. Don't want it to go to waste. Listening to Serafina's explanation with her naturally cold expression, I looked at the breakfast placed in front of me and shamelessly swallowed. Well, thanks then. Serafina had already turned away, picking up her literature textbook to continue reading. It's nothing. We're desk mates. It's what I should do. Over here, I'd already eagerly begun, enjoying my delicious breakfast. Of course, I didn't notice that Serafina beside me, hidden behind her literature textbook, had a faint smile curling at her lips. The little person inside was grinning with squinted eyes. Quite pleased. Oh my God. First time successfully feeding my desk mate. A boring morning of classes ended. The last period was PE. On the small field, the PE teacher, who was often sick with colds, had switched classes. Today he was also being generous, waving his hand. This is the last PE class. Do whatever you want. But the most important thing for you all next is preparing for college entrance exams. As your PE teacher, I still have to tell you, while you're reviewing for exams, maintaining a healthy body is also very important. After delivering this speech, the PE teacher turned and left with hands behind his back, leaving the seniors looking at each other in confusion. A moment later, everyone scattered. The guys went to play basketball or soccer, volleyball, or ran off to claim ping pong tables. Most girls went to the cafeteria to buy snacks. A few even headed straight back, preparing to squeeze in every minute of extra studying. I was standing around with nothing to do when my buddy Mason somehow snuck up beside me. Bro, how's the studying going? I nodded. Pretty good. I've reviewed everything I needed to. Mason's eyes went wide. That's not what I'm asking. Halfway through his sentence, Mason carefully looked left and right, lowering his voice. What I mean is, how far have you and our Ice Queen class president gotten? I was completely confused. How far is how far? We're just normal desk mates. Mason gave me a thumbs up after hearing this, his face clearly saying, I understand. Got it. Keeping it secret, right? Worthy of being my bro. Quietly making big moves, waiting until the end to go public. Shocking everyone. Hearing this, a vein throbbed at my temple. Serafina and I, clearly just had the purest deskmate friendship. The hand-holding, eating together, tutoring, wasn't all that just coincidence plus being reasonable? In my past life, I did secretly have feelings for Serafina, but she was the legendary Ice Queen school beauty. How could she possibly be interested in someone like me? While we were talking, at that moment, senior girls started trickling back, from buying snacks and drinks at the cafeteria. On this small field, guys from our class were playing ball. Seeing the girls from class return, they came over with silly grins to chat, asking the girls to share some drinks. Boys and girls bantered for a bit. If there was a girl they were close to, she might actually buy an extra bottle for a guy. Along with the sound of footsteps, Serafina walked over with a calm expression, holding 2 bottles. The Ice Queen's stunning, heart-stirring presence immediately captured everyone's attention. Before everyone's eyes, the school beauty calmly walked up to me and casually handed me a chilled Sprite. I happened to buy an extra bottle. For you. Suddenly, the entire field went dead silent. All the students in PE class couldn't help but look over, their eyes fixed on the school beauty and the chilled Sprite in her hand. Everyone's eyes glazed over. Mason beside me also looked at me with anguish. Without saying a word, his expression said it all. The school beauty during PE class just happened to give you a drink in front of everyone, and you're still saying you're just normal deskmates? Who would believe that? But I was completely oblivious. After hearing Serafina's explanation, I nodded with understanding, feeling it made perfect sense. Then I took it, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp of cold Sprite. My whole body instantly felt refreshed. At the same time, Serafina also opened her own chilled watermelon juice, took a small sip, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, showing a hint of relaxation. I set down the Sprite, curiously glancing at the watermelon juice in Serafina's hand. This brand seemed to be imported. I'd seen it in the cafeteria in my past life, but it was ridiculously expensive. Noticing my gaze, Serafina raised an eyebrow slightly, lifting the watermelon juice and gesturing toward me. Want some? That one sentence made everyone around us, starting with Mason, freeze. Before their minds could process what she meant. Was the school beauty going to go to the cafeteria and buy another bottle for Grayson? The next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Serafina, expression calm and gentle, held out the watermelon juice she'd just sipped from, toward me. Try it, short and sweet. I even acted embarrassed. That's not really appropriate. I already drank your Sprite. Serafina looked completely at ease. It's fine. We're deskmates. Degmates. Sharing a sip isn't going to kill anyone. Countless guys witnessing this scene were going crazy inside, screaming, "Who says it won't kill anyone? You're stabbing us right in the heart." That's an indirect kiss. I thought about it and figured she had a point. I cheerfully and generously took the watermelon juice, but instead of putting my lips to it, I tilted my head back and poured some into my mouth. Seeing this, all the guys present breathed sighs of relief, exhaling, "Thank God, thank God." No actual indirect kiss. That little punk at least knows his place and has some boundaries. But the next second, Serafina glanced at the chilled Sprite in my hand and lifted her chin slightly. "Let me have a sip of yours too." The air froze again. Mason had almost grown accustomed to being fed dog food at close range, but even he couldn't help trembling inside at this moment. What the hell? She can show off like this too? Why does it feel like the school beauty today is determined to make this indirect kiss happen no matter what? The guys around them watched with eyes nearly splitting. "You little punk, don't you dare. If you dare, hand over that Sprite." I completely ignored everyone else's stares and generously handed over the Sprite. Made sense to me. Then, in that frozen atmosphere, under countless watching eyes, Serafina took the Sprite, slowly brought it to her lips, and took a small sip. Contact. In that moment, countless guys present felt their hearts shatter. After finishing her sip of Sprite, Serafina calmly and naturally handed the bottle back to me. "Thanks." I waved it off. "No problem." While speaking, I took back the Sprite and casually returned the watermelon juice to Serafina. Right then, along with a sharp whistle cutting through the air, a strong gust came from behind. The distance was so close that even Mason standing beside me didn't even have time to react. All I saw was a round black object whistling through the air, flying toward me and Serafina. I suddenly spun around, simultaneously shooting out my arm, lightning fast, reaching toward that dark shape. Smack! A basketball was caught cleanly in my one hand. A wave of shocked gasps immediately erupted like a tide, including Mason. Everyone around wore expressions of stunned disbelief, staring at me wide-eyed. a one-handed catch, and in a situation that was practically a sneak attack. What the hell? What kind of reflexes are those? That was so cool. Only Serafina's expression flickered slightly. As she looked at me, "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "I'm fine." Then I looked up, gazing at Tyler walking toward us from not far away. That throw could have hit not just me, but Serafina was also within the attack range and could easily have been caught in the crossfire. Thinking of this, my expression suddenly turned cold. "Are you blind?" The person who'd just thrown the ball was Tyler Sullivan, the handsome big shot of Class 5 in our grade. Today, Class 5 also had PE as their last period. Tyler had originally been playing basketball with some of his boys from class. When he happened to turn his head, he spotted me and Serafina, not far away, especially when he saw Serafina voluntarily bringing me a drink. It directly ignited a dark flame inside him. Without thinking, he raised his hand and hurled the basketball at me. He'd originally thought this throw would hit the back of my head. If not injure me, at least cause some pain, plus embarrass me in front of everyone. Instead, it made me the center of attention. But one scheme having failed, Tyler was already hatching another. Acting like nothing happened, Tyler casually smiled and walked toward me. Sorry, my hand slipped, and I threw it wrong. Mason finally reacted, already unable to contain his anger. "You call that a slip?" "You aimed right at the back of my bro's head." "That was obviously on purpose." Tyler shrugged, smiling carelessly. "Well, it didn't hit him anyway." Then he looked at me, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Didn't expect you could play ball? How about a one-on-one? You game?" Tyler dropped all pretense, directly challenging me. Hearing this, quite a few students present couldn't help but change expressions. They knew Tyler's basketball skills very well. He joined the school team in junior year. Though not a starter, he was a solid bench player. He'd represented the school in plenty of district-level competitions. Mason immediately panicked, quickly pulling me back. "Bro, don't accept." My eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Tyler without saying anything. Tyler wasn't in a hurry either, standing there all proper and composed, his perfect appearance carrying a hint of mockery as he looked at me. "Of course, if you're scared, just admit it in front of everyone, and I won't mind." Saying that was obviously a deliberate provocation, intentionally trying to bully me. Mason glared at Tyler. "Sullivan, quit trying to provoke him." Then he turned anxiously to Serafina. "Class president, talk some sense into him." He was worried he couldn't convince me, and that only Serafina's words would have any effect. But at that moment, Serafina glanced at me, then looked at the basketball in my hand, as if recalling something, looking thoughtful. Then she looked up at me and asked softly, "Think you can win?" Her voice sounded like she was asking for confirmation. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Let's find out." Mason immediately freaked out. "What the hell? I'm over here trying to talk you out of it, and you two are just going along with each other like nothing's wrong? I can't handle this. What if Sullivan destroys you?" But before Mason could anxiously speak again, Serafina nodded. "I'll cheer for you." I simply said, Turned to look at Tyler, one-on-one. "I accept." Simple and direct, case closed. Even Tyler himself was briefly stunned when he heard it, then laughed, a gleam dancing in his eyes. Interesting. The basketball area of the small court. Half court, one-on-one, American rules, 11 points, 3 dribble limit, 1 game to decide the winner. On the sidelines, at least several dozen students had gathered to watch. Everyone held their breath, looking tense. I had the ball first. Outside the three-point line, Tyler looked at me, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "I'll let you go first." Then he tossed the ball to me. I caught it and smiled at Tyler. "Thanks." The moment I finished speaking, with almost no warning, I suddenly rose and raised my hand, executing a textbook jump shot with perfect form. The release was so fast Tyler hadn't even reacted yet. In his hurry to turn and look up, he could only watch the basketball trace a perfect arc through the air, swishing through, nothing but net. In. 3 points good. The basketball bounced on the ground. Tyler stood there frozen. Mason watched with his jaw on the floor. What the hell? The entire court, with dozens of students watching, immediately erupted in thunderous gasps. And amid the continuous exclamations, Serafina stood on the sideline, with her cold, calm expression, slightly raising her delicate brows, showing a hint of understanding. After readjusting his composure, Tyler picked up the ball with a cold face, turned back to face me. Again, he passed the ball to me once more. I nodded again. Once again, light and casual. "Thanks." The moment I finished speaking, I suddenly leaned forward with a half-step, simultaneously dribbling forward to the left. First dribble looking like I was trying to drive forward. Tyler's nerves were on high alert. He immediately reacted, preparing to cut off the left side. But the instant his center of gravity shifted left, I made a sudden hard stop, pulled the ball back with a step back, instantly retreating beyond the three-point line, directly throwing off his balance. Another clean, decisive jump shot. The basketball, once again, traced a perfect arc through the air. Before everyone watching, it swished through nothing but net. Another 3, 2 in a row. This time, the whole court exploded. Mason watched with such excitement he nearly jumped up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Bro, you're insane!" Tyler's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He'd been fooled. This guy's shooting touch was too accurate. His strategy was too cunning. And amid all the commotion, Serafina on the sideline let the corner of her mouth curl into a faint smile, just as she thought. Others didn't know my basketball skills, but she'd read my journal in her past life, and in that journal, she'd read about some of my little secrets and hidden talents. Turns out I'd loved playing basketball since I was young, and had even been selected for the county youth training team in elementary school. By high school, because of my introverted personality and lack of friends, plus the heavy academic load, I had fewer and fewer chances to play. But whenever I was in a bad mood, I'd still go to the court alone to play for a while, practicing my shooting, especially after falling for Madison. Every time I got rejected by that green tea class flower from the other section, feeling wronged, I'd go to the court to play basketball and release my sad emotions. Thinking of this, Serafina felt a sour jealousy rise in her heart. Her gaze toward me gradually turned cold. Because of that Madison girl, he practiced basketball almost every day. On the court, as Tyler went to retrieve the ball, I suddenly shivered, feeling a chill down my spine. Somehow it felt like killing intent. The score was already 8-0. Everyone present was shocked beyond belief. Tyler was on the school team, and he was getting destroyed by Grayson like this? Couldn't defend anything at all? It was like he was being toyed with. For the final 3 points, the entire court suddenly went silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid to breathe loudly, eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail. Passing the ball to me again, Tyler stood in front of me, crouching and staring me down. His eyes had started turning red. Can't lose. In front of all these people. If I lose to a guy like this, Tyler Sullivan's reputation at school will be completely ruined. My expression remained calm and composed. Another pump fake before releasing the ball. Tyler desperately jumped with all his might, reaching up to try to block, but it was too late. Just looking at my textbook wrist snap and the trajectory of the ball, you could already tell this 3 was definitely going in. Tyler watched me in desperation and fury as his body was about to land. In that moment, a dark, vicious thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Tyler deliberately extended his leg, pushing his foot forward. Swish! The basketball went through nothing but net. Perfect three-pointer. 11-0. Complete shutout in the one-on-one. The court erupted in thunderous cheers. But at the same time, Tyler and I both landed one after another. Several students, starting with Mason, suddenly froze in horror, noticing that the top of Tyler's right foot had positioned itself right where I was landing. "Bro, watch out," Mason shouted in alarm. My reaction was a step faster. The moment I realized his malicious intent, I forced myself to adjust my posture before landing, shifting my center of gravity. Thud, I landed. I temporarily shifted my weight onto my right leg, while my left leg tried to reduce the downward force, but I still couldn't avoid. Stepping on the foot Tyler had stuck out, my body stumbled, staggering back 2 steps, but I stayed on my feet. The whole court erupted in commotion. Mason rushed over worriedly. "Bro, you okay?" Then my classmates all glared furiously at Tyler. "What's your problem? Playing dirty because you can't handle losing?" Tyler's boys from class 5 also gathered around, but they'd witnessed Tyler's obvious foot placement with their own eyes. So now, as they looked at Tyler, they all had complicated expressions. They never expected the big shot they'd always admired. To have his perfect image crumble like this, Tyler's face was ugly. He felt a bit of regret right after sticking his foot out. It really wasn't a good look, and what was most infuriating was that he still hadn't managed to hurt me, but outwardly he stubbornly denied it with a cold laugh. "Who's playing dirty? Don't go making false accusations. I didn't do it on purpose. And besides, he's fine anyway." But inside, Tyler was seething. Damn! If I could have put this punk out for a few days, at least that would have been satisfying. Hearing Tyler's stubborn excuses, Mason and the senior guys grew even angrier. I waved my hand, looked up at Tyler with a smile. Losing the game was one thing, But losing your dignity too, aren't you embarrassed? A casual remark. But it was like an invisible slap, landing squarely on his face, smack, burning hot. Tyler's expression grew even uglier. Then he laughed coldly. You know what you're saying? You get lucky and win one game, and suddenly you think you're somebody? Let's go. With that, Tyler was about to call his boys, and turned to leave. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cool, melodic voice rang out. Footsteps approached, and everyone unconsciously turned toward the sound. The crowd parted, revealing Serafina walking over with an icy expression. Completely ignoring everyone else around her, she walked straight up to Tyler. Looking at the ice goddess right before his eyes, Tyler's heart shamefully beat a little faster. Then he watched as the school beauty raised her long, slender leg, the toe of her shoe, kicking hard into Tyler's right shin. Smack! Before he could react at all, completely not expecting this, Tyler immediately grabbed his leg and howled in pain. His scream practically echoed across the entire court. Serafina just looked at him coldly, 2 words escaping her lips. Pathetic coward. Then she turned and walked over to me, her cool, small hand taking mine, her tone icy. Let's go. Before everyone's eyes. I was just like that, led away by my beautiful deskmate. The basketball court was dead silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. The amount of information was overwhelming. First, Grayson displayed jaw-dropping basketball skills, winning 11-0 one-on-one, completely shutting out Tyler from the school team. Then Tyler maliciously stuck out his foot to hurt someone, and the school beauty stepped up to deliver a solid kick to Tyler. Finally, she took my hand and left together. The seniors finally snapped back to reality. Someone smacked their lips, hesitating, carefully speaking up. Did our class president just seem kind of fiercely protective of her man? The moment those words came out, the girls who knew the school beauty's cold personality all couldn't help but hesitate, then slowly nod. Mason beside them just snorted. What do you mean seem? Have some confidence. As he spoke, Mason gazed toward where Serafina and I had departed, his eyes shining bright. That was definitely fierce protectiveness. The school beauty and her deskmate, hand in hand, walked along the tree-lined path on campus, looking at my beautiful deskmate with her calm, cold expression. I couldn't help but ask curiously, where are we going? My beautiful deskmate's voice was calm and brief. The nurse's office. Then she glanced at my left foot. You sprained it just now, didn't you? I was briefly stunned, glancing at my left ankle, and honestly nodded. I reacted in time but couldn't fully dodge. My beautiful deskmate asked, does it hurt? I admitted honestly, a little. Serafina raised an eyebrow slightly, nodding. Then let me help you walk. Before I could even react, Serafina had already pressed close to my side, her movements completely natural, as she pulled my left arm around and draped it over her shoulder. At the same time, she extended an arm to wrap around my waist. Suddenly, skin against skin, a faint fragrance wafting. In an instant, half of my beautiful deskmate's body was practically pressed against mine. Even through the school uniform, I could feel her heart-stirring curves, and that soft sensation that nearly made my mind go blank. A grown man's soul of over 30 years, and my old face turned red on the spot. Flustered, no need. I can walk by myself. But the next second, my beautiful deskmate tilted her head to look over. The distance between us was mere inches, our eyes meeting. I saw her delicate brows furrow slightly. Listen to me, cold as always, her tone carrying the unquestionable authority of a class president, looking at a face so breathtakingly beautiful. Just 8 inches from my own, and those beautiful eyes staring at me without blinking. I immediately lost all my momentum and obediently cooperated. Okay. On the tree-lined path, a girl supporting a boy as they walked side by side, breaking the hearts of every student who passed by. Arriving at the nurse's office, the staff member wasn't there. Serafina helped me sit down in a chair, then turned to look for the medicine box. The moment I sat down, I felt like a weight had been lifted, letting out a long breath. My heart had been pounding like crazy just now. 2 lifetimes of living, and this was the first time I'd had such intimate contact with my beautiful deskmate. It was really too ambiguous. That hug at the observatory last time didn't count. That was purely deskmate friendship expressing gratitude. A moment later, Serafina retrieved a small bottle of medicated spray from the medicine box and walked over. She pulled up a chair and sat in front of me. Lift your foot. Still short and sweet. I didn't dare let her keep helping. I can do it myself. Serafina's cold expression didn't change. She just looked up and gave me one look. Lift your foot. Just that one look. And I directly cooperated obediently. lifting my left foot and rolling up my pant leg a bit, revealing my left foot. Sure enough, my ankle was already a bit red and swollen. My beautiful deskmate glanced at it, offering a soft comment. That Tyler really went too far. Inside, Serafina was grinding her teeth with anger. That kick earlier had been too light. Next time she'd have Uncle Joe handle it. Then Serafina, without any hesitation, placed my left calf on her knee, took the spray bottle, and spritzed my ankle twice. Serafina lowered her head, reached out her hand, and gently rubbed her fingers over the sprained area of my ankle, massaging in circles to help the medicine absorb. While carefully massaging my ankle, Serafina spoke softly without looking up. Tell me if it hurts, and I'll be gentler. It didn't hurt. I felt my beautiful deskmate's pale, slender, elegant fingers, gently massaging my ankle, the pressure just right and gentle, watching my beautiful deskmate with her head lowered, focused on applying medicine and massaging for me. I felt like cold water had been dumped on my head. My beautiful deskmate was being too good to me, wasn't she? A certain thought suddenly flashed through my mind, and I felt my heart skip 2 beats. Looking at my beautiful deskmate still with her head lowered, focused on massaging my ankle, I swallowed and carefully opened my mouth. Hey, are you? My beautiful deskmate stopped her movements and looked up, her clear eyes watching me, waiting for me to continue. I spoke. Does your family run a massage parlor? You've got skills. The air froze for a moment. Serafina felt a question mark slowly growing above her head. What was this silly boy saying? She had no idea that at this moment I was panicking inside. The little person in my heart thumping its chest, face pale and soul not yet returned. That was close. I almost actually asked that just now. But at such close range, facing my beautiful deskmate's gaze, looking into those beautiful, bright eyes, staring at me without blinking, suddenly made my heart a little flustered. A grown man's soul of over 30 years, and I was getting my own heart rate messed up. So I'd hastily changed my words. My beautiful deskmate probably didn't notice, right? Not answering this strange question, Serafina had already lowered her head again, focused on continuing to massage the medicine in for me. At the same time, her calm voice said, I don't like that Tyler guy. You helped me teach him a lesson just now. So, consider it. I owe you a favor. Helping you apply medicine is just repayment. Don't misunderstand. So that was it. Someone suddenly understood. Sure enough, my beautiful deskmate was still the same cold person I knew from my past life. How could she possibly be interested in a nobody deskmate like me? Being reborn really meant staying calmer. I couldn't let myself get too full of myself. At that moment, my beautiful deskmate casually, offhandedly asked, Oh right, you're pretty good at basketball. Who'd you practice for? I stretched out my leg comfortably, letting my beautiful deskmate massage it, answering without thinking. Not for anyone in particular, just practiced when I was in a bad mood. But speaking of that, I should thank that Madison girl from the other section. Ha ha ha, hiss! Suddenly I sucked in a cold breath. My eyes suddenly went wide, my back also straightening abruptly, staring blankly at my beautiful deskmate before me. Serafina withdrew her hand as if nothing happened. Her voice, calm as usual, pressed wrong spot by accident. Sorry. That evening, after night study ended, school let out. I packed up my desk, slung my backpack on and was ready to leave, when I noticed my beautiful deskmate following along too. Your foot is sprained. It's not convenient to walk. I'll support you. Still short and sweet. With that, my beautiful deskmate very naturally prepared to pull my arm up over her shoulder, while her other hand reached out to wrap around my waist. I hurriedly stopped her. No need, no need. I've been helped enough today. I can walk by myself. Mainly because after night study ended, from the classroom to the bike storage, there would be way too many people. Being supported so closely by the Ice Queen school beauty, arm around my waist as we walked, I figured I'd be killed by the jealous, furious stares of students along the way. My beautiful deskmate raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded, then extended her small hand toward me again. Then let's hold hands. My beautiful deskmate wore an expression like it was nothing. The hallway lights aren't on. I'm scared of the dark. Deskmates helping each other out, holding hands is perfectly reasonable, right? Not really that reasonable, but thinking about it, this afternoon she, my beautiful deskmate, had supported me all the way to the nurse's office. Tonight she was scared of the dark, so me holding her hand to help a bit, as a form of repayment, was the right thing to do. Okay, I nodded in agreement, and the next second, a cool, soft, small hand was placed in my palm. And so, the two of us walked hand in hand down the dimly lit path. Serafina's outward appearance remained cold and calm as always, but the little person inside her heart was like a little fox, grinning with eyes squeezed shut. all along the way, hand in hand, walking side by side, drawing countless shocked, extremely jealous stares from students. If looks could kill, I suspected I would have had to be reborn. Another 180 times along this path, finally reaching the underground bike storage, I hurriedly let go of my beautiful deskmate's hand and rushed inside. When I pushed my bike out, I tried stepping on the pedal and frowned slightly. My sprained ankle still hurt a bit and couldn't take any pressure. Serafina was still waiting beside me. She noticed my expression. Still hurts? I nodded, then shook my head. It's fine. I can still bike home. It'll probably be better after a night's rest. I'm a guy. What's the big deal? The parenting philosophy of parents in this era. Daughters should be pampered and treasured, precious. For sons, there's only one principle. Keep them alive. Growing up, I'd had all kinds of bumps, falls, and sprains, walking through it all bruised but in good spirits. But Serafina furrowed her delicate brows. That won't do. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision. Get in my car. I'll have the driver take you home first. The school beauty had made her decision, and her attitude didn't accept refusal. And so, a moment later, in front of Southbrook High School, countless students just getting out of school and preparing to leave, stared with wide eyes and dropped jaws. As they watched the ice goddess of their hearts, the school beauty, leading a male student, pushing a bicycle toward a black Maybach. The bike was put in the trunk, and then the two of them just openly got into the back seat of the Maybach together. The car door slammed shut, shattering countless guys' hearts. My best friend Mason happened to witness this scene and dragged a passing classmate over to brag. See that? That guy is my best friend, Grayson. Also witnessing this scene was Madison, walking out the school gate with her group of besties. Her besties couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Was that Grayson getting into the Maybach? Are he and Serafina really dating? But didn't he like Madison? Madison's face was ugly, unable to speak. What's that got to do with me? Heading home. Inside the Maybach, sitting in the back seat, Serafina looked toward Uncle Joe in the driver's seat, her voice calm as she spoke. Uncle Joe, please take him home first. He's a schoolmate, just helping out since it's on the way. Uncle Joe in the driver's seat calmly replied, Yes, miss. But Uncle Joe had seen a lot in his years. His pupils were shaking violently. A Maybach ride home after school? This was a first. Even I, a reborn person, found this novel. But I wasn't flustered at all. I got in the car and looked around openly, politely greeting Uncle Joe in the front seat. Thanking him, Uncle Joe? Sorry for the trouble. A nice car like this probably doesn't give rides to just anyone, right? Uncle Joe in the driver's seat was still deeply shaken, hadn't yet calmed down. Hearing this, he unconsciously nodded and replied, That's right. He'd been with the Sinclair family for so many years, and this was the first time he'd seen Miss Sinclair use her personal car to give another male student a ride home. But before he could finish speaking, Serafina, calmly and casually, cut him off. That's not true. I've given plenty of people rides when it's convenient. You're not the first, so don't misunderstand. Is that so? I listened with surprised curiosity. Didn't expect my usually cold school beauty deskmate would take the initiative to give other classmates rides. Uncle Joe in the front driver's seat also immediately caught on, instantly changing his tune, nodding vigorously. Right. Miss Sinclair usually loves helping people, especially good to her classmates. Whenever she's free, she's always giving other classmates rides. Hearing this, I understood and nodded, glancing at Serafina beside me with her calm, natural expression. Looks like I still understood my beautiful deskmate too little. I was being a bit too full of myself. The Maybach stopped at the open area in front of my house. I opened the door and got out, politely thanking Serafina and Uncle Joe the driver, then prepared to close the door and turn to leave. But before closing the door, I glanced at where the Maybach was parked, vaguely remembering something, my expression puzzled. Why did this parking spot seem a bit familiar? The harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze again. In her past life, as the female CEO of a publicly traded corporation, Serafina's strong psychological fortitude was now on full display. She just glanced at me, calmly saying, You're imagining things. You're overthinking. Goodbye. She said this without changing expression as she pressed the button to raise the window. The window slowly closed. Uncle Joe's cheerful laughter from the driver's seat drifted back. Right. Grayson must definitely be imagining things. We won't talk anymore. We're leaving. See you later. The next second, the dark Maybach shot off like its rear was on fire, immediately speeding away and disappearing, leaving me standing there alone, slightly dazed and confused. Was I imagining things? At the same time, in the Maybach driving down the road, Serafina, in the back seat, thought about someone's completely clueless expression. just before the window closed, and couldn't help but let her lips curl up, silly little fool. The next day, Tuesday, Southbrook High School entered the second mock exam period. In the exam room, I sat alone at my desk, looking at the first subject's exam paper that the proctor had just handed out. My eyes scanned each question on the paper, as if they were incredibly familiar old friends. I smiled slightly and picked up my pen. In that moment, my aura shifted from hidden calmness to suddenly sharp as an unsheathed sword. Showtime begins. The second mock exam lasted 2 days. For liberal arts students, the 3 main subjects were literature, math, and English, plus 1 comprehensive subject covering civics, history, and geography. By Wednesday afternoon, everything was finished. For most seniors, parsements. Finishing the second mock exam meant breathing a sigh of relief, but this time, for many seniors, at Southbrook High School, the end of the mock exam didn't mean they could relax. In the 2 days after the exam ended, the entire senior class at Southbrook High seemed to be enveloped in a strange atmosphere of underlying tension, because a certain rumor over these past few days had grown wings and spread throughout the grade, even the whole school. Tyler Sullivan from Class 5 senior year, and some guy named Grayson from Class 2, fighting over the school beauty Serafina, made a bet on the second mock exam's rankings. Whoever loses has to give up competing for the school beauty, and even has to run naked around the track. Who was Tyler Sullivan? In all of Southbrook High School, everyone knew him, handsome and smart. He was the dreamboat of countless female students. In every major exam, his grade ranking was stable in the top 5, even top 3. But who was this Grayson? No one had even heard of him. Regarding this bet, some discussed it excitedly, some sneered dismissively, and some were curious and expectant. In this atmosphere, time slowly crept toward Friday. Early that morning, countless seniors were completely energized, because this was the day Southbrook High would announce the second mock exam rankings. Arriving at school Friday morning, there was no morning reading or homework check. The students of Class 2 entered the classroom, each sitting at their seats studying on their own, occasionally whispering to each other, and quite a few eyes kept secretly. Glancing toward Group 4 in the classroom, the back row, obviously. The argument between Tyler and me last week outside the cafeteria, over Serafina, and the bet had long spread through the class. Today was the day to determine the winner. However, the 2 parties involved, me and Serafina, looked completely unconcerned, light as clouds and wind, both sitting in our seats, focused on eating breakfast. The students even saw their class president, the school beauty, very naturally share the dumplings she'd bought, giving me 2 of them. I also acted like it was perfectly natural, accepting them without any politeness and continuing to eat happily. As the class bell rang, first period, second period, third period, every time a teacher entered for their class, the students would watch with tense, expectant eyes. But the answer they got was always the ranking announcement. We'll have to wait a bit longer. Not until the last period of the morning did the homeroom teacher walk in, his face stern as he announced, the second mock exam rankings will be announced before the first afternoon period. Furthermore, the school will directly post the rankings on the honor board at the entrance to the teaching building. The time was set. Let the show begin. As time quietly passed, the closer it got to the announcement time, the homeroom teacher had mentioned, the more tense and expectant everyone became. The senior class, both liberal arts and science students, all started getting more and more excited, discussing, animatedly, they're about to post it. Tyler Sullivan from Class 5 Liberal Arts. I heard he got the answer key right after the exam to estimate his score. At least 605. With this exam's difficulty, 635 points in liberal arts. Is definitely stable, top 5, even top 3. He might even threaten Serafina Sinclair's ranking. But this Grayson guy from Class 2, never even heard of him, always at the bottom of the grade, ranked in the bottom 10%. He's done for this time. Ha ha ha. When lunch break came, my best friend Mason couldn't sit still either. Rushing over to report the situation, Grayson, this is bad news. The whole grade is talking about you and Tyler, and everyone thinks you're gonna lose. Plenty of people are just waiting to see you embarrassed. I nodded. Well, I'm going to get lunch. Mason nearly fainted from frustration. Dude, you're thinking about food at a time like this? Then Serafina stood up and walked over, her expression calm as she called to me, let's go. Lunch. What do you want to eat today? I immediately perked up. You're treating. You decide. Serafina's gaze shifted to land on Mason, her eyes narrowing slightly. Want to eat too? Mason jumped and immediately shook his head frantically, his face full of flattering smiles. How would I dare? I don't want to. Then you can leave now. Yes, class president. I'll take my leave. At noon, at Alan's restaurant outside the school gate. As usual, my wealthy school beauty deskmate was treating. Not having to spend my own money. My appetite at lunch was excellent. Head down, eating heartily. Sitting across from me, Serafina hurriedly ate a few bites, then propped her chin on one hand and started watching me eat. She suddenly asked, "Confident?" I didn't even look up, continuing to wolf down food, mumbling unclearly in response. Unbeatable. Light and calm, but carrying complete confidence. So Serafina listened and let her lips curl up too. Good. Then I'll wait to watch the show later. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, glaciers melting. So stunning that the students eating nearby were dazed, dropping their chopsticks and forgetting to pick them up. I happened to look up, just in time to catch this radiant smile, and couldn't help but freeze too. Coming back to my senses, I unconsciously blurted out, the words slipping out, "When you smile like that, you're even more beautiful than usual." This time it was Serafina's turn to be stunned, then react. The ice-cold female CEO from her past life was rarely flustered for once. Her face involuntarily tinged with a bit of pink. "What are you saying?" I also caught myself, immediately blushing, frantically explaining, nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Storm clouds gathering, a great battle imminent, yet these two young people were here blowing romantic bubbles. After finishing lunch, Serafina and I headed back. It was already around 1 p.m., the time the homeroom teacher said the second mock exam rankings would be announced. Didn't seem far away anymore. Walking through the school gate onto campus, as we passed the teaching building entrance, we noticed a crowd had already gathered, near the honor board. Serafina raised an eyebrow slightly, looking surprised. "Have the results been announced already?" I walked forward, and found the honor board was still empty. The new second mock exam rankings hadn't been posted yet. The students gathered here probably also knew the time was approaching, coming here to wait early, wanting to get the hot news firsthand. I didn't plan to wait. I was about to turn around and head back to class with my beautiful deskmate when I suddenly heard a male and female voice call out simultaneously. "Grayson!" I stopped and turned toward the sound, seeing the crowd part, as one guy and one girl stepped forward. The guy was tall and handsome. The girl was sweet and cute. To me, they were old acquaintances. I couldn't know better. Tyler and Madison. Didn't expect at this moment these two would be together. Tyler looked at me, his face wearing an expression of condescending contempt, laughing coldly. "Knew the rankings were about to be posted? So you came here specifically to watch yourself lose miserably? Let me tell you, today is the day you, Grayson, have your reputation destroyed at Southbrook High." Madison beside him also looked at me, her eyes carrying undisguised schadenfreude, an arrogant, high and mighty attitude. "Grayson, I really don't know who gave you the nerve to dare bet against Tyler. Before this, I was still considering whether to give you a chance to pursue me again from scratch. But now it looks completely unnecessary. Someone like you not only isn't worthy of being Tyler's opponent, but you're completely unqualified to pursue me." On one side was the god-level genius from Class 5, on the other was the class flower from Class 7. Tyler and Madison, one after another, in front of such a crowd, simultaneously targeting one person without any mercy, mocking and ridiculing. It really packed quite a punch, so much so that the students standing around, watching the drama unfold, their eyes looking at me, couldn't help but carry some sympathetic pity. This guy's really in for it. However, before I could even open my mouth, a cold voice rang out. "Grayson, having me is enough. Why would he need to pursue anyone else?" Everyone was immediately stunned, looking up toward the voice. They saw Serafina walking straight through the crowd, her presence commanding. Serafina's gaze finally landed on Madison, the corner of her lips curving into a cold, mocking smile. "Giving Grayson a chance to pursue you again? Who the hell do you think you are?" That single sentence was like a thunderclap, shocking all the students. In front of the honor board, their minds going blank, Madison stood frozen, her face suddenly flushing red, both embarrassed and furious. But the problem was this statement came from Serafina's mouth. Given the other party's status as school beauty, whether in looks or other aspects, she was completely outclassed. Even wanting to retort, she was powerless to do so. Tyler beside her watched Serafina protect me like this, a flash of hatred in his eyes. Then he looked at me with a cold laugh. "Grayson, is this all you've got? Besides hiding behind a woman, having Serafina shield you, what other skills do you have?" The moment Tyler said this, Madison also immediately perked up. So she turned and also looked toward me, laughing coldly. Grayson, if you got the guts, speak for yourself. The spear was pointed straight at me again, and I happily nodded. Sure, I'll speak then. My calm, relaxed demeanor suddenly made Madison vaguely feel something was off. Let me explain to you one more time. I have no interest in you. Serafina is my deskmate, and she's also the school beauty. Beautiful and academically excellent, too. If I were scoring, she'd be at least a 9. If I'm going to pursue anyone, I'd pursue her. Why would I pursue a 3 like you? Right? Honest, sincere words. Madison heard this, and her mind went blank with a buzz, simply unable to believe her ears. Her small, cherry lips trembled nonstop. What did you say? I'm a 3? She, Madison, was the class flower of Class 7, and even if her looks weren't as good as Serafina's, she was absolutely among the top. At Southbrook High. Never expected the day would come when someone would publicly rate her as a 3. At this moment, Madison's best friend, Derek, stepped forward from the crowd, her face full of anger as she yelled at me, Grayson, how can you be so disgusting? Do you even know what you are? And you dare to rate my girl Madison? Who do you think you are? I turned and glanced at Derek. You're a 1. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Derek stood there frozen, then reacted, her face immediately turning red to her ears. I couldn't be bothered with her anymore. I turned, my gaze falling on Tyler. And you? Does your leg still hurt? Another caring inquiry, immediately making quite a few people present suddenly remember the one-on-one showdown on the basketball court a few days ago. This time it was Tyler's turn for his face to flush, but he was clearly much calmer than Derek. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he looked at me with a cold laugh. Grayson, stop putting on an act here. Say whatever you want. But today's second mock exam rankings will determine the winner. Since you're all here already, it's perfect for Serafina to get a good look at what kind of clown the person she chose really is. Madison also laughed coldly, her eyes turning toward Serafina. Exactly. Serafina, I admit you're prettier than me, and your grades are better too. But unfortunately, your taste in men is way worse than mine. You could have chosen anyone, but you chose someone like Grayson. I can only feel sorry for you. Right at that moment, a male student came running over breathlessly from not far away, shouting continuously, They're out! They're out! Everyone's eyes followed him, watching as this student ran up, his face full of excitement, eyes fixed intently on Tyler. Tyler! Our class's scores came out first. I just saw them at the homeroom teacher's office. This time on the second mock exam, you got 604 points. Third in the grade. The moment these words came out, a wave of shock immediately rippled through the crowd. Stunned, everyone looking at Tyler carried admiration. As expected of the god-level genius from Class 5, his scores really are amazing. Tyler's face showed smug arrogance, though his words remained modest. Really? That's actually a bit below my estimate. I thought I could compete for second place. The student who came to deliver the news turned his gaze to Serafina beside him, showing a look of awe. When I was at the teacher's office, I heard that Serafina Sinclair's test was apparently also graded. Total score, 643, second in liberal arts. The crowd buzzed with shock again, everyone's eyes simultaneously turning to Serafina, amazed and impressed. Serafina just raised an eyebrow slightly at this, seeming unsurprised by the result. She looked at the student, then who's first? The student shook his head. I don't know. But anyway, the whole grade's results seem to be all out now. They're about to announce them. The teachers are coming to post the rankings. Everyone immediately looked in the direction he pointed. Under the sunlight, not far away at the administrative building entrance, a middle-aged male teacher was holding a large ranking poster, hurrying toward the honor board. Just as it started being posted, suddenly, from not far away came an earth-shattering shout. Grayson! With a whoosh, everyone jumped, involuntarily turning toward the sound. They saw Mason sprinting frantically from the teaching building toward the honor board. Grayson? Drenched in sweat as he arrived, Mason was panting heavily. While simultaneously excited beyond belief, he reached out and grabbed my shoulders tightly, his voice trembling. I saw the scores at the homeroom teacher's office. Your ranking is. Hearing such a trembling, excited tone, looking at Mason's extremely excited expression, suddenly an ominous premonition grew wildly like weeds, immediately rising in the hearts of Tyler, Madison, and Derek. In front of everyone, Mason took a deep breath, and in an excited voice, shouted, first in the entire grade. In an instant, it was as if the whole world froze still. At this moment in front of the honor board, the middle-aged teacher, had just finished posting the top portion of the ranking poster. Third place, Tyler Sullivan, total score 634. Second place, Serafina Sinclair, total score 643. At the very top of the ranking list, clearly printed without error, was a line of text. First place, Grayson Rivers, total score 648. Everyone was instantly stunned. The smug, mocking satisfaction on Madison's face froze completely, her whole body turning to stone. The pupils in Tyler's eyes suddenly filled with disbelief, his brain exploding with a boom. His whole world collapsed. As for Serafina at this moment, she just tilted her head to look at me. Remembering last night when she'd compared test answers with someone, her own mood had been shaken too. Disbelieving, yet overjoyed. Her eyes couldn't help but sparkle with a smile. This little deskmate of hers had truly given everyone, including herself, an unimaginably huge surprise. I looked at Tyler, calmly saying, "Looks like you're performing tonight." Tyler ultimately didn't have thick enough skin, or the courage to fulfill his promise. In the end, under everyone's eyes, he fled in humiliation. That evening he asked for leave and didn't come to night study. For the entire month after, he didn't come to school either. It was as if he had completely disappeared, not daring to show his face. This also left Mason, who had specifically gathered a crowd that evening, planning to go to the track to observe and enjoy the show, rather disappointed. How can this Tyler guy talk big but not follow through? Just like last time at basketball, he really has no backbone. During the second period of evening study, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom, his whole face glowing, his entire being wrapped in joy. He directly announced that Class 2 had done very well this time. His gaze especially fell on me, looking at me like a rare treasure, praising endlessly. A fine sword is forged through grinding. Plum blossoms gain their fragrance from bitter cold. Grayson did exceptionally well this time, giving me a huge surprise. With effort, miracles can happen. The homeroom teacher's mood was simply blooming with joy. Finally, he added, "Of course, Grayson doing so well this time also requires thanking Serafina. Her tutoring and help made a big difference." Not only did the homeroom teacher think this way, but the classmates in the room also nodded, in agreement, looking at me with extremely envious eyes, looking at Serafina with admiration and respect. As for the homeroom teacher's praise, Serafina maintained her cold, calm expression, neither arrogant nor impatient. "It's nothing, sir. Helping classmates is what I should do. Grayson doesn't need to specially thank me, worthy of being the school beauty." Such selfless awareness. Only I, who had just unconditionally signed an unequal treaty, heard this and felt my lips twitch. You're selfless. So selfless. Can I take back that unequal treaty from earlier? That evening after school, heading home, the moment I stepped through the door, my parents rushed over with excited faces, directly giving me a warm hug, along with a barrage of cheek-pinching and head-rubbing. "Well done. Worthy of being our son. You really made us proud." Turns out the homeroom teacher was in such a good mood that afternoon that he couldn't help calling my parents first to share the good news. My parents also simply couldn't believe their ears and had to confirm with the homeroom teacher multiple times. Before becoming overjoyed, they warmly invited their son to sit at the dining table, having prepared a full table of lavish late-night snacks to celebrate. Watching me eat, call me eat, the two of them still couldn't help but beam with joy, praising endlessly. Until finally, Mom seemed to remember something and brought it up. "All right, Grayson, your teacher said you did so well this time, thanks to help from a classmate named Sinclair." "Who is this Sinclair?" "When you get the chance, invite them over for dinner. Mom will cook a really nice meal for them, to properly thank them." Invite my beautiful deskmate home for dinner? No way. My relationship with my beautiful deskmate was just a pure deskmate relationship. But in high school, if a boy invites a girl home for dinner and meets the parents, if word got out, it would really cause big trouble. It wouldn't be good for my beautiful deskmate's reputation either. Besides, I'd already agreed to Serafina's 2 conditions. Wasn't that thanks enough? More than enough. Thinking of this, I waved my hand at my parents. No need. My deskmate is great. She gives without expecting anything in return. If you want to thank her, let me do it myself. My parents heard this and nodded. With the second mock exam finished, there were only 30 days left counting down to the college entrance exam. Saturday morning, the homeroom teacher announced to the students, for the next month, if you want to study at school, the classrooms, lecture halls, study rooms, and library will all be open all day. If you want to study at home, that's up to you. The school won't force anyone, but all the teachers will be in the classrooms, or their offices. If you have any questions, come ask anytime. At this point, the homeroom teacher paused, his gaze sweeping over the class 2 students below the podium, his expression rarely softening. This is the final month. What needs to be said, I've told you all too many times. What teachers can do, can help with, is limited. The final stretch of road remaining depends on you to break through yourselves. His tone wasn't as strict as usual, just carrying a few more parts of sincere earnestness. After the announcements were done and class ended, the homeroom teacher specifically called me to the teacher's office, privately praising and expressing satisfaction with my excellent second mock exam results, reminding me to stay humble and prepare well for the college entrance exam. But then he suddenly changed direction, subtly hinting at the relationship between me and Serafina. Could wait until after the college entrance exam to develop, leaving me completely bewildered. In the following days, for the students of Class 2 senior year, they were completely liberated. Free. Most students still chose to stay at school for the final month of review. After all, the atmosphere was better. At home, it was easy to get lazy and slack off. I thought so too. But I found the review atmosphere in the classroom too relaxed, so I decided to go to the lecture hall to focus on studying. Unexpectedly, I discovered my beautiful deskmate Serafina also wanted to go, so I suggested inviting my best friend Mason to join us. But Serafina said Mason wasn't going, and Mason immediately agreed. I think the lecture hall doesn't suit me, so I'll just stay in the classroom. Grayson, you two go ahead. In the end, the two of us went to the lecture hall to study alone. Serafina went to buy drinks at the school cafeteria, so I went ahead by myself to find seats. Entering the lecture hall, I looked around and quickly found a spot in the corner. I walked over and set down my bag and my beautiful deskmate's bag to save the seats. Just as I sat down, preparing to take out paper, pens, and test prep books, I saw a chubby guy in the seat to my front left. Turn around, quietly greeting me, "Hey bro, got a red pen? Let me borrow one." I nodded, sure, generously handing over my red pen. The chubby guy gratefully accepted it. Thanks. After using it, he handed it back. One lending, one returning, and just like that, we started chatting. This chubby guy was from Class 6 senior year, the type who made friends easily. To make conversation easier, he conveniently sat down in the seat right in front of me, and once he started talking, he couldn't stop. The topic revolved around recent rumors. The chubby guy put on a mysterious air, lowering his voice. "Hey bro, you're in liberal arts. You've definitely heard of Grayson from Class 2, right?" I nodded. "Yeah, I have an impression. Not close though." The chubby guy looked smug, thumping his chest. "You're not close. No problem, I am. No, Mason, he's Grayson's best friend." I couldn't help but look the chubby guy up and down, carefully and hesitantly asking, "Are you Mason?" The chubby guy waved his hand magnanimously, his expression proud. "I'm Mason's best friend. So, the info I get is all first-hand hot news? Mason told me personally. That Grayson guy has been sitting with Serafina Sinclair for 2.5 years, and they've long had deep feelings for each other. Plus, it's not just Serafina who's a genius. Actually, that Grayson is also a genius. He's been hiding it the whole time, pretending to be at the bottom to lay low. He just couldn't bear to take the top spot from the school beauty, so he deliberately let her have it." I thought to myself, wow, that's impressive. The chubby guy continued gesturing animatedly, talking nonstop. This time, it's also that Tyler Sullivan from Class 5, who didn't know any better and walked right into the line of fire. Those two lovebirds were being all sweet and romantic, a perfect match of talent and beauty, and he, like some demon, just had to jump in and try to steal her away? Isn't that asking for death? So Grayson got furious over his girl and just stopped hiding. This time, he casually took first place in the whole grade. I also heard that Grayson and Serafina already discussed it privately. Since it's out now, they might as well stop hiding. After the college entrance exam, they're going public. They'll become the legendary couple of Southbrook High, leaving behind a legendary tale for the school, then finally disappearing from the scene. By the end, the chubby guy had moved himself, hands clasped to his chest, face full of admiring dreams. So sweet. When will I find my own princess? I was starting to find this hard to listen to. How did this rumor get so outrageous? I needed to correct this a bit, so I cleared my throat and spoke seriously. You heard wrong. Grayson and Serafina are actually just ordinary classmates with a very innocent deskmate relationship. They're not dating at all. The chubby guy immediately got upset hearing this, giving me a look. Wrong about what? Are you Mason's best friend, or am I Mason's best friend? I showed a helpless expression. In a sense, it seemed like both of us were. Good job, Mason. Looks like I've still been too kind. I shouldn't let that kid off. I need to make him run naked around the track like Tyler. Right at this moment, At the main entrance at the front of the lecture hall, a series of footsteps approached. The chubby guy and I unconsciously looked up toward the sound and saw an elegantly beautiful girl walk in. Wearing the simple red and white school uniform, her figure slender, her face delicate like a painting. She wore her hair in a ponytail, her aura cool as autumn water. Clearly the most ordinary outfit, yet she radiated a unique charm. From the moment she appeared at the door, she had captured the attention of all. The students in the lecture hall, who couldn't look away. Southbrook High School beauty, Serafina Sinclair. The chubby guy stared until his whole body froze, then reacted, immediately getting excited. Oh my God! Serafina Sinclair. As he spoke, his eyes stayed glued to Serafina, while his hand excitedly tugged at my arm. Bro, we hit the jackpot this time. I heard Serafina studies with Grayson now. If the school beauty's at the lecture hall, then Grayson must be here too. The legendary couple is both here. We've got front row seats to the show. I glanced at the chubby guy sitting right in the row in front of me and nodded. It really is quite front row. The chubby guy heard this and was puzzled. What do you mean? Then he noticed Serafina was walking toward him and me and immediately got even more excited. The school beauty and Grayson are going to sit here. Bro, look around quick. Grayson must be near us. I looked down at myself. No need to look. The chubby guy was stunned and finally turned to look at me. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, the students in the lecture hall, the school beauty walked to the corner of the back row, and then, calmly, in front of countless wide-eyed, gaping stares, sat down next to someone, casually handing over a chilled bottle of Sprite. I accepted it calmly. The entire lecture hall suddenly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop, and the chubby guy sitting in the best front row seat for the show, at this moment looking at the legendary couple before him, his whole body nearly turning to stone. Only two big words, screaming and spinning in his head. Oh my God. The commotion in the lecture hall lasted a while, before finally gradually dying down, but there were still students who couldn't help, sneaking glances back, looking in my and Serafina's direction. Serafina and I didn't mind. Each of us took out books and pens from our bags, preparing to start studying. There was just one eyesore. In the row in front of me, a certain chubby guy was sneakily craning his neck like a ghost, constantly turning around to stare at the two of us. I glanced at the chubby guy, just about to speak, when my beautiful deskmate beside me looked up first, her gaze landing on the chubby guy, her tone calm, as she asked, "Sitting this close, is it affecting your studying?" Oh my God, the school beauty is talking to me. The chubby guy's whole body flushed with excitement, nodding frantically. It's fine. Not affecting me? I don't think so. Such a rare opportunity for close-up drama watching. How could he pass it up? Serafina's eyes narrowed slightly, cold with a hint of dangerous aura. No, you do think so. Still calm as ever. But it made the chubby guy suddenly jump. Murderous intent. The chubby guy immediately changed his tune. Oh, right. I do find it a bit inconvenient. I'll sit further away then. Ha ha ha. Along with a dry laugh. The chubby guy whooshed away in an instant teleportation, returning to his original seat far away. Finally, peace. Serafina turned to look at me, smiling calmly. Let's start studying. Studying in the lecture hall really did have a rich academic atmosphere, making people unconsciously immerse themselves in it. After studying in the lecture hall for an hour, we took a short break. Serafina naturally shared one earbud with me, closing her eyes to listen to music. I looked at her beautiful, delicate profile, and in that moment, my heart stirred slightly. Memories from my past life came flooding back like a tide, making me somewhat dazed. Serafina gazed at me gently. Because in her past life she had read a certain little fool's diary, she had, silently, decided to make up for all the warmth I had lacked in my previous life. The days gradually passed like this. I, gradually, got used to the study atmosphere in the lecture hall, and also got used to always having my beautiful deskmate sitting beside me. Occasionally, I would also go back to class 2 from the lecture hall to meet up with my best friend Mason and chat for a bit. Mason told me that recently, quite a few students were pairing up in boy-girl couples, finding places to study together. The tense, pressured atmosphere of the approaching college entrance exam and graduation had broken down the previously clear boundaries between boys and girls, making things bolder and more intimate. He also said that several guys had seized the opportunity for closeness while studying with girls, bravely confessed, and succeeded, waiting until after the exam and graduation to officially be together. This made Mason unable to hide his envy. When will Harper and I get to be like that? Harper was the literature class vice president of class 2, also sort of half-best friend with Serafina, with looks and presence that were equally impressive. I remembered and asked curiously, "Haven't you been going to the library to study with Harper every day recently?" "That's pretty good already." Mason hung his head dejectedly. "Good about what?" "I wanted to invite her to study just the two of us, but she wouldn't agree." I understood. "So a whole group goes together?" Mason scratched his head. "Not exactly. It's just the two of us. She did invite other people, but coincidentally, everyone she invited had something come up and couldn't make it." I looked at Mason, a question mark appearing above my head. "Several days in a row, coincidentally no one showed up?" "It's always just the two of you?" Mason said confidently. "That's right." Harper said so herself. "It really is just coincidence." Then he hung his head again, looking dejected. "Grayson, you think this Harper girl absolutely refuses to be alone with me. Does that mean she's not interested in me at all?" I looked at my best friend like I was looking at an idiot. What kind of logic is that? Still going on about coincidence? With that brain of his? Even if the god of matchmaking came down and tied them together with barbed wire, he'd break it. A moment later, my beautiful deskmate finished packing her books, put on her backpack, and walked over. The two of us left together. On the way to the bike shed, I shared this little story about Mason, with my beautiful deskmate, gleefully mocking the kid. Peak straight male behavior? Hopelessly clueless. My beautiful deskmate's expression was calm, but she was sweating slightly. Arriving at the bike shed, I pushed my bicycle out. The two of us walked side by side out of the school gate. At the school gate, I looked around, but didn't see the familiar black Maybach. "Where's your car?" Serafina said calmly. "My family's car coincidentally broke down. If it's convenient, could you give me a ride home?" I showed an understanding expression, then generously nodded. Deskmates help each other out. So, Serafina sat sideways on the back seat of my bicycle and very naturally wrapped her arms around my waist. I got on the bike, pushed down on the pedals, and steadily carried my beautiful deskmate forward. Serafina, on the back seat, reached up to brush the strands of hair blown across her forehead by the wind, the corner of her lips curving up. This was the first time I'd biked my beautiful deskmate home, but it wasn't the last. For the next 7 consecutive days, Serafina came up with a different reason every day for me to take her home. When we passed by the market my parents often went to, if my parents ever see me biking past here, they'll probably think I'm slacking off on my studies and dating instead. One time while biking my beautiful deskmate home, I casually made a joke. Serafina's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing it, her tone thoughtful. "That market really is too dangerous." I laughed. Relax, relax. How could there be such a coincidence?" So the next evening, at the market near the Lakeview Heights neighborhood, a middle-aged couple carrying plastic bags of vegetables walked out, chatting as they walked. My parents were talking when suddenly, out of nowhere, Mom stopped, her eyes staring blankly ahead at a figure riding a bicycle toward them. "Honey, isn't that our son? He seems to be carrying someone on the back, too." I also didn't expect such a coincidence could actually happen. And so, the following dramatic scene unfolded. In front of the market, at the corner of the street, my parents carrying plastic bags of pork ribs came face to face with their son, biking with his beautiful deskmate. I hurriedly slammed the brakes, stopping the bicycle abruptly in front of my parents. Serafina sitting in the back couldn't brake in time, and by inertia lurched forward, pressing against someone's back. She happily wrapped her arms around her little deskmate's waist. "Oh my, how careless of you." However, before she could pretend to be magnanimous and express understanding towards someone, she suddenly keenly noticed that the waist muscles she was hugging seemed to have suddenly tensed up. Serafina was slightly stunned. At the same time, I had already stopped the bike, both hands still on the handlebars, my expression a bit stiff, raising one hand, giving a dry laugh as I greeted my equally stunned parents before me. "Mom, Dad, what a coincidence." The atmosphere at this moment froze slightly. Dad and Mom stared blankly at their son. Usually Mom was quite articulate, but now she couldn't help but stammer a bit. Who is this?" I hurried to explain. "Oh, this is my classmate. Her house is near here. I'm giving her a ride home." Clearly everything I said was true, but for some reason, saying it in front of my parents, I felt somewhat inexplicably flustered and nervous. By now Serafina had also recovered, realizing what the situation was, and quickly stepped down from the back seat. The girl took a breath, bowed to greet the parents before her, then raised her head with a sweet smile. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Rivers. I'm Grayson's deskmate, Serafina. You can call me Serafina." Her voice was gentle, her manner elegant and polished, along with an almost perfect sweet smile. Simply flawless. I stood beside her watching, nearly stunned. Oh my God. What happened to my cold deskmate? Being deskmates for 2 lifetimes. Had I ever seen this school beauty smile so sweetly? My parents before us were also flustered by this beautiful girl who had stepped down from the bicycle to greet them politely. Oh, so polite. Serafina, right? Hello, hello. While hurriedly exchanging pleasantries, my parents, on the other hand, couldn't help but look Serafina over, from head to toe. An ordinary, simple school uniform looked proper and elegant on this girl, graceful and charming. Her speech and manners clearly showed excellent upbringing. Moreover, her appearance was flawlessly beautiful, her delicate face wearing a sweet smile, making people feel comfortable and at ease. The more they looked, the more pleasing she was. The more they looked, the more they liked her. Then suddenly, Mom reacted. Deskmate? A classmate named Sinclair? She keenly caught the keyword. Mom immediately showed surprise and delight. You're the Sinclair girl that Mr. Liu, the homeroom teacher, mentioned? The one who tutored our Grayson? Dad beside her also reacted, suddenly understanding. That's right, Grayson mentioned it too. He did so well on the second mock exam this time, thanks to lots of help from his deskmate. Serafina smiled sweetly again, her smile carrying a hint of shyness and modesty. You're too kind. Actually, Grayson is smart on his own, and he's hardworking too. I just spent some of my own study time, keeping him company, helping only a little bit. The credit is mainly his. I listened and was stunned again. Why did it sound like my beautiful deskmate was deliberately trying to earn points with my parents? But my parents were already moved. These words were music to their ears. This beautiful girl before them had clearly helped their son so much, yet was still so modest. What a wonderful girl. This child is really well-mannered. Dad suddenly turned to look at his son, immediately deciding, Son, shouldn't you bow and thank Serafina? Mom enthusiastically agreed, nodding vigorously. Right. Thank her properly. I thought to myself, these really are my biological parents. Meanwhile, my beautiful deskmate beside me waved her hands repeatedly, slightly lowering her head, looking shy. You're too polite. No need to thank me. If anyone should be thanking, I should be thanking Grayson. The girl's face even flushed slightly, because at school, Grayson takes care of me all the time, holding my hand to take me to the cafeteria to buy snacks, and holding my hand when walking in the dark, taking me to the observatory to look at stars. When some mean boys bullied me, he stood up and said he'd be my night protector. Recently, he's even been taking the initiative to bike me home every evening. Each good deed was listed specifically and in detail, terrifyingly detailed. I stood beside her listening, my mouth gaping wider and wider, nearly forming an O shape. My whole body felt like it was floating away in the wind. Oh my God, this is bad. What is my beautiful deskmate saying? Though at first glance, it did sound true. But thinking carefully, everything had been twisted. Biking you home, didn't you suggest that yourself? The observatory stargazing was clearly a chance encounter. And going to the cafeteria for snacks and walking in the dark, why did you have to specifically emphasize the hand-holding? My parents also listened until they nearly froze, turning to look at their son, almost doubting whether this was really their son. Our Grayson is this close with this girl? Seeing my parents' strange looks, I hurried to speak. Mom, Dad, don't misunderstand. Serafina and I just have a very innocent deskmate relationship. My parents hesitantly nodded. Oh, a deskmate relationship. That's what they said, but their eyes kept darting back and forth between me and Serafina, their gazes becoming increasingly strange. I was starting to feel uncomfortable, and hurriedly coughed to interrupt. It's getting late. Let me take Serafina home first. The school beauty beside me raised an eyebrow slightly, looking attentive. No rush. I can chat with your parents a bit longer. Chat about what? Any more chatting and there'd be big problems. Ha ha ha, Serafina, you're too polite. Let's go, I said with a dry laugh, while quick as lightning reaching out to firmly grasp my beautiful deskmate's hand, pulling her onto the back seat of the bicycle. At the same time, I quickly got on the bike, pushed the pedals, and hurriedly turned and sped away. Mom, Dad, head home first. I'll be back later. Leaving my parents, watching their son and his beautiful deskmate ride away, still somewhat dazed. Coming to their senses, Dad suddenly gasped. Grayson just took the initiative to hold that girl's hand. Mom's eyes lit up beside him. Our son's really becoming a man. A moment later, the bicycle finally reached its destination, Lakeview Heights. Stopping in front of the entrance, I felt a huge weight lifted, letting out a long breath. Then I looked up, watching my beautiful deskmate step down from the back of the bicycle, nodding at me. Thanks, goodbye. Suddenly she had returned to her cold, calm demeanor. If I hadn't just witnessed it myself, I would have suspected the scene at the market earlier. It was just my imagination. As if reading someone's thoughts, my beautiful deskmate calmly explained, "Your parents are really nice. I just wanted to be polite. Don't misunderstand." My lips twitched. I'm not misunderstanding. I'm just afraid my parents will misunderstand that I'm dating too young. My beautiful deskmate's eyes looked at me. Her gaze calm and clear. Dating young? We just have a very innocent deskmate relationship. Then she paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. Unless someone has a guilty conscience. Do you have a guilty conscience? Facing my beautiful deskmate's calm, clear gaze, I felt somewhat guilty for some reason. Of course not. My beautiful deskmate waved her hand slightly. Then that's fine. I don't either. That evening when I got home, I inevitably got dragged to the dining table by my parents, forced to sit down and endure an interrogation. Days passed one by one. As the college entrance exam drew closer, in the campus atmosphere, a mood of farewell gradually spread. Mason slammed his reference book on the desk, a rare fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. I have to get into the university closest to Harper and Hangzhou. On the rubber track, my sneakers ground against the starlight. Serafina quietly brought over a soda, cold condensation beating on the bottle. Like the feeling she'd hidden for 18 years? The sky of a small town is really only this wide. I measured it with my hands. The girl suddenly cut through the evening breeze. I'll always be here. She glanced at the sweat-soaked uniform, completing the most solemn promise of that summer. June 6th, the last day before the college entrance exam. In Class 2 senior year, when the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom and up to the podium, Serafina, as class president, called out, "Rise!" The whole class stood up in unison, and, together, bowed deeply to the middle-aged teacher on the podium. "Thank you for all your hard work, sir." Though he had led countless graduating classes and experienced scenes like this countless times, at this moment, the homeroom teacher still couldn't help but feel moved and gratified, his eyes reddening as he tried to steady his emotions. His gaze swept over each young face below the podium, and he spoke loudly. 3 years of studying by lamplight? Now is the time to shine. Students, tomorrow we go to battle. A chorus of responses rose from below. June 7th, sitting in the college entrance exam room, even as someone reborn. At this moment, I could still feel the cold, combative atmosphere. That enveloped everything. I took a deep breath, the fire of battle blazing in my eyes, silently burning. In the blink of an eye, the 2 most intense days of the college entrance exam quietly passed. When I finished the final English exam, walked out of the exam room, took my first breath of fresh air outside, and heard not far away the cheers and celebrations rising from everywhere, I finally woke up, realizing the college entrance exam was over. My high school years were also coming to an end. The most tense moment had passed. All that remained was revelry and celebration. Class 2's graduation party was scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight. My best friend Mason had somehow snuck over, secretly sharing news with me. At tonight's graduation party, he's planning to confess to Harper. Saying this, Mason was full of confidence. The atmosphere at a graduation party like this, everyone having a little to drink, it's perfect for confessing. The next second he came over again, looking nosy. "Grayson, how about you?" I dismissed my best friend's suggestion. If you seriously like a girl, and you need liquid courage, getting completely wasted, slurring your words, then telling the girl you like her, for most girls, that's not a plus. Besides, bro, confess to who? Madison was purely a green tea manipulator, a player with a dark romantic history. In this life, I'd long since hoped to completely cut ties. And my beautiful deskmate? Nothing to say there. Neither of us had guilty consciences, both upstanding and honorable. Just an innocent deskmate relationship, full of righteousness, an innocent deskmate friendship. However, while I'd put on an air of righteousness, in front of my best friend, that evening in the private room at the graduation party hotel, when I saw my beautiful deskmate walk into the room, my heart still traitorously skipped a beat. For tonight's gathering, all the classmates had specially prepared beforehand. The girls each wore beautiful outfits, short skirts, and had carefully applied makeup, radiant like flowers, chattering like birds. When they arrived at the hotel private room, the boys who arrived first stared, until their eyes nearly went straight. The boys of Class 2 were stunned. 3 years of high school. Turns out we could have been admiring this all along. Those they thought were ugly ducklings turned out to all be white swans. Then, when someone among the classmates called out, "The class president is here," everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the private room door. Serafina walked in, unlike the other girls in the class, Tonight, the school beauty hadn't specially dressed up. Serafina had simply changed out of her uniform, choosing a fitted white blouse, with a beige cardigan over it, and a plaid skirt on the bottom. With small leather shoes and thin black knee-high socks, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her shoulders, softening her cold demeanor somewhat, her whole person looking fresh and pure. Bright and captivating, the boys in the class stared blankly, each with their mouths wide open, eyes glued to the class president, unable to look away. Mason also stared blankly, nearly drooling. Oh my God. The class president is so beautiful tonight. Grayson, if you don't make a move, watch out or the class president will get snatched away. I didn't respond, because at this moment I was also frozen, staring at my beautiful deskmate at the door. It was a long while before I managed to swallow. Then I saw Serafina's gaze sweep across the room, quickly locking onto me, and she walked toward me and Mason. Coming before us, Serafina glanced at Mason sitting beside someone. You're sitting here. Mason immediately jumped, springing up like his butt had springs. No. I'll sit over there. Please sit here, class president. That lovesick fool, acting like such a bootlicker, with zero bro code, turning tail and running. And Serafina gracefully sat down beside me. Then she finally turned to look at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. Well, my gaze had been on my beautiful deskmate the whole time, never leaving. Now I hurriedly looked away, somewhat flustered. Well, what? Noticing someone's flustered state? A hint of amusement flashed in Serafina's eyes, though her tone remained calm and natural. Do I look good tonight? The sudden question immediately stunned me. Then I tried to act casual. Yeah, pretty good. My mouth pretended nothing was wrong, but inside I couldn't help feeling a bit guilty, because in reality, my beautiful deskmate's fresh and bright outfit tonight, the gentle girl next door style, happened to be exactly my aesthetic preference. Serafina nodded as if unsure how to respond. Thanks, I just threw something on. Her tone was also light and calm, maintaining her full, cool demeanor. But at the same time, the little person inside her was smugly hands-on hips. Little boy, I specifically dressed according to the aesthetic preferences you wrote in your diary. Playing this game with the strategy guide in hand, how could I possibly lose? Once everyone arrived, the food started coming. The servers carried out steaming dishes one after another, continuously going in and out of the private room, moving between tables. Soon the large tables were filled with sumptuous dishes. The class activities committee member was generous, waving his hand to dip into the class fund, ordering several cases of beer for each table, plus a few bottles of baijiu, specially reserved for the subject teachers and homeroom teacher. The girls of Class 2 gathered in small groups, eating daintily, whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into happy laughter. Meanwhile, the boys had eagerly started raising their glasses, holding bottles and glasses, calling out as they made rounds to toast. The atmosphere in the private room quickly became lively and noisy. The history teacher downed 3 glasses, his words becoming witty. The civics teacher dropped his serious demeanor, eyes crinkling with laughter. The homeroom teacher raised his glass with a red face, the whole room erupting with the noise of youth. The boys sneaked glances at the ice-cold school beauty's table, but could only let their envious gazes fall on me sitting beside her. Immediately a crowd came over carrying bottles, holding glasses and lining up. Grayson, have a drink. I'll finish mine first. You drink whatever you want. Me too. I'm next. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, looking like they wouldn't give up tonight until they got this kid drunk. My alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but even I couldn't withstand being tag-teamed by a group like this. But right at that moment, a pair of chopsticks was slammed down by a fair, delicate hand. Serafina suddenly stood up, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Serafina's gaze was cold, sweeping over the group of boys before her, raising an eyebrow slightly. A whole group ganging up on one person. What kind of heroes are you? From now on, I, his deskmate, will drink in his place. One sentence spoken in a calm tone, but it nearly silenced the entire room instantly. Everyone, including the subject teachers, couldn't help but widen their eyes, showing expressions of shock. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere in the room became lively again. The girls of Class 2, led by Harper, all cheered and started rooting for Serafina. The boys got even more excited. Finally, a chance to drink with the class president. We need to step up our game. Class president, let me go first. I'm second. Everyone fought to be next. In the blink of an eye, Serafina had already downed 2 or 3 glasses of beer, all in one breath each. The ice-cold school beauty was rarely so bold and generous tonight. The classmates watched and cheered. Drink up! I sat beside her, somehow becoming the one being protected by a dark night. Watching my beautiful deskmate down glass after glass, I prepared to stand up. Before I could finish, my beautiful deskmate's fair hand was already on my shoulder, pushing me back down, decisively brooking no argument, no need. Then Serafina completely activated full firepower mode, no longer passively accepting rounds of drinks, but going on the offensive, targeting one person and drinking them under the table. Then, moving on to the second, the third, when 5 or 6 boys in a row had been drunk, under the table, or fled in disarray, in the entire private room. She was nearly the only one still standing composed. At this moment, Serafina, wearing her translucent white blouse, casually tied up her long black hair, in a simple hairstyle, her whole being radiating a crisp, refreshing aura. Her gaze swept over the remaining boys. The school beauty raised her willowy eyebrow slightly, her tone calm and natural. "Anyone else?" The whole room was dead silent. No one dared answer. Mason stared with wide eyes and gaping mouth, then recovered and shouted, "Class president, you're amazing." The next second, the entire private room erupted in cheers and applause. I also looked at Serafina like she was a goddess. My beautiful deskmate could drink this well? Surrounded by such cheers and applause, Serafina's gaze swept over. Noticing my extremely shocked expression, the girl's lips curved up slightly. In her past life, as the female CEO of a publicly traded corporation, dealing with social situations and entertaining with drinks, though she didn't like it, she had to develop the skills to protect herself. I survived countless intense drinking parties, and made it through. This little scene was easy to handle. This graduation dinner went from 7 p.m. to 9,000. When it was time to leave, the students of Class 2 weren't satisfied yet, calling out to each other to organize a second round of karaoke. The 30-plus students split up into 2 private rooms, just right. Serafina and I both went to room 504. Entering the private room, some started ordering drinks, while others had already eagerly started selecting songs, showing off their singing skills. In the noisy atmosphere, I sat down on the sofa near the door. Looking up, I saw Serafina, also walking in from outside. Perhaps because she had drunk quite a bit earlier, my beautiful deskmate walking in now was clearly a bit unsteady on her feet, just as she was about to pass through the aisle between the sofa and coffee table. She accidentally tripped, looking like she was about to fall. I was quick to react, grabbing my beautiful deskmate's hand with one hand. Careful, with one pull, Serafina's center of gravity immediately shifted, and by inertia she fell onto me. The scene froze at that moment. The girl had one leg as support, slightly extended and braced against the floor, while her other leg happened to be braced between someone's legs. Her fair, smooth arm, one hand happened to be resting on my chest. The two of us were inches apart, no more than 8 inches, an extremely intimate and ambiguous position. The air in the private room suddenly went silent, as if even the air had frozen. Mason was also in room 504, staring with wide eyes and gaping mouth, his heart surging with shock. Oh my God, as expected of Grayson. So bold. Before I thought he was too chicken to confess. But here in this karaoke room, in front of everyone, with the class president, he's pulling a dramatic scene like this. Truly a role model for us all. The next second, thankfully Harper beside him understood the situation, reacting quickly and immediately tugging Mason, loudly saying, "What are you standing there for? Keep picking songs." Mason immediately came to his senses. Right. Keep singing." He started the music again, grabbed the microphone, and let out a string of caterwauling. The other classmates in the room also snapped out of it, blindly following along to make noise again. Meanwhile, on this side, my beautiful deskmate and I were still in an awkward, passive situation. Serafina was just sitting on my lap like that, one hand still on my chest. The moment I looked up, I was face to face with my beautiful deskmate's gorgeous features. At this moment, my heart started pounding erratically. I tried to take a deep breath, pretending to be calm. "Are you okay?" Serafina, sitting on my lap, at this moment still seemed to have a serious expression, her tone calm as ever. "I'm fine." But little did she know. At this moment, Serafina, looking at me right in front of her, looking at the handsome, refined face before her, was also experiencing an accelerating heartbeat. Clearly she had the soul of a CEO over 30 years old, cold and commanding, having seen so many storms. Yet she was starting to feel a bit flustered. She didn't even dare meet my eyes. At this moment, Mason had just finished a song, and the classmates in the room clapped and cheered. The two of us snapped out of it like waking from a dream, hurrying to separate. Serafina hastily got off my lap. The lively atmosphere in the room continued. Several girls were playing dice with the boys in the room, drinking, and pulled Serafina over. Soon I was also dragged over by Mason to join the battle. First was a game of high-low. At first Mason's luck was great, and several people on the girls' team had already lost. When it was Serafina's turn to play, Mason lost 2 rounds straight. Refusing to accept it, he yelled for another round. The result was losing another 3 rounds straight. The school beauty was truly the incarnation of a dice goddess, sweeping all opponents, consecutively defeating Mason, and several other boys. Finally, Mason pulled me out. "Grayson, you're the only one left. You got this." So I sat down across from Serafina. The two of us faced each other, thinking of our intimate, ambiguous moment earlier. I naturally felt a bit guilty, and Serafina, who had just been dominating with dice, also suddenly felt inexplicably flustered, momentarily avoiding someone's gaze. Let's start. It was still liar's dice. But the problem was, at this moment, neither of us was clearly in the right state. One person didn't look at the dice and casually called 3 4s. The other directly followed 3 6s. Back and forth they went, until after a while they'd called 10 6s, and neither of them realized anything was wrong. Mason beside them listened in stunned confusion. "What the hell? Are you two even playing the same game as us? There were only 6 dice total and you're calling 10 6s? This finally snapped both me and Serafina out of it. "Then I lost. I'll drink." "I lost too. I'll drink too." So, in front of everyone, the two of us quickly filled the glasses in front of us, picked them up and tilted our heads back to drain them simultaneously. Setting down the empty glasses, we simultaneously let out secret sighs of relief. Mason, Harper, and the classmates in the room were all speechless. The atmosphere in the Golden Vault karaoke room remained lively. I pushed open the door and stepped out of the private room, walking to the outdoor balcony of the karaoke bar to get some air. The summer night breeze carried a refreshing coolness, and my drunkenness faded quite a bit. Before I could enjoy the solitude, a familiar coquettish female voice came from behind. "Grayson." Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Turning to see who it was, I couldn't help but darken my expression. Madison. Why was this girl haunting me like a ghost? The students from Class 7. Senior year must also be doing karaoke at the Golden Vault. Tonight, Madison had also carefully done her makeup, wearing a little pink dress with fluffy white socks, looking even more cute and pretty. Right now she was opening her sparkling big eyes wide. Looking at me with grievance, "I sent you so many messages on Instagram, and you didn't reply?" I looked at the Class 7 beauty before me like I was looking at an idiot. "Because I deleted you." With this level of intelligence, the college entrance exam probably didn't go well, right? Madison was rendered speechless by this, unable to speak for a long while. Her eyes reddened. "I know I was wrong. Can you not treat me like this? I've agreed to be your girlfriend. Can we start over?" Her voice choked up. The girl, looking sweet and adorable, eyes rimmed with red, hands clasped together in plea. Guests from other rooms nearby who saw this scene couldn't help but show concern and sympathy. Some onlookers, beyond sympathy, when their gazes shifted to me, even carried a few parts, hostility and reproach. But I clearly saw from the depths of Madison's eyes a tiny glint of smugness. A green tea manipulator is still a green tea manipulator, to put it nicely. After all, a dog can't stop eating shit. I smiled, looking at Madison, and calmly spoke. "You don't actually know you were wrong. You just discovered there's no one willing to cater to you anymore. So you feel regret, can't stand it, and you're angry." But here I paused. What does that have to do with me? Seeing you uncomfortable makes me very happy. After hearing this, Madison's face immediately flushed red. So angry, her choked voice trembled. "How can you be like this?" I looked puzzled. "Why can't I? After all, we're not close." I looked at Madison again, adding, "Oh right, please stay away from me from now on. I'm afraid my girlfriend will misunderstand." Madison heard this like she'd been struck by lightning. Frozen in place? Girlfriend? Since when do you have a girlfriend? Then she realized something herself. Looking at me in shock, "It's Serafina?" I nodded with righteous confidence. That's right. I was completely fed up with this green tea player. So to end it once and for all, I borrowed my beautiful deskmate as a shield to make this person completely give up and back off. With this calculation in mind, my words flowed even more smoothly. "We just went public today. The homeroom teacher officiated. Our classmates were witnesses. Registering in a few days, wedding on Chinese Valentine's Day. Harper's the bridesmaid. Mason's the best man. The wedding is only for close friends and family. You don't need to come. If it's convenient, you can send a gift for fun." Madison couldn't help but step back several paces. Shocked. So angry, her voice became shrill. Impossible, I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Her words carried a crying tone. You two are obviously just acting. Besides, what do I lose to Serafina in? What right do you have to choose her? What right? This I was too familiar with. Without thinking, it slipped out. Serafina is tall and beautiful, and speaks pleasantly too. Unlike you, short, and looks, before I could finish, Madison couldn't help but scream, "Stop talking." The next second, this Class 7 beauty covered her ears, turned and ran off the balcony. Faintly I could still hear crying drifting back. "Grayson! I hate you." I glanced at Madison's retreating figure, shaking my head. God, someone understand me. She hates me. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and looking up I saw that at some point, my beautiful desk mate had coldly walked over. "Who were you just talking to?" I scratched my head. "A passerby, not close." Saying this, it suddenly felt somewhat familiar. My beautiful desk mate just nodded after hearing, looking like she didn't know what to say, calm as ever. But then she looked up at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Girlfriend? Going public? Wedding on Chinese Valentine's Day?" A few keywords casually pointed out, directly nearly stopping my heart. Oh my God, the person in question heard everything. The soul of a man over 30 years old, at this moment couldn't help but blush deeply. Somewhat flustered, hurrying to explain, "No, I was just getting rid of Madison." Guiltily glancing at my beautiful deskmate before me, I hurried to find a reason. Righteously, we're deskmates. Using you as a shield is perfectly reasonable, right? Serafina was stunned hearing this, suddenly thinking of similar words that she herself had just used as an excuse when facing her best friend Harper. Immediately, the girl also couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Outwardly, immediately pretending to be cold and calm, reasonable, as long as it's reasonable. I breathed a sigh of relief inside, but looking at my beautiful deskmate's face, suddenly wondered, why is your face so red? This time it was Serafina's turn to be flustered, forcing calmness. "It's not, I just drank a lot earlier." That's what she said, but the girl guiltily turned her face away, her face reddening even more from embarrassment, but also becoming even more charmingly beautiful. I looked and couldn't help but zone out slightly. Then I saw my beautiful deskmate's eyes glance over. "What are you looking at?" This time it was my turn to be flustered, hurriedly turning my face away. Two guilty fools, just standing side by side on the balcony, not daring to look at each other, pretending to be calm, together gazing at the distant night lights. The summer night breeze blew past, the air carrying humidity and warmth. On the balcony, a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere slowly spread. After a while, perhaps finding such an atmosphere a bit awkward, Serafina tilted her head slightly to look at me, finding a topic. "Let's go back and sing a few more songs." But I thought about it and shook my head. Probably can't. Those karaoke addicts are hogging the microphones. Right at that moment, the two of us standing on the outdoor balcony of the karaoke bar, both vaguely heard anguished wailing, coming from room 504. Serafina raised an eyebrow slightly, as if thinking of an idea. "Then let's get another room." The two of us had decent luck. Going down to the front desk to ask, the staff said a small room had just opened up. The wealthy school beauty generously paid, slapping $100 bill on the counter, then leading me, her little underling, to the new room. The new room was 406. The space wasn't big, originally fitting only 4 to 5 people. But for me and Serafina, it was more than enough. Serafina walked to the song selection machine, turning to look at me. "What song?" I waved my hand. "Whatever. A duet is fine too." Serafina nodded, casually flipping through the song list, accidentally triggering a song. On the big screen, a fresh and romantic classical-style MV immediately lit up. A familiar, pleasant melody filled the room. It was Roof by Jay Chu featuring Jolin Tsai, a male-female love duet. I froze. Serafina also froze. The school beauty recovered, quickly restoring her cold, calm demeanor. When lovers sing it, it's called a love song. When deskmates sing it, it's called a deskmate song. Singing a deskmate song is no problem. A big question mark slowly appeared above my head. That works too? Under the neon lights in the private room, a slight blush appearing on the girl's face was concealed. Following the background music, I picked up the microphone, the male voice singing leisurely and comfortably to the second chorus. Then Serafina took over, her gentle, soothing voice like telling a story, making people unconsciously immerse themselves in it. When it came to the chorus, the two of us picked up our microphones in sync, properly singing a deskmate song together. After finishing, both of us were quite happy. meeting each other's eyes and smiling. The earlier panic and guilt seemed to have dissolved by now. The atmosphere between us became natural again. Each of us picked and sang a few more songs. The karaoke staff brought in 2 cases of beer, saying it was complimentary with the room, congratulating the graduating senior customers. Serafina looked at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Can you still drink?" Without thinking, I nodded. "Yes." So, we temporarily stopped singing, letting the songs play automatically, as background music, setting the atmosphere. The 2 of us sat down at the coffee table, each opening a beer, and started playing liar's dice. Round after round, winning some, losing some. I looked at my beautiful deskmate with some surprise. In my past life, as a working adult, NWAFC, with all kinds of social engagements, I played plenty of drinking games at banquet tables. My skills, if not supernatural, were at least refined to perfection. Yet my beautiful deskmate could match me evenly. Serafina was also slightly surprised. In her past life, as a proper female CEO in the business world, though she didn't stoop to playing at low-class drinking tables, the skills honed at high-end gambling establishments were absolutely excellent. Yet she couldn't beat this little deskmate of hers. A competitive spirit of refusing to accept defeat rose up. The 2 of us locked eyes, simultaneously picking up the dice again. One more round, round after round, glass after glass. Before we knew it, the complimentary beer had been finished off by us, whether it was me or Serafina. Even though each of our alcohol tolerances wasn't bad, at this point the drunkenness still couldn't help but rise to our heads. Serafina suddenly stood up, letting the drunkenness control her swaying body, holding the dice cup and walking up to me, loudly saying, "1 round." I had just finished singing the first chorus, shaking my head with some drunkenness rising, hazy and drowsy, hearing my beautiful deskmate's words. Without thinking, I generously nodded. "What game?" Serafina set the dice down on the table, decisively, high-low. "If I lose, you can make any request." I was drowsy, unconsciously asking, "What if I lose?" Serafina shook her head, trying to suppress the dizziness from the alcohol, eyes fixed intently on mine. "If you lose, kiss me once." I was already drunk out of my mind, and just excitedly slapped my thigh. "Deal." The dice were shaken. Serafina went first, opening the cup. A single die lay still, showing 5. Then it was my turn to hazily pick up the dice, giving them a vigorous shake. When I opened the cup, carelessly the die flew out, rolling onto the floor. "I'll go find it," I staggered, heading toward where the die had rolled. In front of another coffee table, I bent down, trying hard to open my eyes wide to search. Suddenly, I let out a surprised sound. Serafina immediately looked over. "What is it?" I waved vigorously. "See for yourself." Serafina also staggered over, not caring about her image as she lay flat on the ground, trying hard to open her drowsy, drunk eyes, looking in the direction I was looking. The die happened to be wedged against the coffee table leg, standing upright. One face showed 4, one face showed 6. 4 meant Serafina won, 6 meant I won. I shook my head, hazily asking, "So did I win or did you win?" Serafina looked up, staring intently at me. The girl suddenly reached out, her slender, fair fingers, flicking the die without hesitation, turning it firmly to one side. Her gaze was resolute, like an unquestionable declaration, ringing in my ears. The next second, a faint fragrance wafted over, and the girl proactively and decisively leaned forward, pressing her lips firmly against mine. In this moment, time and space were separated, but fate had crossed mountains and seas. This was the high school years belonging to the boy and girl, magnificent and romantic. The morning of the second day after graduation, when I woke up, my whole body felt like my head was being hammered. It took all my strength to struggle upright in bed, and looking around, I realized I was home. But how did I get back? I furrowed my brow, trying to remember. I tried to continue recalling what happened after, but no matter what, I couldn't remember. I pushed open the door and walked from the bedroom to the living room. Whoa, Mom was currently tidying up the living room. Seeing her son come out, she immediately looked displeased, giving me a look, scolding, "Now that you're awake, hurry up and shower, then eat breakfast. Look at the state you came home in last night, reeking of alcohol, falling asleep the moment your head hit the pillow. Just like your father when he's drunk. Don't do this again." Being scolded by Mom like this, I could only meekly accept the criticism, but something stirred in my heart, and I hurriedly asked Mom, how did I get home last night?" I shouldn't have asked. The moment I did, Mom got angry again. "You have the nerve to ask? You don't even remember how you got home? It was Uncle Joe, your friend Serafina's driver. Who brought you back?" He even helped you all the way to the door. Such an imposition on him. I listened in stunned silence, immediately understanding. Uncle Joe. Mom nodded. That's right. After he dropped you off, he left right away. He still had to hurry and take Serafina home. Then, Mom couldn't help but add a compliment. Who would have thought? Your friend Serafina even has her own personal driver. Her family circumstances must be quite extraordinary. That Uncle Joe is a good person, too. You can tell he's reliable and trustworthy. Then, Mom suddenly wondered, there's just one strange thing. When I asked how Serafina was doing, his eyes twitched like there was an earthquake. Unable to get any more information from Mom, I went to the bathroom first, took a thorough hot shower, washing off most of the lingering alcohol smell from last night. After changing into clean clothes and eating breakfast, the uncomfortable hangover feeling eased somewhat. My whole spirit finally felt better. Then I went to my room to check my phone and discovered several unread messages and missed calls from last night. Most were from Mason. I thought for a moment and called back. From the other end came Mason's weak, half-dead voice. Turns out this kid had also drunk too much last night. Mason's voice on the other end was extremely dejected. Damn it! Last night I was all ready to confess to Harper, but then we played dice with Brandon, Alex, and those guys, got totally wasted, and completely forgot about the main thing. Then he changed direction, curiously asking me, Grayson, where'd you disappear to last night? Couldn't find you in either room. Looking for you. The class president went missing too. Harper and I texted both of you, and neither of you replied. I answered honestly. She and I went downstairs and got another private room to sing. Mason was immediately shocked beyond belief. What? Got a private room? Just the two of you? As expected of Grayson. Come clean. Did you get with the class president last night? I was annoyed hearing this. What are you thinking? We just sang normally and had some drinks. Nothing else happened. Mason's voice was skeptical. That's it? Nothing else? I said righteously. Of course. If something else happened, wouldn't I know? After saying this, I paused for a moment, some hazy images flashing vaguely through my mind of what happened later last night, but I really couldn't remember clearly. In the Lakeview Heights villa, sitting at the imported Italian solid wood dining table, in the living room, Serafina was also furrowing her brow, rubbing her temples. The hangover feeling was not pleasant at all. Beside her, the housekeeper, Mrs. Feng, about 50 years old, brought over a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge, setting it on the table before Serafina, looking both distressed and caring. Feeling awful from drinking too much? Have some porridge to help with the hangover. Serafina accepted the bowl of porridge, thanked her, then looked up at Mrs. Feng. Uncle Joe brought me home last night? Mrs. Feng nodded. That's right. You came home completely drunk last night. Uncle Joe and I helped you to your room. You were even humming some song. Then, as if remembering something, she added, oh right. When Uncle Joe brought you back, he mentioned that at that karaoke place, he saw you with a male classmate named Grayson. Together, you'd both drunk a lot and fallen asleep. He conveniently gave your male friend a ride home too. Serafina sat up straight hearing this. Grayson? She tried to recall the images from last night, vaguely remembering that she and her little desk mate had gotten their own private room. Everything after that she couldn't quite remember. Trying hard to recall, her head started aching slightly again. Serafina shook her head. Can't remember clearly. Probably nothing major happened. After finishing the bowl of millet porridge, Serafina returned to her bedroom. Sitting on the bed, leaning against the pillows, the girl couldn't help but again try to recall the intoxicated images from later last night, but it still felt hazy and unclear. Serafina picked up her phone, thinking she might as well text her little desk mate to ask if he remembered anything. Just as she picked up the phone, it rang. It was her best friend Harper calling. Answering. Harper, on the other end, first asked her where she'd gone later last night. Serafina didn't hide it, straightforwardly answering that she'd gone to get a private room to sing with Grayson. Harper, on the other end, just like Mason, couldn't help but be shocked, excited, and curious, nosily asking for specific details. Serafina smiled and shook her head after hearing her tone calm and natural, saying that she and I had just normally sung, had some drinks, nothing else. Then she asked Harper why she was calling. This time Harper paused when asked, her tone seeming somewhat nervous yet happy. Don't tell anyone yet. Mason confessed to me last night. Mason confessed? This time it was Serafina's turn to be somewhat surprised, eyes widening with a few more parts, interest as she asked for specific details. Harper on the other end, her tone carrying a small hint of pride. That dummy drank a lot last night. I'm guessing he was trying to get liquid courage. Then he directly pulled me outside, to the outdoor balcony to confess. Serafina couldn't help but curl her lips curiously. So what about you? Harper's tone was haughty, but couldn't hide the sweetness. I tentatively agreed. But I still need to observe carefully going forward, to see how he performs. Oh right, he just asked me to go out for dinner and a walk tonight. Consider it our first date. I'm a bit nervous. Come with me. A young couple's first date. Serafina didn't want to be a third wheel. She was about to decline, but after hearing Harper's next sentence, she temporarily changed her mind. Mason said he already invited Grayson too. We can go as a group of 4. Serafina's eyes lit up slightly. Okay. At the same time, having only rested in my bedroom for a short while, I received another call from Mason. Mason's voice on the other end was excitedly elated. Grayson, I just asked Harper out for tonight. And she agreed. Yesterday I got drunk and forgot to confess. Tonight I absolutely have to get this done. Then he changed direction. But I'm still kinda nervous. Grayson, come with me tonight. Harper's also inviting the class president. We can all go together. I thought about it. And it would be convenient to meet my beautiful deskmate tonight, to ask about what happened at the karaoke room last night. So I happily agreed. Okay. The meeting spot for the 4 of us was at the foot of the park hill. That evening, sitting in the family Maybach, on the way to the meeting point, Serafina glanced at Uncle Joe, the driver in the front seat. Uncle Joe, Serafina called out, and Uncle Joe in the front driver's seat calmly responded, Yes, Miss Serafina. Thought for a moment, then asked, When you came to pick me up last night, did you see anything? Uncle Joe's hands, steady as a rock on the steering wheel, stiffened for a moment, and he answered in a low voice, Rest assured, miss. I didn't see anything. His tone, for some reason, carried a hint of solemnity. A question mark slowly appeared above Serafina's head. She shook her head, and tried asking differently, When you arrived last night, had Grayson and I drunk too much? Did anything inappropriate happen? Uncle Joe's hands on the steering wheel stiffened again, and only after a long while did he calmly answer, Rest assured, you and Mr. Grayson had just normally fallen asleep. Nothing happened. Serafina breathed a sigh of relief after hearing, That's good then. Then she relaxed and leaned back in the rear seat, closing her eyes to rest for a bit. It's just that with Serafina's eyes closed, she naturally didn't see at this moment, though Uncle Joe in the driver's seat maintained a calm, resolute expression. His pupils were wildly, violently shaking. Someone understand me. Last night when he had walked into that karaoke room, what he saw was such a terrifying scene. Late last night, when he pushed open the door and entered, the boy and girl in the private room were indeed both drunk, sleeping soundly, but the young miss of the Sinclair family, treasured by the whole household, with her cold personality, proud as a snow lotus on an icy mountain, was like an octopus, clinging tightly to someone's neck and not letting go. She was even lying on top of him, nuzzling like a kitten. I walked straight from home, arriving at the meeting point at the foot of the park hill. It just so happened that Mason, Harper, and my beautiful deskmate also arrived, almost at the same time. Naturally meeting up, Serafina and I looked at each other. Mason looked at Harper. Harper also couldn't help but look at Mason. The atmosphere was subtly silent. In the end, it was Harper who gracefully smiled, first breaking this awkward atmosphere. Everyone's here. Let's go find somewhere to eat. Mason immediately nodded frantically. Okay, I'm hungry too. Serafina and I naturally had no objections either. Just as we were about to go, Harper suddenly stopped, turned to look at Mason. Her face slightly red as she proactively extended her hand toward him, her tone lowering. What are you standing there for? Hold my hand. The moment she finished speaking, the air suddenly went silent. Both Mason and I stood frozen on the spot, looking at each other in shock. Oh my God, they haven't even confessed and made it official yet, and Harper is being this proactive? Mason was simply overjoyed, and then eagerly trotted up to grab Harper's hand. When holding it, he acted like he found a treasure, occasionally lifting Harper's hand to admire it, simply too precious to put down. Harper also couldn't help but laugh, pulling her hand back and lightly hitting Mason. What are you doing? If you're not going to hold it properly, forget it. Mason immediately panicked. Who said I'm not holding it? I am. I definitely am. Then he hurriedly grabbed Harper's hand again, holding it firmly in his own. He couldn't help but smile as he walked. Harper was composed, walking ahead with Mason, talking and laughing with him, their manner natural and intimate. Serafina and I walked behind, watching the intimate figures of the two ahead. I couldn't help but exclaim, didn't expect. Harper would always be this proactive. Serafina beside me raised an eyebrow slightly. Proactive? With a relationship like that, holding hands is pretty normal. I thought about it and realized that was true. After all, my beautiful deskmate and I, with our purely innocent deskmate relationship, could even hold hands. So Mason and Harper being like this, even though they hadn't confessed yet, holding hands seemed like it wasn't a big deal either. I immediately agreed with a nod. Makes sense. In a small city of Southbrook in 2007, for students, there weren't many dining options for dates. The four of us walked along the park road, and, in the end, still chose Old Chen's decades-old skewer shop. Serafina and Harper went to find seats first, while Mason and I were in charge of ordering and picking skewers. As soon as the two girls left, Mason eagerly sidled up, next to me, lowering his voice, but his tone still couldn't help being excited. Grayson, did you notice? Harper's being so proactive with me today. I feel like I've got a chance. Tonight's confession is definitely going to succeed. I nodded in agreement. Yeah, good luck then. Mason was bursting with confidence. Definitely. You don't know. Just now, when I was holding her hand while walking, her attitude toward me was simply like we're already dating. If I hadn't gotten drunk and forgotten last night, I would have thought I'd already confessed to her. Ha ha ha. I was happy hearing this too. Casually joking, makes sense. Who knows, maybe you got drunk last night and already confessed to Harper? Mason was even happier hearing this. Oh my God. If I already confessed and forgot about it today, Harper would definitely kill me if she found out. After ordering, the skewers were brought to the table, and the four of us ate while chatting, talking about who got drunk and made a fool of themselves at the karaoke room last night, then moving on to plans and intentions for the upcoming summer break. I've always wanted to learn to swim, but didn't have time when I was in school. Now that it's summer break, I finally have the chance. I'll sign up for a class next week. Speaking of this, Harper's gaze turned to Mason. You're coming with me. Mason froze. Harper frowned. What, no? You want me to go with some other guy? Mason was immediately both shocked and delighted. No, no, no. It has to be me. I'll definitely go with you. In his excited, elated state, Mason vigorously winked at me. Grayson, you see that? Tonight's confession is definitely in the bag. I also secretly gave my best friend a thumbs up. After eating, Mason rushed to pay. The four of us left the restaurant and went to the plaza at the foot of the park hill, strolling around aimlessly, digesting our food. After tonight's interactions, the relationship between Mason and Harper had clearly progressed another step, becoming more intimate and more natural. At this moment, Mason seemed to have made up his mind, looking at Harper. Wait for me. A moment. Then he turned and hurried off. Serafina was a bit curious, wondering, where's he going? Don't know. Harper shook her head, then couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. This guy's already someone's boyfriend. Turns out he's still pretty shy, huh? Serafina also nodded in agreement. Only I stood beside them, completely confused. The more I listened, the more bewildered I became. Shy? Boyfriend? Girls these days, even before being confessed to and making it official, are already directly assuming the status. Not long after, Mason came hurrying back, holding a bouquet of roses, his face flushed with nervous excitement. Harper! Harper couldn't help but beam. For me? Mason nodded vigorously, mustering all his courage, looking at Harper affectionately. For you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? The air suddenly went silent for a moment. This time it was the two girls who were stunned. Serafina was rarely surprised, her small mouth slightly agape, and Harper was even more dazed, almost doubting her ears. Be your girlfriend? Didn't I already agree? Huh? This time it was Mason's turn to freeze, his eyes full of innocent, stupid confusion. When was that? I haven't even confessed yet. How could you have agreed? The air suddenly went silent. The corner of Harper's forehead twitched slightly. She took a deep breath, looked at Mason, and squeezed out a forced smile. You completely forgot about confessing last night, right? Mason exhausted all his energy, before finally managing to make his new girlfriend happy again. The price was the soft flesh on his side, which, after being gently caressed by his girlfriend's delicate hand, was now too tragic to look at. Even so, Mason winced in pain, while still unable to stop himself from happily chatting with me. Anyway, it's still a happy ending. The four of us walked around a bit more, and up ahead by the roadside, someone had set up a portrait sketching booth. Mason excitedly pulled Harper over, wanting to commemorate their first day as a couple with a portrait. Leaving me and Serafina behind, the two of us continued wandering around the Park Hill Plaza, killing time, talking about how Mason had just been taught a lesson by Harper. We both couldn't help but laugh. This guy is too much. A little alcohol, and he even forgot about confessing. Serafina also waved her hand slightly, her expression calm and composed, commenting, really too embarrassing. Speaking of the topic of drinking, I remembered something. Scratching my head and looking at my beautiful desk mate, Oh right, we both drank a lot last night. We probably didn't do anything afterward, right? Serafina smiled lightly, calm, her tone composed and confident. Don't worry. Uncle Joe took us home. He said we just fell asleep drunk. Nothing major happened. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. At that moment, music drifted over from a nearby audio store. The song, Leftover Fruit, by Karen Mock. I seem to remember something. Looking at my beautiful deskmate. Did you sing this song later last night? Serafina also remembered somewhat. That's right. And later you seem to have sung a song by F4 too. I slapped my forehead, suddenly enlightened. My thoughts suddenly becoming clear. The two of us went back and forth, and the fragmented images from last night were quickly pieced together and remembered. And then you pulled me to play high-low dice. You even specifically set winning and losing stakes. If you lost, you'd grant me any request. If you lost, then getting excited, speaking faster and faster. Suddenly, both of us froze. The memories that had been broken off and forgotten due to drunkenness quickly came flooding back. This time, what finally happened last night? Both of us remembered everything. In the end, it was the scene of fulfilling the bet. A kiss. Thoughts returned to reality. At this moment, the air seemed frozen. The whole world silent. I froze. Serafina also froze. The next second, both of us suddenly calmed down, staring at each other wide-eyed. I took a deep breath, forcing calmness. What was I supposed to do if I lost again? I forgot. Serafina also took a sharp breath, trying to pretend to be cold and unbothered. I forgot too. Both of us simultaneously felt relieved. At this moment, Mason and Harper finished their portrait, and the two of them walked back holding hands. Mason looked excited. Class president, Grayson. Let's go do karaoke later. I'll order more drinks. Tonight we keep going until we're drunk. The moment the word drinks came out, it directly made both me and my beautiful deskmates' eyelids twitch simultaneously, hitting a sensitive spot. I glared at Mason, frustrated at his cluelessness. Yesterday's drinking already made us blackout. And you still want to drink more? Karaoke with alcohol is problematic. Serafina's tone was cold and stern as she commented, terrible alcohol, never drinking again. After saying this, the two of us looked at each other again, nodding at each other, seriously affirming. Mason and Harper listened in stunned silence, looked at each other, then looked at their two best friends before them, big question marks slowly appearing above their heads. What's suddenly wrong with these two? That night, after returning home and going to her bedroom, closing the door, Serafina threw herself onto the bed, her whole body starting to roll back and forth without regard for her image. She was a female CEO of a publicly traded corporation, the ice-cold school beauty. A little alcohol and her image was completely ruined, her persona about to collapse. Finally, Serafina sat up, went to her desk, turned on the computer intending to play some music to distract herself. The computer started up. She moved the mouse and opened Spotify, the hottest music software of this era. By chance, Serafina scrolled past a song in the list, meeting again, encounter once more. She froze, moved the cursor over, and clicked play. The singing voice rang out, inevitably bringing Serafina's thoughts back to last night. Under the soft lights, Serafina was somewhat lost in thought. Without realizing it, her mood gradually calmed down. Before, she had thought last night's kiss was impulsive and reckless under the influence of alcohol, which was why she felt embarrassed and awkward. But thinking about it seriously now, actually before she herself had even realized it, she had gradually come to like him. Last night's kiss, while certainly catalyzed and prompted by alcohol, was also what she truly wanted in her heart, going with the flow. Thinking this through, a smile finally appeared on Serafina's face again. If she liked him, she should naturally like him properly. How could one kiss throw off her rhythm? Next, same as always, she still had to continue taking the initiative. Thinking of this, Serafina suddenly felt inspired, taking out her phone to find a number in her contacts and call. The call quickly connected, and my voice came from the other end. What's up? The tone clearly had a hint of guilt. Serafina couldn't help but let her lips curl up. Little boy, you did remember what happened last night, didn't you? Still pretending. At the same time, outwardly she pretended nothing was wrong, her tone calm as she spoke. Nothing. It's just that I seem to have remembered a bit more about what happened later last night. The girl's eyes sparkled with mischievous delight. If you lost, the penalty was to kiss me once, right? Crash. From the other end came the sound of someone falling off the bed. Serafina tried hard not to laugh, continuing to pretend to be calm. Of course, I'm not entirely sure either, so I wanted to ask if you remember. The guy on the other end frantically scrambled up, picked up the phone again, and launched into a string of earnest denials. No, nothing happened. I don't remember anything at all. You definitely remembered wrong too. How could anyone casually use something like that as a bet? Ha ha ha. A string of guilty dry laughter. Serafina was so amused she could barely contain herself. But in the phone she still pretended to wonder, really? But I feel like… Before she could finish, I hastily cut her off. Don't feel anything. You definitely remembered wrong. It's late. Time to sleep. Good night. I practically hung up in 1 second, as if afraid my beautiful deskmate would ask more questions. Putting down the phone, Serafina couldn't help but laugh so hard her whole body shook on the bed. Teasing her little deskmate was really too much fun. Well then, just wait for me to come pursue you. With nothing to do in the afternoon, I turned on the computer planning to go online. Just as I logged into Instagram, I unexpectedly received a string of friend message notifications. Opening them, I discovered it was the middle school class group chat. It was an announcement. Hey everyone! Tonight at 6 o'clock, middle school class 6 reunion at Harbor Seafood House. $70 each. We're not leaving until we're drunk. Everyone has to come. Middle school class 6 reunion? I looked at it and froze for a moment, vaguely remembering that in my past life after the college entrance exam, I seemed to have attended, but it was so long ago. I couldn't clearly remember the specific details of that reunion anymore. Since I had nothing to do anyway, attending wouldn't hurt. Consider it a nostalgic meeting with old classmates, I decided. So at 5:30 in the afternoon, I simply freshened up, said goodbye to my parents, and prepared to head out. At the same time, on the other side, in the Lakeview Heights villa, Serafina carefully adjusted the hem of her pleated skirt, spun around in front of the mirror, showing a satisfied smile. At exactly 6 p.m., I arrived punctually at the middle school reunion location. It was called Seafood House, but it was really just a slightly upscale seafood restaurant. At the door of private room 6 in the Sky Wing, I knocked, then pushed open the door and entered. I saw 2 large round tables in the private room, already with quite a few classmates seated, nearly 20 people. I scanned the room and saw that most of the faces I no longer had any impression of. Those I vaguely recognized, I couldn't name. After all, counting my past life, it had been at least 16 or 17 years since I'd seen them. However, for the middle school classmates in this private room, it had only been 3 years since graduating middle school. So when they saw me walk in, someone quickly recognized me, enthusiastically waving. Is that Grayson? Come over here, sit on this side. We were just missing you. I responded and went over to sit down. These middle school classmates hadn't seen each other in a while either, and this reunion was a rare chance to chat and drink. The conversation at the table was very lively, the atmosphere quite good. I sat in the corner not joining the conversation, just observing with interest, looking at each classmate. My middle school was Southbrook 4th Middle, not highly ranked in Southbrook County. Many classmates after graduating middle school went to vocational schools, or entered society right after graduating, starting to work and earn money. So, compared to the seniors, who had just graduated from Southbrook High, my middle school classmates sitting in this private room, mostly dressed in a clearly more mature and street-smart style. Some guys had tattoos, smoked, had permed hair, wearing gold-plated chains around their necks. The girls each dressed up in more mature styles, even somewhat sexy, wearing high heels and stockings, with fairly heavy makeup, trying hard to show off their beauty. Among classmates like this, I had simply thrown on a hoodie, wearing jeans looking too well-behaved, too student-like, a bit out of place. At the dining table, someone immediately noticed my outfit, and the topic shifted. Grayson, you went to Southbrook High, right? Impressive, good student. How was this year's college entrance exam? Did you get into a key university? At this question, quite a few classmates also turned their eyes toward me. For this college entrance exam, I hadn't specifically sought out teachers or classmates to compare answers and estimate scores, but estimating in my own head, I basically maintained the level of the second mock exam. However, facing my middle school classmates now, I didn't plan to show off, just smiled. We'll know when the scores come out. Modest and polite words, but someone at the table couldn't help, curling their lip, taking a drag from their cigarette. Speaking grandly, if you ask me, being a good student is useless. College graduates still have to find jobs nowadays. Still have to work, might as well enter society early and make money. Look at me, started working right after middle school. Isn't life pretty good now? When these words came out, the classmates around him also cheered in agreement. At this moment, Tracy Chen, with her glamorous makeup, her lipsticked lips curving slightly, looked at me with a meaningful smile. Grayson, did you date anyone in your 3 years of high school? Still a virgin? A burst of laughter erupted at the table. I froze for a moment, recognizing her as the girl who sat behind me in middle school, who had liked me and confessed unsuccessfully. Now she had grown into a beautiful woman, becoming the belle of the state-owned factory, and I had just graduated high school. In her eyes, I was probably just a naive student. No, I don't date early, she snorted with a laugh. Dating early? How old are you? So naive, the classmates teased. Tracy Chen is way out of your league now. She pursed her lips proudly, superiority in her eyes, as if saying, regret it now? I looked at her and smiled coldly without speaking. Some things she thought I'd missed and regretted, but I only found them not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the guy named Jian from earlier was quite generous, thumping his chest. No problem, Grayson. If you want, I, Qian, will introduce you to girlfriends. As many as you want. I'll help you take care of this major life event today. How nice. This boss Qian really wasn't ordinary, so generous, and loyal. Right at this moment, footsteps sounded from outside the private room door. The door was pushed open. Everyone turned to look toward the sound, and then couldn't look away. The person pushing the door open was a girl. The girl's gaze swept over everyone in the room, finally landing on me, immediately lighting up. Showing joy, Grayson. The atmosphere suddenly froze, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone in the private room turned to look at me, disbelief gradually appearing in their eyes. Everyone was stunned. An unimaginably beautiful girl, pure and radiant like this, wearing a JK uniform, had just unexpectedly walked in. And this absolutely stunning girl was acquainted with me, the one they'd just been mocking and teasing, and their relationship seemed anything but ordinary. I was stunned too. What was going on? Was this a middle school reunion? Or a high school reunion? Why was my beautiful deskmate here? I quickly went to the door, hurriedly pulling my beautiful deskmate aside, lowering my voice, quietly asking, why are you here? When facing me privately, Serafina immediately switched to cold mode in 1 second, her tone as if nothing was wrong, just passing by, accidentally walked into the wrong room. She had followed the records in someone's old diary to find this Harbor Seafood House. There were 7 private rooms total in the restaurant, and she had accidentally walked into 5 wrong rooms before this, and then just happened to coincidentally wander into this Sky Room 6. Some classmates couldn't help but swallow, their hearts churning, outwardly forcing a smile. Speaking up, Grayson, someone's here for you? A friend? Introduce us. I couldn't help scratching my head, a bit awkward, not knowing how to introduce her. Before I could finish, my beautiful deskmate beside me had already reached over and hooked her arm through mine, raising her head. Smiling at everyone in the room, hello everyone, you can call me Serafina. I'm Grayson's girlfriend. The entire room immediately erupted in shock, looking at me and Serafina with jaws dropped. Girlfriend? I was also stunned. What act was my beautiful deskmate putting on? Coming to my senses, I hurriedly pulled Serafina aside, lowering my voice. What are you doing again? Serafina immediately switched back to cold mode in 1 second, her tone nonchalant. I heard them mocking you at the door just now. I'm just backing you up. Deskmates help each other out. The next second, without waiting for me to speak, Serafina had already turned around, raised her head to look at everyone in the room, and gracefully smiled and spoke. You're all having a class reunion, right? Would it be convenient to add one more person? A beauty asking, who could refuse? The middle school classmates in the room immediately nodded frantically, repeatedly saying it was convenient. Serafina gracefully walked over and sat down, even smiling at that kind classmate, Thenio, nearly making his soul fly away. You're welcome. Everyone sat back down, but the atmosphere at the table had changed. Jian Yi really couldn't help but ask, beautiful. How did you two meet? Serafina smiled. Grayson and I are high school classmates, deskmates. Tracy Chen beside her also couldn't help. Speaking up, how did Grayson pursue you? What she actually wanted to ask was why Serafina had taken a liking to me. Tracy Chen also didn't expect that in this small city of Southbrook, there could be a beauty of this caliber. Even the classmates at the next table couldn't help but perk up their ears. But Serafina smiled after hearing, shaking her head, he didn't pursue me. I pursued him. I hurriedly tugged at my beautiful deskmate's sleeve under the table, quietly saying, you're exaggerating a bit too much. Even I wouldn't dare brag like this. Serafina kept the smile on her face, her lips barely moving, quietly and calmly responding, if you're going to back someone up, do it properly. Don't be scared. At the same time, she smiled at everyone. Is there some rule that says boys have to pursue girls? When you meet an excellent guy, girls should also take the initiative, right? Everyone simultaneously turned to look at me, faces full of confusion, completely unable to imagine. Was this Grayson guy really that excellent? Serafina's expression was natural. Of course he is. Grayson has a gentle personality, brave and righteous, thoughtful and caring toward me, good academically, can sing, and also plays basketball. Each point without needing to think, listed one by one. Everyone listened in a daze, their gazes toward me becoming shocked and doubtful. I was also somewhat stunned. Turns out I had this many good qualities? I didn't even know. Right at this moment, a server pushed open the door to bring out dishes. Plates of stir-fried seafood were brought to the table one after another. A plate of large oysters happened to be placed in front of me. Serafina used her chopsticks to pick up several oysters and attentively placed them in my bowl. Her tone gentle and caring. Eat more, they're good for you. The room suddenly fell silent again. After the dishes were served, the server also brought several cases of beer. Now when I saw beer, I, unconsciously, thought of the scene at the karaoke room a few days ago. So when a classmate asked if I wanted to drink, I righteously declined. I'm not drinking anymore. Alcohol is harmful. Jianyi couldn't help but curl his lip hearing this. What kind of man doesn't drink? Then he couldn't help glancing at Serafina several times, somewhat jealous and envious. How was this guy's luck so good? Another classmate beside him attentively asked Serafina, "Sister-in-law, do you drink?" That one sister-in-law nearly made Serafina bloom with joy. But outwardly the school beauty remained composed and proper, smiling proudly. "Thank you, but I don't drink. I tend to lose control when I drink too much. It's not very polite." The moment these words came out, the classmates at the table immediately became curious. A fairy-like girl like this also loses control when drinking? What kind of losing control? Pressed by everyone's curious questions, the school beauty smiled lightly and spoke. "When I drink too much, I like to kiss the person next to me. I was drinking soda and directly sprayed it all out, choking and coughing repeatedly. Grayson, are you okay?" I frantically wiped the water stains on the table in front of me. "I'm fine. I was just careless." Serafina thoughtfully and attentively handed over tissues. "Wipe up." I took them, looking at my beautiful deskmate before me, with her expression as if nothing was wrong, unable to tell if she was just speaking casually, or had some other meaning. After eating their fill, there was still time, as the young owner of a pool hall, Qian Yi, suggested everyone go to his place, play a few games of pool, and generously thumped his chest announcing that tonight all expenses at his pool hall were on him. Everyone arrived at Qian Yi's pool hall. The place wasn't big. 3 storefronts with the walls knocked through. Inside were 6 or 7 pool tables, plus 2 or 3 arcade machines and slot machines. There were no customers tonight. Perfect for the middle school classmates to have the whole place. Serafina and I went to an empty table in the corner. Looking up and around, I noticed the other classmates had already formed groups of 3 or 5 and started their games. I turned to look at my beautiful deskmate beside me. At some point, she had grabbed a pool cue, her demeanor having returned to cold and calm. My beautiful deskmate raised an eyebrow slightly. "Let's play for a bit." I was curious. "Do you know how to play?" My beautiful deskmate's expression was calm. "No." Hearing this, I exclaimed, "Great. Finally, something that even the school beauty isn't good at." Usually my beautiful deskmate seemed good at everything, so perfect it made people feel ashamed. I immediately got excited. "I'll teach you. In my past life, in college, I often went to pool halls with college friends to kill time. After starting work, I'd also play a few games on weekends. So, my pool skills, while not amazing, were more than enough to teach my beautiful deskmate, a complete beginner. After racking the balls, I excitedly brought my cue over to my beautiful deskmate. Come here, I'll demonstrate for you." Then I got into position, lowered my body, lined up my cue to aim, pulled the cue back and powerfully thrust it forward. The motion was smooth and fluid. The cue ball shot forward like a bullet from a barrel, immediately smashing into the triangle of racked balls, breaking them apart, scattering them across the table. I nodded with satisfaction, looking at my beautiful deskmate. "Got it?" My beautiful deskmate quickly shook her head, answering seriously, "Not yet." This time I scratched my head. "How about I demonstrate again? I'll go slower." I picked up the cue ball and placed it back in position, getting into stance again, preparing to lower my body. But before this shot could even be taken, a soft, fair, delicate hand had already landed on my pool cue first. I unconsciously looked up, my face full of confusion as I looked at my beautiful deskmate. My beautiful deskmate's expression remained calm. Same as always, teaching like this isn't intuitive enough. Not intuitive? I was about to scratch my head again. Teaching someone to play pool. I really had no experience. Then how do you suggest I teach? Before I could finish, my beautiful deskmate before me reached out and grasped my pool cue. Lifting it up, before I could react, the girl had taken a step forward, her movement incredibly natural as she slipped into the space in front of me, leaning slightly, while simultaneously bringing my arm holding the cue, along with the pool cue down, drawing it in, perfectly wrapping around her slender, soft waist. And so, at this moment, the girl's body was nearly pressed against my chest. Finally, her fair hands gently rested on the back of my hand holding the cue, forming such an intimate and ambiguous teaching position. The girl's tone was casual. Teach like this. Right at that moment, at the other pool tables in the hall, several gazes, whether intentional or not, were looking this way and witnessed this scene. The atmosphere in the pool hall this time was even more frozen than earlier in the seafood restaurant's private room. My middle school classmates had barely managed to build up their mental fortitude. Earlier, just hearing Serafina intimately call out, Grayson, a few times had made their bones go soft, wishing they could steal someone's life and take his place. Just seeing Serafina proactively pick food for me, gentle and attentive, had nearly made them green with envy. They had painstakingly chanted in their hearts 100 times, "Don't touch your friend's girl, murder is illegal," before barely suppressing this extreme jealousy. Then they arrived at Qianyi's pool hall, and that young couple started playing the one-on-one pool teaching game, and it was up close and personal teaching. Seeing this scene, nearly all the guys present couldn't help but nearly explode, their moods reaching the peak of bitter resentment. Seriously, what does this bastard have going for him? At the same time, holding this beauty in my arms, my whole body was also dazed. Through the thin layer of her white blouse, I could almost feel the girl's slightly warm body heat, and her faint fragrance. I swallowed hard. Teaching like this isn't really appropriate. From in front, my beautiful deskmate's calm voice as always drifted back. It is. Hands-on teaching is easier to learn. What she didn't know was that from the angle I couldn't see, Serafina's lips were nearly curling up to the sky. But outwardly, her voice was righteously proper. If you want to learn a skill, you should learn it properly. A deskmate passing on knowledge. Giving it their all, isn't that how it should be? Though I felt something was off everywhere, I didn't know how to refute it. It seemed like my beautiful deskmate wasn't wrong. She was just eager to learn. Taking a deep breath, I gritted my teeth. Makes sense. And so the teaching session began. Lower your waist. Spread your fingers. Curve the back of your hand slightly. Line up 4 points and take your shot. My beautiful deskmate, as the student, also seemed to be genuinely focused on learning the technique. Humbly asking questions. Completely devoted. There wasn't any excessive body contact that would make one's face red and heart race. Of course, some small accidents and little situations were still unavoidable, happening from time to time. For example, when finding the shooting angle, my beautiful deskmate accidentally stepped back, coincidentally bumping into my chest. My beautiful deskmate's voice was soft, letting out a gentle sound, then apologizing as if nothing happened. Didn't notice you were standing behind me? Or, for example, when I was guiding and correcting her shooting posture, I lowered my head, silently watching. A soft, fair hand grasping my hand. Did you grab the wrong thing? The girl lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. Did I? Then she withdrew her hand without changing expression. Just a coincidence. The up-close and personal one-on-one teaching plan didn't seem to produce any results in the short term. The school beauty, recognized as a top student in the field of pool, unfortunately seemed to have no talent. I guided and taught for half a day without success, and I myself was exhausted. Though my teaching work with Serafina hadn't yielded results, the classmates nearby had been watching with burning fury, about to start smoking. Qianyi, as the pool hall owner, also couldn't take it anymore. Earlier, he had been willing to generously introduce girlfriends to his middle school classmate, but said classmate living well couldn't mean living as well. So he grabbed his pool cue and marched over aggressively, slapping the table. Grayson, play me a game. Immediately all eyes in the hall looked this way. Speaking of pool skills, Qianyi had 7 or 8 years of experience. Plus, he frequently competed with experts at his own hall, occasionally even earning extra income from his skills. He was clearly a level above the other classmates. I estimated I probably wasn't his match either, but since he wanted to play, there was no reason to surrender before even trying. I was about to nod, when, unexpectedly, I was cut off by a clear, pleasant voice first. Let me. Turning around, I discovered my beautiful deskmate had somehow already grabbed a pool cue and stepped forward, I'll play in his place. The classmates buzzed. Tracy Chen beside them, having suppressed her frustration for so long, couldn't help but laugh. You're replacing Grayson? He himself isn't even Qianyi's match. A beginner wants to compete with a professional expert? Serafina raised her hand, tying her long hair into a ponytail, her expression natural. Let's try. Qianyi couldn't help but glance at Serafina, thinking in his heart that getting to compete with such an absolute beauty was also a rare opportunity. He immediately nodded cheerfully. Ladies first. So, before everyone's eyes, Serafina held her pool cue, gracefully walking to the pool table. Looking at the already racked balls, she took a breath. The next moment, Serafina's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade, and the pool cue in her hand immediately struck forward. The cue ball shot into the rack like a cannonball, and the cluster of balls was immediately scattered. One solid ball flew straight into a pocket. Surprised murmurs rippled through the crowd. I stared, completely stunned. The second ball, the third, the fourth, before the astonished, wide-eyed, jaw-dropped gazes of everyone present. The girl with her neat ponytail, cue in hand, moved with nimble, light steps, continuously circling the pool table. Each time she struck, a target ball precisely dropped into a pocket. Not a single miss until the final black ball was pushed into a pocket by the cue ball on the table surface. There wasn't a single target ball belonging to the girl left. A clean sweep, complete victory. The entire hall fell dead silent. Some classmates stared, completely dazed. Oh my God! How is she this good? Is this a level a beginner can play at? Serafina's expression didn't change. Her heart didn't race. Smiling lightly, a good teacher makes a good student. Grayson taught well. Qianyi was also stunned, feeling like his brain wasn't working properly. Just some casual teaching produced this level? I was also dazed, simply starting to doubt life. Was my teaching ability really this high? Serafina raised an eyebrow slightly. Speaking up to clarify, it wasn't casual teaching. It was the up-close one-on-one teaching that produced this effect. Under everyone's shocked, astonished gazes, Serafina's lips curved up slightly, calm and composed. In her past life as the female CEO of a publicly traded corporation in the province, one of her few sports hobbies was pool. People had nicknamed her the Little Pool Queen of provincial business circles. The reunion ended and everyone dispersed. Serafina and I walked slowly along the Moat River, heading home. I had to take my beautiful deskmate home first. At first I was curious. Where's your family's Maybach? Wasn't Uncle Joe already recovered last time and drove us both home from the karaoke place? Serafina didn't blink. Uncle Joe got sick again. I nodded with an "oh," not thinking much of it. Just that this Uncle Joe looked pretty robust, and I'd heard he was even a retired Special Forces soldier. Unexpectedly, he turned out to have a weak constitution. Walking her home was fine. But I lowered my head and glanced at my beautiful deskmate, her soft hand holding mine completely naturally. Is holding hands really necessary? Serafina's expression didn't change, of course. Did you forget I'm afraid of the dark? I thought back for a moment. It seemed there really was such a thing. The two of us walked side by side along the Moat River. I couldn't help but glance at Serafina beside me again, voicing the question in my heart. You already knew how to play pool, didn't you? Meeting someone's gaze. Serafina's expression was composed and natural. No, it was my first time playing. Maybe I just have good intuition. These words were too unreasonable. Even an idiot wouldn't believe them. But Serafina seemed like she wasn't done yet. The next second, she looked at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. Otherwise, why would I need you to teach me? Could it be that I was pretending on purpose? I jumped hearing this. Oh my God, turning the tables. I haven't even figured this out yet, and you're already shifting the blame to me. I stopped and looked at Serafina, carefully choosing my words, cautiously probing. A few days ago at Qianyi's place, the two of us got drunk in the private room. What happened after? You remember now, don't you? After saying this, I stared intently at her face, carefully observing changes in her expression. However, my beautiful deskmate before me just paused slightly after hearing, then gracefully nodded. Yes, I remember now. This time it was my turn to freeze, completely not expecting my beautiful deskmate to admit it so readily. It felt like my brain was about to overload. I hurried to collect myself, unwilling to give up as I continued. You're sure you remember what we did that night? My beautiful deskmate's expression was calm, naturally answering without thinking. You lost a dice. Kiss me once. I nearly jumped up in shock right there. Right, my beautiful deskmate really did remember, and she just said it out loud. Serafina's gaze fell on me, eyebrows raising slightly. What's wrong? Betting means accepting losses. Isn't that reasonable? I immediately widened my eyes. Of course it's not reasonable. We're classmates, deskmates. Who kisses on the lips between friends? Serafina frowned slightly after hearing, asking in return, is friendship that fragile? One kiss and it breaks? My whole body went completely blank. The next day, I really couldn't take it anymore, and called my best friend for advice, seeking counsel on relationship issues. For that kind of question, you ask the right person. Mason on the other end thumped his chest loudly, brimming with boldness, confidence exploding. Ever since successfully confessing to Harper and escaping singledom, he now naturally considered himself a love expert. Grayson, ask away. After hearing my account, Mason's eyes went wide. What? Already kissed and still calling a friendship? Who are you trying to fool, a 3-year-old? Finally, Mason casually added one more question. Grayson, who came up with these weird arguments anyway? I answered, Serafina. Mason immediately became righteously proper. Then the class president is right. Just pretend everything I said was garbage. I could see now this best friend was also unreliable. Giving up on continuing to seek the love expert's advice, I prepared to hang up. But Mason suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Oh my God. Grayson, don't tell me you actually kissed the class president? I nearly dropped my phone on the ground, hurriedly denying with righteous indignation. No, don't talk nonsense. I'm asking for a friend. Has nothing to do with me. Still not at ease, I added one more reminder. Don't tell anyone. Mason agreed immediately, thumping his chest and swearing, don't worry, as brothers, I may not have other strengths, but I've got one thing, tight lips, guaranteed not to tell anyone. I hung up reassured. The next 2 days, Serafina and I didn't contact each other much. I didn't know what she was doing, and I still hadn't sorted out my thoughts. After all, I did feel somewhat guilty. Mason, on the other hand, frequently called me, showing off in various ways on the phone, bragging about how sweet and loving things were between him and Harper at swimming class. Moreover, he claimed his swimming skills had improved tremendously. Finally, he got to the real point. Oh right, Grayson, I heard the water park in Bridgeton next door just opened. Harper and I are planning to go check it out. She's already invited the class president. You should come too. The next day, Bridgeton Water Park. Though I had mentally prepared myself, when my beautiful deskmate in her swimsuit leisurely walked over under the brilliant sunlight, my heart still suddenly skipped a beat. Fresh as a lotus just emerging from water, her ponytail swaying gently behind her head. Her swimwear on top was just an ordinary white floral sundress, but it still outlined her proud curves. Skin like congealed cream, white as snow, dazzlingly radiant to the point of being blinding. The long legs beneath the hem of her dress were slender enough to make one's heart ache. A pair of delicate jade feet standing gracefully. Harper grabbed her boyfriend's ear with one hand. Who were you looking at? Mason yelped. Ow, ow, ow in pain. Babe, I'm innocent. Of course I'm only looking at you. Ow, 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 ow. Gentle. The young couple playfully wandered off just like that, intentionally or not, leaving this space for the remaining boy and girl. Serafina looked at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. Know how to swim? I snapped back to attention, hearing this question, remembering the scene at the pool hall a few days ago, immediately becoming alert. So I shook my head decisively. No, I can't teach this one. Unexpectedly, the girl before me just waved her hand slightly after hearing her expression calm and composed. Is that so? I know how to do this. I'll teach you. Oh my God. I slipped up, didn't anticipate this move. What's it like to have my beautiful deskmate teach me to swim hands-on? For me, the answer to this question was, painful yet blissful. Under the brilliant summer sunlight, in the pool, a girl wearing a white floral swimsuit dress, slender figure, skin white as snow. The skin exposed outside her swimsuit was smooth, radiant, attracting countless astonished gazes from men around, blood rushing to their heads. My beautiful deskmate's teaching session at first still appeared very proper, reasonable. She told me to take a deep breath, then dip my head underwater. I was a beginner, obediently following instructions. But when holding my breath, head submerged under the water, I accidentally opened my eyes, and right before me were the long legs, proportionate and slender, of my beautiful deskmate. Especially because of the buoyancy in the water, the girl's already not very long swimsuit dress was gently floating up and down with the current. My eyes suddenly went wide. My heart nearly stopped beating. Couldn't hold my breath anymore. Choked on several mouthfuls of water in succession. Hurriedly surfaced in a sorry state, clutching my throat and coughing violently. My beautiful deskmate's gaze swept over. I panicked miserably, waving my hands repeatedly. Got it. Teach something else. The other parts of the lesson weren't much better. If the breath-holding part only required my beautiful deskmate to guide from beside me, and I could complete learning it on my own, then the remaining parts, trying to float curled up in water, advancing to floating, Tao, then to treading water, the arm and leg movements for breaststroke. At these parts, the difficulty started increasing, and my beautiful deskmate as the teacher wholeheartedly began getting hands-on. Arms straight, focus on paddling. Use your core. I flailed around in a panic again, water splashing everywhere as I stood up. My beautiful deskmate frowned. Why are you so tense? Don't get distracted. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Then could you please stop touching my stomach? Just now underwater, a soft hand had suddenly been placed on my waist and stomach, nearly scaring me into a leg cramp. The girl raised an eyebrow, her expression natural and face unchanged. This is helping you adjust your posture, I protested indignantly, but you also pinched my butt just now. The girl's face didn't redden, heart didn't race, tone cold as always. Did I? Hand slipped, just a coincidence. Hand slipping 13 times consecutively in 1 minute counts as coincidence? Afterward, Harper came to pull my beautiful deskmate away. The two girls went to play other water attractions, finally allowing me to feel relieved, letting out a breath. Other things were fine. Mainly it was just too embarrassing. An 18-year-old body, blood running hot, with my beautiful deskmate's various intimate contacts during the lesson, accidentally touching certain body parts, was enough to make one lose their soul, and nearly die. Very easy to, carelessly, have exaggerated reactions in certain areas, almost giving myself away. My best friend Mason, newly learning his doggy paddle, swam over to find me. The two of us went to the snack stand to buy 2 bottles of soda, then got back in the water, relaxing comfortably, leaning against the pool wall while drinking and chatting. Taking a sip through the straw, Mason turned to look at me, winking. Grayson? How's the progress? My face was full of distress as I sighed. Learning to swim is terrifying. Mason couldn't help but roll his eyes hearing this. Who's asking you about that? I'm asking about you and the class president. It's been so long. Still haven't won her over? It seemed like people in relationships were especially enthusiastic, loving to give others relationship advice. You're into the class president. The class president is definitely into you. Even an idiot can see it. Let me tell you, when it's time to make a move, you gotta make a move. Miss this village, and there won't be another inn. I tried to put on a righteous front. Don't talk nonsense. We're just normal classmates. Mason rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. This is normal classmates? Fool your bro if you want, but don't fool yourself too, I said softly. Really just normal classmates. It's just that, though my mouth said so, I unconsciously turned my head and saw in the pool not far away the figure of my beautiful deskmate, playing in the water with Harper, being laughingly splashed by her best friend. The girl laughed and raised her hand to shield herself. The girl's smile in the pool so carefree, standing gracefully, figure tall and slender, ponytail swaying behind her, full of vitality. Watching such a scene, my heart suddenly beat a bit faster. After playing at the water park all afternoon, the 4 of us headed back satisfied. In the evening, we found a street food stall for dinner. Eating and drinking, friends chatting and laughing. Everyone talked about the topic of future college life. In a little while, once the college entrance exam scores came out, we'd have to submit our preferences. Harper was planning to go to San Francisco. Her family had business there. Mason, as he'd told me before, was also planning to apply to schools in San Francisco, trying to stay close to his girlfriend. When they asked about me and Serafina, I thought for a moment, said I'd probably consider going to New York. My estimated score from this college entrance exam could probably barely reach Harvard's cutoff, but I might not get my ideal major. Columbia University was developing very rapidly now, its national ranking only behind the top 2 schools. More importantly, New York was the city where I studied, worked, and lived for many years in my past life. Familiar and dear enough, and not far from home. While parents are alive, don't travel far. In my past life, I was busy with work and life, neglecting to care for my parents. This life, I wanted to make up for that regret. The class president is definitely going to Harvard. Mason looked at Serafina, unable to help but admire her. Harper also nodded in agreement. Serafina's estimated score this time could very well be the state's top scorer. Whether Harvard or Yale, she's guaranteed admission. I also looked at my beautiful deskmate. In my past life memories, she did go to Yale. This life probably wouldn't be any different. Just thinking about this, my heart inexplicably felt a bit empty, not knowing if it was regret or some other reason. But Serafina just smiled faintly. I haven't decided yet. I'll think about it later. Anyway, It seemed like the few of us were destined after this summer to part ways and go our separate directions. All good things must come to an end. Even if we were close high school friends, inseparable like shadows, there would still come a time to say goodbye. The atmosphere became somewhat melancholic. Harper suddenly laughed. Thinking about these things is too early. Besides, even if we really go to college, it's not like we'll stop keeping in touch. Mason nodded vigorously. Exactly. This summer vacation just started. Let's have fun first and worry about it later. I also smiled. Cherish the present. Seize the day. Serafina waved her hand slightly, raising her glass. To seizing the day, cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, the cups immediately clinking together. The following week, 2 couples, 4 people, were nearly inseparable. Every day we'd meet up to eat, hike, shop, or go to the library to enjoy the air conditioning. That day, the 4 of us spent the whole afternoon sitting in Southbrook County's newly built library. In the late afternoon, we parted ways at the library entrance, everyone heading home. Mason and Harper, the young couple, left first, leaving me and Serafina. However, when the 2 of us had walked halfway, from the thick layers of clouds overhead came a rumbling thunder. A moment later, rain poured down like a flood. Serafina and I hurriedly found a bus stop to shelter from the rain, but by the time we ran to the stop, we couldn't avoid, already being more than half soaked. My beautiful deskmate's home was still far away. I hesitated for a moment, looking at my beautiful deskmate before me, and suggested, "My house is nearby. How about coming to my place to wait a bit?" The girl was wiping rainwater from her face. Hearing this, her movements suddenly paused. Then she turned to look at me. The girl's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed slightly, answering softly and calmly, "Okay." Back inside the house, I immediately felt much warmer and more comfortable. I let out a breath, hurriedly taking off my soaking wet shoes and changing into slippers, at the same time, turning back to call my beautiful deskmate who was following behind. "Come on in. Don't be shy." Serafina was also soaked all over, her expression calm as she followed inside. "Sorry for the intrusion." Behind me, the corner of the girl's lips curved up where no one could see. I didn't notice the change in my beautiful deskmate's expression behind me. At this moment, I was rummaging through the shoe cabinet by the entrance. "Take off your shoes. I'll find you a pair of women's slippers." Strange. Where did we put the guest slippers? Usually, all these miscellaneous things at home were organized by Mom. Having me search like this, I really couldn't find them. "Try the bottom right corner of the shoe cabinet." The girl's clear, pleasant voice came from behind. I froze, unconsciously reaching to open the bottom right corner of the shoe cabinet. Inside, there really were several pairs of unused guest slippers. Above my head, slowly, grew a big, inexplicable question mark. I turned to look at my beautiful deskmate behind me. The girl's expression remained calm, acting like nothing happened. I guessed. Slippers at home are usually kept in corners. I was half believing, half doubting. Is that so? Though it felt somewhat strange for some reason, but aside from that explanation, there didn't seem to be any more reasonable answer. After all, my beautiful deskmate had never been to my house before. Taking a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, I handed them to my beautiful deskmate. Serafina also took off her shoes and socks, changing into slippers. A pair of simple, slightly worn pink plastic slippers. Just like that, naturally. Slipped onto the girl's delicate, smooth feet. For some reason, it looked a bit cute. "Why don't you sit on the living room sofa first?" I went to the bathroom to get a towel, returned to the living room, and handed it to my beautiful deskmate. "Dry your hair. Be careful not to catch a cold." Serafina nodded, naturally thanking me, accepting the towel, then carefully drying her long hair that had been soaked by the rain. She managed to somewhat dry her hair, but her body was still soaking wet. Going out today, Serafina had worn a light-colored dress, already thin and somewhat sheer. No. The soaking wet dress clung tightly to the girl's skin, even faintly revealing the outline of her undergarments, carrying a few hints of alluring breath that stirred the heart. But I just frowned slightly, only noticing that the girl beneath her soaking wet clothes was shivering slightly, even though my beautiful deskmate's expression remained calm and natural on the surface, showing nothing. But I knew the girl had clearly just been caught in the rain, running back with me, and had gotten a bit cold. This wouldn't do. I looked at Serafina. "Go take a hot shower first. This dress is completely soaked. You can't wear it anymore. I'll find you some other clothes." Serafina sat up straight hearing this. About to say it wasn't necessary, but before she could finish, she saw me turn around, quickly walking toward the inner room. "Hurry and go to the bathroom. I'll get you a fresh bath towel too." My tone unusually carried a few notes of unquestionable authority. Watching my retreating figure, Seraphina's gaze became warm and gentle. The dignified Ice Queen school beauty, only full of schemes in front of her little deskmate. But today's heavy rain came suddenly, sitting on the sofa just now in her soaking wet dress. She had gotten a bit cold. She had tried to hide it and pretend to be natural, just not wanting him to notice and worry. Unexpectedly, she was still found out. The corner of the girl's lips curved up again. Turns out the silly little boy can be quite manly. This kind of thing really makes a girl fall for you. From the inner room came the sound of rummaging through things. My voice, somewhat embarrassed, rang out. Hey, wait a moment. Let me find where the new bath towels are. The voice grew softer. But I could still vaguely hear myself muttering quietly, That's strange. I clearly remember we still had new bath towels. Seraphina raised an eyebrow slightly. Try the bottom left drawer of the wardrobe. From the inner room came someone's puzzled voice, followed by another round of scattered rummaging sounds. A moment later I came back out, holding a brand new bath towel, looking at Seraphina as if I'd seen a ghost. Meeting someone's gaze, the girl's face didn't redden, heart didn't race, not even blinking. Bath towels and such are usually stored in places like that. I just guessed randomly. I sat on the bed in my bedroom, looking up just in time to see my beautiful deskmate finished with her shower, changed into dry clothes. Pushing open the door and walking in, the girl had just finished bathing, her hair still slightly damp, cascading loosely behind her shoulders, carrying an unusually elegant beauty that stirred the heart. Because Mom's clothes didn't fit her size, I found one of my clean t-shirts and shorts to give to Seraphina, now wearing them on the girl's body. The loose white cotton t-shirt hung down loosely to her thighs, just happening to cover most of the loose cotton shorts. Underneath, only revealing her long, fair, smooth legs, her jade feet walked barefoot on the floor. My beautiful deskmate's expression was natural, gracefully raising both arms, spinning in a circle, then looking at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. Does it suit me? My Adam's apple moved. I couldn't help but swallow. Trying to stay calm? Pretty good. But the heart in my chest had already betrayed me, thumping wildly out of rhythm. However, with this answer of mine, my beautiful deskmate still didn't seem satisfied. Lowering her head to examine the outfit on her body, she frowned slightly. Your clothes are a bit loose. Then she reached her hand behind her back, casually, pulling the loose t-shirt tight from behind. And this tightening motion suddenly made the curves of the girl's figure appear crystal clear. I stared, nearly losing my mind. My beautiful deskmate happened to look up. What's wrong? I forced myself to stay calm and act like nothing. No, nothing. My beautiful deskmate looked at my face, her tone cold as she pointed out, But you have a nosebleed. Huh? I froze, then immediately flushed red with embarrassment, panicking, searching everywhere for tissues. Before I could find any, beside me, my beautiful deskmate had already handed over a tissue. I hurriedly took it, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it straight into my nostril. Thanks. At this moment, Seraphina's outward expression showed nothing, but inside she was nearly laughing herself unconscious. Done for, done for. How could her little deskmate be this cute? How was she supposed to keep teasing him? The school beauty turned around, beginning to stroll around my bedroom, looking around. Here she examined the neatly organized desk. There she peeked at the wardrobe. The girl raised an eyebrow slightly, commenting, Pretty clean. Hearing this, I immediately puffed out my chest. Righteously proper, of course. I've always liked keeping things tidy. The truth was, I had taken advantage of when my beautiful deskmate was showering, and hastily cleaned up my bedroom, organizing everything neatly, conveniently hiding everything that couldn't be seen by outsiders. That's just how boys' rooms are. My beautiful deskmate seemed to be thinking about something, casually asking, You're not hiding anything that can't be seen by others, are you? My eyelid twitched. I answered decisively, Of course not. I'm not that kind of improper guy. Just as the words fell, my beautiful deskmate pulled out a magazine from the corner of the bookshelf. The cover was a sexy blonde beauty. The prominent cover title, Playboy. Then she tilted her head slightly, looking at me as my eyes immediately went wide and jaw dropped. What did you say? I whooshed and leaped off the bed, one hand snatching the magazine, hurriedly throwing it into the trash can beside me. This is Mason's. Last time he came to my house and somehow forgot it. An accident. An accident. There's definitely nothing else. Haha. My beautiful deskmate fished out a photo book from the gap under the nearby desk. Different cover style, an Eastern beauty, Dragon X. I frantically snatched the photo book again, hurriedly throwing it into the trash can too. Trying to stay calm, Mason came twice. The next second, a third magazine from who knows where appeared in the girl's hand again. Her fair, delicate jade fingers held the corner of the magazine, waving it in front of my face. Is this the third time? Whoosh. The third magazine also went into the trash can. I started talking nonsense. This one is my dad's. A moment later, the trash can was stuffed full of various magazines. Looking at my beautiful deskmate before me, calm as ever. The school beauty searching my house like a female prosecutor. How did she find everything she looked for? Noticing my gaze, the girl just waved her hand slightly. Just coincidence. Random flipping, and they appeared. 100,000 question marks flew chaotically above my head. Random flipping could be this accurate? The corner of Serafina's lips revealed a hint of a smile. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze from the bookshelf, she accidentally noticed. In the gap at the corner of the third shelf of the bookshelf, there seemed to be a few old pieces of scratch paper. The girl showed a hint of surprise. Her memory had always been very good. Having read my diary in her past life, she still remembered it crystal clear to this day. The details of my bedroom. She also knew like the back of her hand, but a few pieces of scratch paper suddenly appearing at the corner of the third shelf of the bookshelf were not in her past life memories at all. Serafina immediately became somewhat curious, reaching out to take the scratch paper. At this moment, my gaze also happened to sweep by, noticing my beautiful deskmate's movement. At first, I hadn't reacted either. After all, everything had already been found, all lying in the trash can. So at this point, I had somewhat given up. My most embarrassing secret that I couldn't tell anyone was nothing more than various beauty magazines, plus a few novels. How much more embarrassing could it get? My beautiful deskmate found a few more pieces of scratch paper. Seemed like some things I wrote back in sophomore year. Also, nothing more than deadly memories, suddenly attacked violently. Sure enough, I remembered what was written on that scratch paper. My face immediately changed drastically. I whooshed and leaped off the bed, hurriedly shouting, "Wait! Don't look!" But it was too late. Two fair, delicate jade fingers held several yellowed pieces of paper, pulling them from the gap in the bookshelf. I charged forward in horror. "Don't look!" But the girl had already unfolded the scratch paper. Several pieces of scratch paper with no blank space left, densely covered with my teenage handwriting. The same name repeated over and over, Serafina. Dense and packed, dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. The air at this moment froze solid. The girl slowly raised her head, looking at me who had completely turned to stone, tilting her head slightly. Reborn for a lifetime. A mature soul over 30 years old who had seen all kinds of storms. Mount Tai could collapse before me without changing expression, until the girl pulled out several yellowed pieces of scratch paper from the bookshelf, with the girl's name written densely all over them. I immediately remembered everything. This was my masterpiece. Though in my past life I was a puppy following Madison around for years. At the beginning of sophomore year, when I was assigned to the same class and desk as Serafina, facing the Ice Queen Goddess School Beauty sitting beside me, the unruly, hazy feelings of a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. Back then, I had also several times tried to muster all my courage, racking my brain, wanting to say a few words to my beautiful deskmate. But in the end, every attempt failed. The teenager's feelings just kept bottled up inside, silently endured alone. During late nights at home doing test prep, writing notes and drafts, I couldn't help but zone out and daydream. Unconsciously, what was written under my pen had changed. When the teenager snapped back to attention, he froze, discovering that the paper had somehow become covered with his beautiful deskmate's name. Then he hurriedly took these pieces of scratch paper and stuffed them into the gap at the corner of the third shelf of the bookshelf, carefully hiding them away. Thus it became a secret only he knew. Who could have predicted traveling through time? The remaining page of age 18 in this life would ultimately still be discovered, and by the person involved no less. Cracked, completely shattered. My toes could scratch out an entire 3-bedroom apartment on the floor. I swallowed, trying to stay calm. If I said Mason wrote this, would you believe me? My beautiful deskmate's willow leaf eyebrows raised slightly, expression calm. Just one, immediately made me surrender. Fine, I wrote it, but I was just practicing my handwriting. At the same time, I couldn't help but secretly observe my beautiful deskmate's expression. What she didn't know was, at this moment, Serafina was nearly laughing herself unconscious inside. What was she supposed to do? She was about to be laughed to death by her little deskmate. Your little secret got discovered, huh? So you really did secretly have a crush on me, right? If you like me, then just say it directly. Did I ever say I wouldn't agree? The girl's gaze fell back to the scratch paper, picking it up and waving it in front of me. Nice handwriting. It's mine now. What? I stared blankly at Serafina before me. But the girl's expression remained composed and natural, a memento symbolizing our deskmate friendship. It's reasonable for me to collect it, right? Reasonable my ass. This kind of evidence darker than Black history. Being seen by someone was embarrassing enough to die. The only thing I wanted to do now was to quickly destroy this evidence, okay? I looked at Serafina, my face full of earnest sincerity. Don't collect this one. I'll give you something else another time. Serafina's expression didn't change. I'm collecting this one too. Give me something else another time and I'll accept that too. Woman, thy name is Greed. Gritting my teeth in frustration inside, looking at the scratch paper in my beautiful deskmate's hands. In this critical situation, an idea suddenly struck, and I pointed out the window. Look over there. Serafina didn't even turn her head, looking at me like I was an idiot, not looking. The diversion tactic failed, anger rising from my heart, courage born from my gall. I prepared to take direct action. Give it here. I lunged directly toward the scratch paper, in the girl's hands, but the girl anticipated it, nimbly tilting her body to dodge, and I grabbed at air. I turned to look at Serafina, silent for a long while before squeezing out a sentence. Nice footwork. Serafina waved her hand slightly, proudly self-satisfied. I'll give you a handicap. Unwilling to give up, I lunged forward again. The girl nimbly dodged again, when I, once more, fiercely charged toward Serafina. Serafina was about to step back to dodge, but accidentally tripped on a chair, instantly losing her balance, letting out a soft cry as she fell backward onto the bed. At the same time, I couldn't break against my momentum, the forward charge unstoppable, and I happened to collapse right onto my beautiful deskmate. The girl's slender, soft body was just like that pinned underneath. This scene seemed familiar, like a replay of the situation in Qianyi's karaoke room. Only this time, it was male on top, female below. The girl's long, fair, smooth legs pressed close against my hips. The faint fragrance after her shower, quietly wafted by my nose, stirring the heart. One of my hands propped against the bed beside the girl's face. The other hand that had been fighting for the scratch paper, at this moment landed precisely on the most unreasonable and deadly spot. In an instant, both Serafina and I froze simultaneously. My palm transmitted a soft, heart-aching sensation. At this moment, my mind went boom and completely exploded into emptiness. 2 lifetimes of being human. Even as a reborn person, no matter how many storms I had weathered, I never could have imagined, even in death, that one day I would experience a scene like this. I almost mechanically, my gaze slowly lowering, looking toward the part transmitting warmth into my hand, holding on to a final shred of hope. When my gaze fell where it needed to fall, I clearly saw my right hand, resting where it shouldn't be resting. It was over. Serafina also froze, clearly seeing my right hand resting on her body, even feeling the warmth from my palm, transmitting burning heat. In an instant, the girl's cheeks suddenly flushed red as blood. The air fell silent to the point of nearly freezing solid, and the atmosphere in the bedroom became even more ambiguous. Get up. The two of us maintained this posture, facing each other, stupidly staring at each other. Serafina's mind was slightly dazed. At this moment, the girl felt her body going slightly limp, somewhat unable to muster strength. As for me, I didn't even dare to move. Swallowing hard, I looked at my beautiful deskmate beneath me, trembling as I opened my mouth. Hey, if I turn myself in now, how many years would I get? One sentence broke through the frozen, awkward atmosphere. Serafina's mood had been embarrassed and flustered, but hearing this statement of mine that was both annoying and funny, plus this trembling, sweating profusely appearance, suddenly her embarrassment and panic vanished in an instant. Looking at the expression on my face, Serafina's heart stirred, and as if possessed, she blurted out, "How does it feel?" I froze hearing this, then reacted and snapped back, at the speed of light withdrawing my right hand from my beautiful deskmate's body. Nothing. The girl's willow leaf eyebrows raised slightly, as if with regret, continuing to press. Soft? One sentence nearly killed me. Oh my God, can this be said? My heart pounding, I answered, I don't know. And in the girl's eyes, she only saw that I seemed to be embarrassed. When someone else is even more embarrassed than yourself, then you yourself aren't embarrassed anymore. At this point, Serafina even grew bolder. Then, try again. I shook my head like crashing waves. No, no, no. Try. No. Need to squeeze. I frantically tried to get off of Serafina, but the girl was quick with her eyes and hands. Her slender, fair jade hand reaching forward, one hand grabbing my collar, pulling me back down with a tug. I fell back onto my beautiful deskmate again. This time, The two of us were nearly half-body pressed tightly together, face to face just inches apart. So close I could even feel Seraphina's warm, sweet breath. The girl's eyes before me narrowed slightly, the corner of her lips curving up, enchanting like a nine-tailed fox, half smiling, half not, taking advantage and then trying to run? Outside the bedroom door came the sound of footsteps, approaching from afar. A familiar middle-aged woman's voice drifted over. Grayson, you're home? Why are there 2 pairs of shoes at the door? Is it Mason? In an instant, my face changed with horror. Seraphina's beautiful face also immediately changed color. But before the two of us could separate, there was just a creak, and the bedroom door was pushed open. Mom, Rebecca, pushed open the door and walked in, about to open her mouth to nag, "You child, bringing friends home without saying anything first." Then, Mom Rebecca looked up and saw the scene before the bed, the young man pressing down on the girl, frozen in an extremely intimate and ambiguous position. The air froze again. Mom seemed to snap back to reality, coughing once, mumbling, "Oh, forgot to bring my glasses. Getting old, eyesight getting worse by the day. Can't see anything clearly." While mumbling, Mom, without changing her expression, slowly retreated back the way she came. On her way out, she even conveniently closed the bedroom door. Seraphina and I snapped back to reality. I rolled and tumbled off the bed, frantically rushing out the door. "Mom, let me explain first." That evening at the dinner table, after hearing me and Seraphina explain one after another, my parents finally understood. "Oh, so that's what happened." Seraphina sat beside me. At this moment the girl, facing my parents, appeared gentle and well-behaved, slightly blushing, seeming a bit shy. So thankfully Grayson brought me back. "I'm just a bit of a bother to you." Dad heard this and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, not at all. What bother? You kids are classmates, and deskmates too. Deskmates helping each other is how it should be." After saying this, Dad's gaze kept examining Seraphina, then his own son, back and forth, quite cheerful and full of meaning. Mom beside him even more enthusiastically picked food for Seraphina. Come, come, come. Seraphina must be hungry, right? Eat more. Treat this place like your own home. Don't be shy." Seraphina nodded, saying, "Thank you," looking at the two adults before her with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell." Just this one smile nearly melted my parents' hearts. So the two adults became even more enthusiastic, competing to pick food for Seraphina. In just a moment, the bowl before the girl was piled high like a small mountain. Sitting beside her, I was completely abandoned and ignored. I glanced at the empty rice bowl before me, glanced at my beautiful deskmate's treatment beside me, raising my hand to protest. Hey, what about me?" My parents glanced over. "Who are you?" Then immediately turned their heads back in unison, continuing to enthusiastically serve and care for the girl beside them. A happy, harmonious dinner. I purely became an innocent outsider, heartlessly treated like air by my own biological parents. Seraphina ate her rice in small, gentle, graceful bites, her demeanor flawless like a refined young lady. My parents looking at the girl like this, the more they looked, the more pleasing to the eye. The more they looked, the more they liked her. While continuing to enthusiastically pick food for Seraphina, they also made family small talk with the girl. And as they talked, the two adults happily discovered that even in terms of conversation topics, the girl before them matched their personalities and tastes extremely well. When the mood was high, Dad couldn't help but open a bottle of whiskey, pouring himself 2 glasses, drinking until his face turned red. Talking with Mom was all about everyday life matters, long and short stories about the household, related to daily housework, organization and storage, and even some budgeting matters. The girl could also chat animatedly with Mom Rebecca about these topics. She even shared some money-saving tips with Mom, making Mom listen with both surprise and delight. I sat beside them listening, completely dazed, looking at Seraphina, simply as if seeing a ghost. Oh my God, how was this possible? This girl came to my house, and in the blink of an eye conquered my parents. The charm of the Ice Queen School Beauty. Did it really work on everyone regardless of age or gender? At that same moment, the girl's eyes inadvertently lowered slightly, the corner of her lips curving up. In her past life, she had long since memorized the personalities and preferences of these two adults. Talking until the end, Mom couldn't help but ask about the girl's family situation. Facing the question, Seraphina politely smiled and answered honestly, "My dad is in business, usually not in Southbrook. Here in Southbrook, it's just me. There's a driver and a housekeeper taking care of me." As for my mom, speaking of this, the girl paused for a moment, then raised her head to look at my parents before her, calmly smiling. My mom passed away from illness when I was little. One sentence made the cheerful atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly become heavy. I also froze slightly hearing this, looking at my beautiful deskmate beside me. In my past life, the girl beside me and I didn't have much of a connection. The Ice Queen school beauty had a cold personality at school, coming alone and leaving alone, and very few classmates knew the specifics of her family situation. So it turned out that a girl so perfect that countless people admired and longed for her also had hidden corners of sorrow that no one knew about. Mother passed away early, father busy with work elsewhere. The girl's childhood was always lonely. Even a luxurious villa couldn't truly bring the warmth of family. No wonder she developed such a cold, solitary personality. My parents felt they had misspoken, hurriedly apologizing and offering comfort. But Serafina just took a light breath, smiling and shaking her head. It's okay, I'm used to it. Moreover, speaking of this, the girl changed the subject, again showing a smile to my parents before her. I should be the one saying thank you. Coming here so suddenly today. I didn't expect you to be so kind, treating me so well. Dad wasn't good with words. After hearing this, he downed another glass of whiskey, then kept picking food for the girl. Mom was more sentimental, the corners of her eyes reddening, reaching out to hold the girl's hand. Silly child. From now on, treat this place like your own home. If you don't mind, I'll take care of you like my own daughter. I was eating with my head down when I suddenly froze and looked up. Serafina also froze hearing this. Actually, the scene felt familiar. In her past life, the first time she met my parents, she had also experienced this. During their interactions, despite enduring the pain of losing a son, the two of them still with such genuine kindness, brought her such emotion and warmth, which made her, at that time, not just feel guilty about owing me her life, but truly, from the bottom of her heart, respect and cherish, treating my parents like her own family. And so, at the dinner table, on the girl's beautiful face, she couldn't help but show joy, as if hesitating, as if expecting, opening her mouth. Then can I call you Mom? Mom's tears were about to fall, nodding vigorously with emotion and joy. Of course, the girl tentatively probed. Mom. Mom beamed radiantly. Yes. The atmosphere suddenly became as joyful as could be. I sat beside them, my whole body frozen in place. Mom's gaze happened to sweep over. Immediately frowning, Grayson, what's with that face? Do you have any objections? Serafina also swept her gaze over, landing on me, her expression slightly dim. Grayson, if you don't want this, then forget it. Dad slammed the table hard. Speaking forcefully, he wouldn't dare. The gazes of both parents immediately became sharp as lightning, shooting straight at their son. I have no objections, facing my parents' authority. I could only obediently surrender. But I couldn't help it. A dark vein appearing on the right side of my forehead, glancing at my beautiful deskmate beside me. She appeared obedient and well-behaved, eyes slightly lowered, only from an angle others couldn't detect. The corner of Serafina's lips was nearly curving up to the sky. Reborn for a lifetime, conquering Grayson's parents' second successful takedown. This, Mom and Dad, she'd already called in her past life. Continuing in this life was perfectly reasonable. After finishing dinner, Mom pulled Serafina to sit on the sofa, chatting about family matters for a while. Without realizing it, night had fallen. Mom Rebecca grew even more fond of the girl, reluctant to part. Seeing it was nearly time to say goodbye, Mom suddenly thought of something, her eyes immediately lighting up. How about Serafina doesn't go home tonight? Stay overnight. The moment Mom spoke, the living room fell silent for a moment. I sat beside them, face full of bewilderment, looking up. The house only had 2 bedrooms, 1 living room plus half a study. How would staying overnight work? But glancing at my old mother's face full of excited joy, looking at my old father beside her also red-faced, nodding repeatedly in agreement, I didn't dare ask, if she stays overnight, where'll I sleep? That kind of question. With my understanding of my parents, the moment I asked, I'd probably be dragged into the study by them, or directly kicked out of the house with 1 foot, making room for my beautiful deskmate. Fortunately, hearing Mom's enthusiastic invitation, Serafina just smiled and thanked her before declining. Today isn't convenient. I haven't told my household in advance, and I haven't prepared any of my things. There will be opportunities later. There's still plenty of time ahead. Speaking to that last sentence, the girl seemed to casually glance at me, as if with some deeper meaning. The hair on the back of my neck immediately stood up, hearing Serafina say this. My parents, though regretful, still agreed to accept it. Finally, they decided to have me take Serafina home. The 2 of them reluctantly sent their newly adopted daughter all the way to the door. Mom held Serafina's hand with all kinds of reminders. To be careful on the road. The girl smiled brightly and nodded. Yes, thank you, Mom. This, Mom, was called so naturally, nearly melting Mom Rebecca's heart again. Turning to glance at the son beside her, she immediately became stern. If you don't escort her properly, don't bother coming home. Dad stood beside thinking for a moment. Couldn't think of anything better to say. Also put on a serious face and echoed, your mother is right. My status in this household seemed to have dropped another meter. Riding my bicycle, carrying my beautiful deskmate along the road. The summer night breeze blew cool, the air fresh and pleasant. On both sides of the road were 10,000 homes with lights shining. At this moment, I only felt my heart unusually at peace. Before, scenery like this, I always rode my bike alone and hurried past. Perhaps because of being reborn, adding a few more feelings of appreciation and nostalgia. Moreover, it seemed not just my state of mind had changed. Feeling the weight on the back seat of the bicycle, knowing it was the deskmate girl sitting behind me, made my face unable to help but show a hint of a smile. Regardless of whether the relationship between us would deepen, but on a summer night with such fresh air, having someone to accompany me, not being alone, already made my mood, unable to help but become happier. Riding into the Lakeview Hills neighborhood, taking my beautiful deskmate to the front of her villa. I turned my bike around preparing to leave, but was called by my beautiful deskmate, Grayson. I turned back to look. My beautiful deskmate stood on the doorstep, looking at me, her eyes sparkling. Thank you. I scratched my head. No problem. Deskmates help each other. Pausing for a moment, then fearfully, added, if I didn't take you home, my mom might kill me. One sentence. Made even Serafina with her cold persona unable to help but laugh, letting out a soft under the gentle, warm yellow streetlight, shining on the girl's beautiful, exquisite, heart-stirring face. This smile nearly made me stare blankly. Snapping back to reality, I immediately felt a bit awkward, scratching my head and looking around. Happening to see the Maybach parked nearby, I casually found a topic. Oh, right. Where's Uncle Joe? Is he better? The girl also held back her laughter, returning to her calm demeanor as if nothing happened. Still sick, not recovered yet. So, I'll have to trouble you for a while longer. I didn't think much of it, nodding, as if remembering something. Hesitating for a moment, looking at my beautiful deskmate. The college entrance exam scores are about to come out. When it's time to fill in preferences, have you decided where you're going? Serafina paused for a moment, not answering directly, but also turned her gaze to look at me. Her eyes, slightly sparkling. Where do you want me to go? I froze, pretending nothing was wrong as I spoke. With your estimated score? Whether Harvard or Yale, neither would be a problem. Of course, if you're going the humanities route, objectively speaking, Yale is better. As the words came out, my heart suddenly felt a bit empty, as if my heart ached slightly. The girl's willow leaf eyebrows raised slightly. Objectively speaking? Then what about subjectively speaking? I was caught a bit off guard by the question. Subjectively speaking, as a good deskmate, a good friend, of course I hope everyone can continue being together in the future. Then I hurriedly added, but for this kind of thing, the opinions of deskmates and friends don't matter. It mainly depends on you. Have you decided where you want to go? Quickly pushing the question back to my beautiful deskmate, and seeing someone's guilty demeanor, the corner of Serafina's lips curved up slightly, her tone still calm and natural. I've decided, I froze. Couldn't help but ask, where? Serafina smiled faintly. Secret. You'll find out when the time comes. The girl turned her head to look at the young man. Before her, smiling gently, Grayson, good night. After saying this, the girl turned around, her footsteps light as she walked toward her front door, leaving only her graceful, elegant silhouette behind for me. A few days later, under everyone's anticipation, the 2007 National College Entrance Exam scores were announced. The evening of June 22nd, 10 o'clock, the phone and online score inquiry channels opened. Southbrook High School was a key school in the state, with an admission rate basically reaching 62%. The Ice Queen Goddess School Beauty, recognized by the whole school, Serafina, with 659 points claimed the position of state valedictorian. I, as her deskmate, with 652 points claimed salutatorian. 3 days later, the preference submission system opened. A shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout all of Southbrook High School, causing a sensation. This year's college entrance exam valedictorian and salutatorian both chose Columbia University as their first choice. Southbrook High School's college entrance exam results were quite excellent, and the classmates from Senior Class 10 also performed very well on this exam. Harper scored 594 points, steadily exceeding the first-tier threshold. smoothly submitting her preference for San Francisco State University. Mason also scored 562 points, though not enough for the first tier. Among second-tier schools, he had his pick. He didn't hesitate at all, directly filling all his preferences entirely with universities. In San Francisco, when the homeroom teacher received the class's compiled results, his aged face nearly bloomed into a flower. But when he discovered that his class's first and second-ranked students had simultaneously given up Harvard and Yale to choose Columbia University, the homeroom teacher's face immediately turned green. He immediately rushed to call these two ancestors, earnestly trying to persuade them. But the two people's answers were largely the same. Serafina on the phone was calm and composed, what suits oneself is best. And I, on the other end, was even simpler, one to what she said above. Then afterward, when chatting with Serafina on Messenger, I also couldn't help but ask, "Did you apply to Columbia University because of what I said that day?" The girl's reply seemed calm. "Of course not. I just also felt Columbia University was more suitable. Just a coincidence." Then she sent another message, her tone like joking around. "Besides, I had a dream. In my dream, I already went to Harvard and Yale." In the restaurant, Mason angrily slammed the table. "Coincidence, my ass? You didn't go to Harvard or Yale but went to Columbia, and the class president also followed to Columbia. It's obviously because of you, Grayson." I thought about it for a moment, nodding. "That's true," Mason continued passionately. "Spit flying everywhere, Grayson? If you still say something like coincidence or reasonable now, believe me, I'll fight you to the death right now." I suddenly froze. Mason immediately widened his eyes. "Grayson, what did you say?" I nodded seriously. "I said it really isn't a coincidence. She chose Columbia University, at least partly because of me. 2 lifetimes across time. In my past life, my beautiful deskmate went to Harvard or Yale. This life, it changed. The biggest variable factor determining this could only be myself, the reborn person. Moreover, after 2 months of being together day and night, so many things happened. Actually, anyone who wasn't an idiot could sense the girl's feelings." Mason couldn't help but beam with joy. "Oh my God. Wonderful. Grayson, you've finally seen the light. Now that you've confirmed the class president's feelings, what are you waiting for? Take the initiative and attack directly. Knock her down in one shot." But at this moment I paused. "Can't do that." "Why not?" I shook my head, expression serious. "It's just that I feel these feelings came too suddenly." "That's right. In my past life, I was classmates with my beautiful deskmate for 3 years. Bland as water. This life, the girl's initiative and goodwill were so sudden, unable to see the reason or basis, it naturally made one hesitant and confused. If I really were an 18-year-old teenager, facing my beautiful deskmate's feelings like this, I would certainly have long been overjoyed, actively embracing it. But the problem was, right now I was actually a mature soul over 30 years old. I would think more, be calmer and more rational. My beautiful deskmate's feelings for me were certainly not hidden. But if I didn't understand the reason, then perhaps it was just a momentary whim. For me, dating the school beauty naturally wasn't a loss. It was simply a huge win. But for my beautiful deskmate herself, if it was just a hastily made decision, then it might not necessarily be a good thing. Mason listened with his mouth agape, couldn't help but ask, "Then Grayson, what are you planning to do next?" My eyes narrowed slightly. Or a calm, nothing at all. In the milk tea shop, Harper sat across from Serafina. Couldn't help but widen her eyes. Incredulous. "He gave up Harvard and Yale. You also gave up Harvard and Yale. You both chose Columbia University. Even if Grayson were a block of wood, he should have reacted by now, right?" Serafina sipped her milk tea in small sips, posture elegant and composed, smiling gently. "He's not a block of wood, of course he understands." Harper was even more puzzled. "Then why doesn't he directly take the initiative? Confess to you? Or you could just tell him straight. When a girl chases a guy, there's just a thin paper wall between them. You confess." Serafina shook her head. "Neither is appropriate. Did you forget about the Madison thing before?" Harper froze, then reacted with understanding. "You mean..." Serafina made a sound, eyes slightly sparkling, as if seeing through everything, giving sincere feelings without getting anything in return. Having tasted bitterness once, he'll always become more cautious and careful, because he's afraid of being hurt again? It has nothing to do with Madison. Serafina set down her milk teacup, posture calm and composed, yet as if victory was certain, the corner of her lips curved up. No need to directly say it outright. Just like now, boiling a frog in warm water, letting him slowly get used to and enjoy being together like this. Bit by bit, slowly discovering his own feelings. By the time he realizes, he'll have long since taken the bait. Little Grayson, can you still escape from my grasp? I was also full of confidence, calm and composed as I also made plans. Little school beauty, this bro here, a dignified reborn person, with firm willpower. How could I be bullied at will by a little girl? The boy and girl each full of confidence, each believing they had seen through the truth, certain of victory, and each rubbing their hands, preparing for a prolonged battle of wits with the other. And finally on the topic, the two people listening as best friends. Each couldn't help but raise a question. Harper looked at Serafina, tone curious, after talking for half a day, about how to conquer Grayson and make him take the bait. But what about you? How much do you actually like him? Mason also looked at me, face full of questions. Grayson, don't just talk about the class president's feelings. What exactly are your feelings for the class president? Serafina froze. I also froze. A pair of boy and girl simultaneously caught off guard by the question, flustered. Immediately each awkwardly stood up, quite annoyed and panicked. This isn't important. That evening was again the familiar gathering of 4 people. Looking at my beautiful deskmate, I righteously clasped my hands. Friend Sinclair, we'll be at the same university from now on. Please take care of me. The girl waved her hand slightly, expression calm and serious as she returned the greeting. Too kind. We were deskmates once. It's only right. Not far ahead was a Nook tea shop. The speaker playing, couples Nook tea, buy one, get one free. The girl's gaze looked at me, tone casual, buy one, get one free. What a bargain. I didn't need to think. Gotta take advantage of the deal. So the girl gracefully extended her hand toward me. Posture, elegant like a princess. I understood the meaning, like a knight bowing in salute, receiving the girl's hand, then holding it. The two of us, just like that openly held hands, walking toward the milk tea shop. Leaving behind the official couple Mason and Harper, the two of them staring blankly on the spot. Mason couldn't help but have dark lines all over his face. No way, these two are playing the reasonables game again. If this drags on like this, when will they ever get together? But Harper seemed to be thinking about something. Watching the two figures holding hands walk away, shaking her head and laughing. It doesn't matter. Those two fools. Clearly no, but play dumb, just being stubborn. The way things are now. What's the difference from a real couple? This summer, another big thing happened, giving me a reason to temporarily escape from the battle of wits. With my beautiful deskmate, that was Mom's entrepreneurship plan to open a shop. Mom Rebecca smoothly resigned from the state-owned factory, taking a severance package, and began preparing for her own business venture. At first, Mom was also a bit hesitant, not sure what she should ultimately choose to do. After all, decades of working at the state-owned factory with an iron rice bowl, now really coming to the point of going out on her own? Unable to see the future clearly, there would always be unease and worry. I offered Mom my opinion. Mom, how about considering opening a bakery? On one hand, as a reborn person, my prophetic vision was very clear. I knew that in the small town of Southbrook after 2007, boutique bakeries would gradually flourish with a pretty good market. Not saying it could make a fortune overnight, but in my past life there was also a bakery chain that in one breath opened 7 or 8 branches in Southbrook County, establishing its own brand, gaining a loyal customer base. On the other hand, Mom happened to be skilled at making baked goods and pastries. Having expertise in this field, doing what you're good at makes things easier. There was also a very important third point. In my past life when I was in college, I even worked part-time at a boutique bakery in New York, working part-time for over a year, for all kinds of bread, how to make pastries, as well as popularity levels. I knew them all like the back of my hand. Mother and son researched and discussed for several days, finally settling on, deciding the product catalog, and direction for opening the shop. The shop location was selected first, located on the main road not far from our neighborhood, a busy intersection. Also near several kindergartens, middle schools, and high schools. Even the shop itself was a boutique breakfast restaurant, being transferred, saving half the effort of decoration. Before and after it took half a month to hire staff, and the shop was also decorated, according to the design concept I proposed. The signboard brought out matched the style of the simple, rustic, small town, Come Again Bakery. Sounded corny, but easy to remember. 3 days before the bakery's official grand opening, when I was enthusiastically preparing, ready to help Mom conquer a corner of the pastry world in Southbrook County. That afternoon, the shop unexpectedly welcomed its first guest. Ding ding! The glass door at the entrance was pushed open, accompanied by the melodious sound of the wind chime hanging on the door. A slender, beautiful figure stepped in. Ignoring someone's wide-eyed, jaw-dropped gaze, the girl in a light blue long dress, with an elegant, heart-stirring aura, smiled brightly, and greeted Mom, who was behind the counter in the shop. Mom Rebecca heard and turned to look, face full of joy, quickly stepping forward to greet her. "Oh my, Serafina, why are you here?" The girl naturally and intimately linked arms with Mom. "My foster mother is opening a new shop. Of course I have to come help." One sentence made Mom so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Then Serafina tilted her head slightly, looking at me standing beside them with a bewildered face, raising an eyebrow slightly. "What?" Seeing me with that dazed look on your face, Serafina was feeling a bit smug inside. Did this little boy think he could secretly hide things from her? What she didn't know was she had long since, through the best friend connection, asking Harper, first heard from someone's best friend Mason, that I'd been busy lately helping my family start a business. Then she called her foster mother to confirm, learning about the bakery opening plan. Hence today's divine soldier descending from heaven act. Serafina's thinking was now very clear. Having decided to comprehensively launch the plan to conquer her little deskmate, she had to make moves on multiple fronts and lines simultaneously. Not only did she have to attack me personally, but early conquest of the parents' line was also a good move. The corner of the girl's lips curved up. Originally with her familiarity and understanding of my parents from her past life, it was very easy to once again win the favor of these two. Moreover, now that her foster mother was busy with the new shop opening, she herself, as the adopted daughter, duty-bound to volunteer, helping to strategize and plan, running back and forth. Wouldn't this make her foster mother, who already adored her completely, love her to the very bone? When the time came, forget foster mother, that would be her real mother-in-law. Forget adopted daughter, she'd become an official daughter-in-law, already beginning to calculate and dream about the future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the scene harmonious and beautiful beyond measure. Little Grayson would be responsible for sitting beside them pouring water, serving and washing feet. Serafina's heart was about to bloom with joy, until Mom beside her couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled, caringly calling out twice, "Serafina? Serafina, silly girl, what are you smiling about by yourself?" Only then did the girl snap back to reality, immediately perking up. "Nothing. Mom, how are the shop preparations going? Let me take a look and give some suggestions." Helping Mom's bakery that was about to open, offering opinions. Serafina had plenty of confidence and certainty. In her past life, her publicly traded company had one main business segment, which was shopping centers. For the opening and layout of various stores, marketing and product catalog selection, she had sufficient familiarity and understanding, although the bakery business wasn't within Serafina's strongest field of expertise. But as a reborn person, possessing vision and experience over 10 years ahead, it all made her believe she could easily help Mom make this small-town bakery big and strong. Having made up her mind, Serafina immediately became full of ambition, brimming with confidence, beginning to prepare to help her foster mother carefully examine the issues in this bakery. However, when she started in this bakery that had just finished being decorated and arranged, looking around and examining, she discovered, how was this bakery decorated so well? In her past life, Serafina ran shopping centers herself, and had also opened some boutique bakeries and pastry shops. She'd even led employees to personally inspect the situation at some stores for how truly excellent bakeries should be decorated and arranged. She had quite a deep impression. She had originally thought that with the small town's backward experience, bakery-style shops that had just emerged, plus Mom having no related experience, this newly opened come-again bakery would certainly have many problems needing improvement and shortcomings. But now the decoration and arrangement inside the shop before her eyes could almost be called a standard answer. The girl turned to look at Mom. "Mom, did you arrange all this yourself?" Her tone carried disbelief, but Mom laughed when asked, waving her hand. "How could I have that talent? These were all Grayson's ideas. The decoration and arrangement inside this shop, the display shelves, spotlights, and everything, he decided it all. That little brat who knows where he got so many clever ideas." The tone was like scolding, but clearly carried a few hints of undisguised pride. Serafina froze hearing this, turning her head to look at me with even more disbelief. "You came up with this?" Inside, her mouth formed an adorable O shape. Her little deskmate actually had this talent too. I happily nodded. Calm and composed? Yeah. Just messing around. Tone light as a feather. Actually inside I was extremely smug. Rarely getting to shock the little school beauty too. This bro is so awesome. Feeling pleased with myself inside. But I also didn't forget to remind Mom, don't forget what I told you last time. The way to display bread, pastries, and cookies in the shop also has techniques. Put high-profit flagship products in prime positions, pile them up in large areas to increase visual impact. Put the cheap but tasty ones on lower shelves, ones kids like to eat. Kids are short. What they see first is the lower shelves. Do some marketing when opening. Go to the print shop to make flyers and discount coupons. Give them to customers when opening. Every time you bring in new customers, you can give extra coupons for more discounts. Serafina stood beside listening, slightly dazed. Wasn't this the Groupon model? Who exactly was the reborn person here? In the bakery, I was clearly on a roll. When the time comes, it's best to also do tasting activities in front of the shop. Free tastings, display the prettiest, freshest ones, easy to catch the eye. Then also display the most fragrant ones, so students and adults passing by can smell it from 2 blocks away. Even good wine fears a deep alley. You have to use every method to attract people first. As long as you let people taste the first free bite, once they're interested, they'll naturally come into the shop to browse and start shopping. Much more attractive than just hanging a bare sign there. I was speaking here with animated expressions, extremely enthusiastic. Mom Rebecca listened until her eyes glazed over, but as the female CEO of a publicly traded corporation, in her past life, Serafina could grasp the essence and good points in my words. Many of these ideas placed over 10 years later, or even just a few years later, wouldn't be novel anymore. But if placed in this era of 2007, placed in the small town of Southbrook, such a systematic and mature set of marketing and promotion plans could already be called ahead of the times thinking. She couldn't help but speak up. How did you come up with all this? I didn't blink, face not reddening, heart not racing, dreamed it in my sleep. A big question mark grew above the girl's head. These words sounded unbelievable no matter what, unless her little deskmate was also reborn. This thought flashed through her mind. Serafina couldn't help but find it funny inside. But reality wasn't a novel. How could there be reborn people coming in pairs? Serafina looked at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. You know all this. So do you also know how to make bread? I perked up when asked. Great, showing off and someone's actively playing along. Of course. A moment later, in the kitchen behind the bakery, watching my skilled movements like a veteran baker, from mixing ingredients to kneading dough, proofing, kneading again, a series of seamless steps. The girl standing beside froze again, couldn't help but widen her eyes, finding it both novel and unbelievable. Her little deskmate actually really knew how. The diary from her past life that she'd read didn't mention any of this. But after watching for a while, Serafina herself got a bit itchy-handed, eager to try. Let me try. My beautiful deskmate was actively volunteering. I glanced at Serafina in surprise, then happily handed her a few balls of dough that had been kneaded and proofed, then helped me cut these into small pieces. While I buried my head and continued busying with other steps, Serafina took the balls of dough, looked at the sample I had just cut, and also picked up a small knife, imitating properly. The female CEO of a publicly traded company in her past life knew everything in the business world, but when it came to cooking skills in daily life, her score was 0. This was practically her first time properly holding a knife. Her knife skills seemed a bit clumsy. While cutting the dough into pieces, the girl couldn't help but secretly steal glances at her little deskmate beside her. The young man's side profile was refined and handsome, busy with things in an orderly manner, radiating an indescribable sense of reassurance. Serafina watched until she was slightly dazed, accidentally neglecting the knife in her hand. Ow! The girl cried out in pain. I immediately turned to look, and discovered my beautiful deskmate frowning, showing a few hints of pain, a blood mark appearing on the finger she was holding. Cut your hand. I looked, quickly stepped over, grabbed my beautiful deskmate's hand to look. Couldn't help but frown. The wound wasn't too deep, but had been sliced open in a line, nearly 2 centimeters long. Wait! I quickly turned to the toolbox nearby, rummaged for rubbing alcohol and a Band-Aid, and came back, carefully disinfecting the injured finger of my beautiful deskmate, then carefully applying the Band-Aid. After finishing everything, I finally let out a breath of relief. 2 days later, Come Again Bakery officially opened. The few days of marketing and advertising preparation beforehand had produced tremendous effect. The cartoon cookies put on shelves at convenience stores, even at Lucky Supermarket, in just 2 short days, had attracted countless children and parents, as well as young students' attention and love, directly selling out. In this situation of demand exceeding supply, the Come Again Bakery sign on the cookie packaging was naturally remembered by people. The day the bakery opened, it automatically brought a wave of admiring customers. Plus, the shop's refined and creative decoration, simple but not lacking in style, attracted even more passers-by, the curiosity and attention of customers. Customers flooded in, quickly attracted by the large quantity of baked bread, cakes displayed with scientific perfection, especially on the refined and elegant brass display shelves, under the individual mini spotlights. Each loaf of bread, sandwich bread, and cake radiated an appetizing, tempting shine. Residents of the small town, when had they ever seen such high-end dimension reduction attacks? Directly going crazy, flooding in to compete for purchases, directly making the 3 bakers Mom hired in the back, along with the 2 cashiers at the front counter, all so busy their heads were spinning, overwhelmed, unable to keep up, but also simultaneously excited and elated, sweating profusely yet still working enthusiastically without fatigue, facing the bustling, thriving scene at the bakery. As important contributors, Serafina and I could only stand beside and enjoy, witnessing time quietly pass by. Mid-July, admission notices from various major universities were successively sent through the mail, delivered to countless homes, into the hands of graduating senior students. Harper and Mason had successively received their admission letters from San Francisco State University and San Francisco Institute of Accounting. By the end of July, 2 admission letters from Columbia University were also received by Serafina and me. At this point, the summer vacation marking the beginning of new college life had quietly entered the countdown. Along with the admission letters came the freshman registration dates. Harper's San Francisco State University was August 27th. Mason's Institute of Accounting was the 29th. Only 2 days apart, Mason planned to go first with his girlfriend when the time came, going ahead to scout out the terrain, conveniently also being a porter, responsible for carrying bags and luggage for his girlfriend, especially needing to appear in front of other freshmen at San Francisco State, seriously declaring his ownership of Harper. This beauty is already taken. You little rabbits, don't even think about making moves on my bro's girl. As for Serafina and me, our Columbia University freshman registration date was even earlier, August 17th, meaning the 2 of us also had to say goodbye early to our best friends, setting off first on the journey to college life. Regarding this, whether it was Harper or Mason, neither could help but feel a bit disappointed and sad. You have to leave so early? I thought we could still spend Kixie Festival together. Kixie Festival 2007 fell on August 19th. Just 2 days early, or even earlier, my beautiful deskmate and I had to set off for New York. And to these words from Mason and Harper, I was all righteously proper. What does Chishi have to do with the 2 of us? You 2 can spend it together yourselves. As for Serafina, when she heard this, her eyes slightly lit up, as if thinking about something. Kixie Festival, huh? Anyway, with the admission letters received, having confirmed registration dates, this summer's contact and fun gatherings between the 4 of us was finally about to welcome the end of the countdown. As the day of parting drew near, the 4 of us didn't say much, but actually treasured even more the moments together, the time spent having fun together, more frequently making plans to go out and play together, going through all the big and small streets of Southbrook City, checking in at various delicious restaurants one by one, visiting each one. Occasionally everyone would also come to the Come Again bakery that Mom opened, helping take care of the increasingly bustling business. The 2 girls at the front counter were responsible for checkout and guiding purchases. Serafina was originally the school beauty recognized by all of Southbrook High, with a cold, dazzling aura and stunning beauty. Harper was also class-level beauty, with impeccable looks and presence, the 2 of them wearing bakery employee uniforms, tying on aprons, showing sweet smiles to customers, directly pushed the number of male customers in the shop up several times over. As for Mason and me, 2 guys, we were responsible for being laborers in the back kitchen, helping the bakers knead dough and bake bread, sweating profusely from exhaustion. Occasionally coming out front to rest for a bit, we'd see the 2 girls at the front counter smiling brightly while serving customers. Male customers, regardless of age, young and old, all fell under the beautiful smiles of the 2 female employees, dazedly buying a pile of bread and cookies, enough to last until the new year. When leaving, they'd linger reluctantly, looking back every 3 steps. Mason watched, unable to help but feel indignant. Look, this is what men are like. Then he turned to look at me, earnestly advising, Grayson, when you get to college, you need to watch out. You must keep an eye on the class president. If the class president gets snatched away by some bastard, you'll be crying then. I took a sip of water, expression unchanged. We're just in a pure deskmate relationship. I don't understand what you're talking about, Mason scoffed. Fine, 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 keep fooling yourself. See how long you can keep it up? Mason's gaze inadvertently swept across. Serafina at the front counter, suddenly, as if thinking of something, immediately perking up, leaning close to me and secretly lowering his voice. Grayson, have you noticed? Ever since the class president cut her hand that time, she seems to frequently change her outfit style. And it's all changing socks. Today, over-the-knee socks. Tomorrow, ankle socks. The day after, black then white. Oh my god, so bizarre. Is she targeting you? I nearly choked on my water and coughed repeatedly, then continued trying to stay calm. Expression unchanged. I don't understand what you're talking about. Just a coincidence. Though my mouth said it calmly, my gaze unconsciously flew toward my beautiful deskmate. At the checkout counter, the girl in employee uniform and apron stood gracefully and elegantly. Below the hem of her skirt revealed a section of slender, proportionate calves. My beautiful deskmate today was wearing small brown leather shoes, above the shoe collar revealing a section of fair, slender ankle and a bit of white lace sock trim. The pupils in my eyes trembled violently. Enchantress. Meanwhile, Serafina over there was also chatting with Harper. Harper had also noticed the detail of the girls' frequent outfit changes recently, couldn't help but ask curiously. And, regarding this, Serafina answered as if it were nothing. We're conducting an experiment. Controlling variables. Harper heard this, and question marks nearly grew on her head. Experiment? What experiment? About different types of sock styles, their attractiveness to my little deskmate, and damage output variable testing. Early August, a few days before departure, the four of us discussed again. Mason suggested everyone go camping overnight at Jade Mountain one last time, play for a day. The other three all happily agreed. On departure day, at the meeting spot, Mason and I, the two guys, were responsible for carrying all kinds of camping gear on our backs, plus the tents. The two girls similarly had big and small bags, loaded with stuff, looking like they weren't any lighter than us guys, making Mason and me look on full of questions. All the essential stuff is already on our shoulders. Where did these two ladies get so much stuff from? Harper counted on her fingers, listing each item. Snacks, wet wipes, disposable tablecloth, mat, tissues, lip balm, moisturizer, makeup remover. Girls have to prepare a lot of things. I listened with dark lines all over my face, turning to glance at my beautiful deskmate. You too? Serafina's expression was calm. I have one more item than Harper. I froze. One more item? The girl lightly glanced at me, her lips moving to utter two words, socks. I remained calm and composed, shuddering once, turning away as if nothing happened. From an angle others couldn't notice, the pupils in my eyes once again trembled violently. Enchantress. Is bringing socks for mountain camping reasonable or not? But it also depends on what kind of socks you're bringing. What decent person brings those kinds of socks camping? The evil dragon in my heart roared. Of course, I only dared to roar a few times in my heart, watching my beautiful deskmate's figure already getting in the car. I couldn't help but feel a headache, yet helpless. Lately, I seemed to be increasingly unable to withstand my beautiful deskmate's offensive. Keep going like this, and sooner or later there'll be problems. More importantly, clearly knowing the other party was actively provoking, yet I actually wanted to look. Even at this moment, looking at the backpack the girl was carrying, my mind had only one thought. That is, what style of socks did my beautiful deskmate bring? The whole ride sitting in the car to the foot of Jade Mountain, the four of us, carrying big and small bags of luggage and equipment, followed the mountain path upward. Southbrook County got its name from being south of Jade Mountain. On the mountain, trees were lush and verdant. The environment serene and secluded. Taking a deep breath made the heart feel relaxed and at ease, like being in a natural oxygen bar. Half an hour later, when all four of us were stately out of breath and a bit sweaty, we smoothly arrived at our target location, a clearing in the forest halfway up the mountain, setting down the big and small bags of luggage and equipment. Mason immediately became cheerful. Division of labor, me and Grayson set up tents first. Harper and class president go find firewood. Later we'll start a fire and cook. So the four of us split into groups, each group starting to busily work. This camping trip brought a total of 2 tents. At this point, Mason and I each took one, beginning to assemble and set them up. In my past life, I'll expect, after starting work, I had also organized outdoor activities with colleagues, having camping experience. So at this moment, assembling and setting up the tent, I was practiced and skilled. Looking back at Mason, at first he was full of confidence, thinking he didn't need the instructions, but ended up fumbling around with all kinds of mistakes. When Serafina and Harper, the two girls, returned carrying a pile of dry wood and branches, my side's tent was already set up, but the tent Mason was responsible for beside me was still deflated, lying flat on the ground with no shape. With this skill level, you still brag about being an outdoor expert. Harper looked down on her boyfriend, turning to look at the tent I set up, slightly surprised and praising. Grayson, you set that up really fast. Did you have camping experience before? I smiled and waved my hand. Yeah. I was after. Halfway through, I suddenly realized something was wrong, nearly giving myself away. Seeing Serafina, Harper, and Mason's questioning gazes, looking at me, I thought quickly, immediately switching to singing. I finally learned how to lullaby. Too bad you've gone far away, disappeared into the sea of people, forcibly. The song later suddenly rose up. The three people beside me listened with bewildered faces. I maintained a calm and natural expression. Oh, it's nothing. Just suddenly felt like singing a bit. Having finished setting up my tent, I turned around to help Mason finish assembling his tent. While the two of us coordinated to set up the tent, the two girls had already found enough firewood. Some larger pieces of dry wood needed to be chopped into smaller pieces with the small axe we brought. Harper took the small axe and tried a few swings, but either missed or lacked enough force, unable to split the log in half. Mason saw this and immediately volunteered. Harper, just leave it there. Wait till I finish the tent and I'll chop it for you. At this moment, Serafina's voice rang out. No need. Let me. The girl stepped forward and took the axe, both hands gripping firmly, standing steady, posture and form perfect to the extreme. Taking a light breath, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly, axe raised, then accurately and swiftly chopped down on the log. The log was split cleanly in two. Mason stared wide-eyed. Then came the second piece, the third, the fourth. The girl chopped wood like flowing clouds in water, continuous and smooth. In just a moment, she directly chopped all the collected firewood into small pieces, piling them up, and looking back at the girl still without a flushed face or heavy breathing, as if she had just done something extremely simple. Mason was amazed. Class president has this skill too. I also couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Looking at my beautiful deskmate, Serafina smiled gently. In her past life, she was also someone who loved outdoor travel. Moreover, the professional expert type. She had gone mountain climbing and camping alone who knows how many times. Though she couldn't hold a knife steady in the kitchen, setting up tents and chopping wood for survival was easy as pie. Harper looked at her best friend, slightly incredulous. Serafina? I've never heard you say you knew this stuff before. Serafina's expression was natural as she shook her head. Didn't know before. I was after. Halfway through, the girl similarly caught herself, nearly slipping up. Immediately, she switched tunes right away. Finally understood through tears that some people, once missed, are gone forevers. Also broke into song. The girl tried to stay composed, pretending nothing happened. I also think this song is nice. Mason and Harper looked at Serafina one moment, then at me the next. You two really are in sync. And the girl and I looked at each other. Both of us couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. Yeah, right. Deskmates being a little in sync. At the same time, both of us felt relieved and fortunate. That was close. Nearly gave myself away. Almost revealed that I'm a reborn person. Tents were set up. Firewood was also chopped into a pile. Next, the four of us began starting the fire and cooking. For convenience and less hassle, this time coming, everyone had prepared food in advance. Mainly convenient things to grill like corn, sweet potatoes, plus a few packs of instant noodles, and some pre-bought skewers from a shop. I found some stones and arranged them into two simple fire pits. Then stuffed firewood and dry branches inside, leaving gaps, then lit them with a lighter. Mason stood beside, acting like an expert giving directions. Hey, actually rubbing sticks together for fire is the original way. Using a lighter lacks that flavor. I gave him a sideways glance. Then later you can eat flavor. We'll eat the grilled food. 2 fire pits, one with a small pot placed on top, threw in a few packs of instant noodles, and waited. The other had the portable grill rack we brought placed on it. Skewers laid out one by one, brushed with oil, avoiding direct flame, slowly rotating to grill. I conveniently also threw a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the fire pit, without wrapping them in foil. Camping in this era didn't have many fancy refinements. Everyone sat around the fire pit, chatting away, waiting for the fire to burn, waiting for the food to cook. Everyone just talked and laughed like that, snacking on some treats when hungry to tide them over. Only I seemed busiest at this moment, managing 2 fire pits by myself. This side occasionally had to flip, the skewers being careful not to burn them. That side had to watch the fire pit's flames, adding firewood, or using stones to block the wind. The instant noodles finished cooking first. The skewers were also grilled, almost done. Scooping the instant noodles into small bowls, dividing some for each person. Then each person took some skewers. Everyone ate heartily. Not necessarily tastier than at a restaurant, but still very delicious. The potatoes and sweet potatoes took a bit more time and effort, but after everyone finished eating, the instant noodles and skewers were also nearly done. I took a branch, digging the potatoes and sweet potatoes out from the fire pit. Mason was the impatient type, eagerly grabbing a few, but the moment they touched his hands, he was already grimacing from the heat, hands unable to hold steady, juggling them back and forth like performing circus tricks. After waiting for them to cool down a bit, I picked up a potato, casually handing it to my beautiful deskmate. "Try it." Serafina happily accepted it, her slender, fair fingers, carefully peeling off the burnt black skin, opening her small mouth to take a bite. Sweet, fragrant, soft, and chewy in the mouth. The girl narrowed her eyes, slightly showing a few hints of contentment. Expression, tasty. But because the potato skin wasn't wrapped in foil and was burnt black, when the girl took this bite, seemingly not noticing, the corner of her mouth also got a bit of black smudge. I reminded her, "There's something on the corner of your mouth." Serafina raised an eyebrow, seemingly completely unaware. I pointed with my hand, but my beautiful deskmate still seemed not to understand, raising her own hand to wipe, still absent-mindedly wiping the wrong spot. Finally, I conveniently grabbed a wet wipe myself, reaching over, helping my beautiful deskmate carefully wipe clean the black smudge at the corner of her mouth. "Right here." "Done." Only then did Serafina seem to come to her senses, nodding at me. "Thanks." While the corner of her mouth inadvertently curved up slightly. At the same time, inside the girl's heart, she was already smiling with eyes curved, like a little fox, easily getting her way. After finishing the self-made lunch at the campsite, everyone did a quick cleanup, temporarily putting out the fire pit. Harper suggested continuing upward for a stretch, strolling around casually. So the four of us stood up and temporarily left the campsite, finding the stone steps on the mountain path to continue climbing. Walking a bit further, gradually there were no more convenient stairs to climb, the mountain path becoming somewhat steep and slippery. Serafina glanced at me, saying nothing, just naturally extending her small, fair, slender hand. Having experience from the water park before, I quite consciously received my beautiful deskmate's small hand, holding it. The two of us just continued walking upward like that. Harper, watching from behind, felt a bit envious, also glancing at her own boyfriend. Tone coquettish, "Mason, the path is a bit steep and hard to walk." But the next second, what she got in return was Mason's confident answer. "No problem, I'm super good at climbing mountains. Babe, watch this." After saying this, Mason took 3 steps as 2, climbing up a long stretch in one breath. Then he even turned back, enthusiastically waving to his wife. "Babe, hurry up, don't fall behind." Harper suddenly kinda wanted to change boyfriends. Jade Mountain wasn't very high. The 4 of us only took 20 minutes to go from halfway up to the summit, but looking out from the mountaintop still produced a feeling of grandeur and emotion, standing at the peak, looking down at the mountains below. In the distance was all of Southbrook, the hometown that had nurtured the boy and girl for a full 18 years. Standing on the mountaintop, Mason took a deep breath and excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs. The sound echoed. Beside him, Harper also followed suit, placing both hands around her mouth as a megaphone, also shouting loudly with all her might. After shouting, her whole body seemed to become relaxed and refreshed. I stood beside watching and smiled, also feeling somewhat moved inside. And, inadvertently, as my gaze swept past my beautiful deskmate, beside me, I discovered. The girl at this moment was looking around the mountaintop, somewhat dazed and lost in thought. Before long, the 4 of us returned from the mountaintop the same way. On the way down, everyone was still chatting and laughing happily, but I noticed my beautiful deskmate was clearly a bit distracted, absent-minded. Occasionally, the girl would even turn her head to look back at the mountaintop from just now. Returning to the campsite, the sky had gradually darkened. Night fell. The 4 of us started the campfire again. Sitting around the fire pit, we began cooking again. Still instant noodles plus skewers and a bunch of potatoes. Eating until later, Mason even produced a bottle of cheap vodka from who knows where. One second he was still making bold declarations with overwhelming spirit, raising his glass. Come, I'll down this glass, to our friendship. The next second he was already passed out drunk on Harper's lap, speech slurred and unclear, making the 3 remaining people feel both annoyed and amused. After finishing dinner, I struggled to carry my best friend and toss him into the tent to rest. as his girlfriend Harper was a bit worried, going in to take care of him. The young couple were in the tent. I wasn't comfortable staying as a third wheel. Coming out of the tent, I saw my beautiful deskmate standing up from beside the fire pit, turning to look at me. Grayson, come up to the mountaintop with me again. When she spoke, the girl's expression was calm and serene, her mood unreadable. I adjusted my posture and nodded. Okay. Climbing at night was more tiring than during the day. The light dim and dark, the mountain path somewhat hard to see. I naturally held my beautiful deskmate's hand, carefully and slowly walking upward. The whole way the two of us didn't talk much. For some reason, I vaguely felt the girl's mood was unusually low, finally stepping over the last stretch of ground, pushing aside the old branches blocking the path. The two of us once again reached the mountaintop. The view suddenly opened up wide. Tonight there was no moon, no wind, no clouds. Above was a vast sea of stars gathered together. Looking up at this sky full of stars, it felt like one's whole mood became peaceful. At this moment the girl's clear, elegant voice rang out. When I was little, my mom also took me to climb Jade Mountain. I froze, unconsciously looking up ahead. My beautiful deskmate had somehow let go of my hand. Taking a few steps forward, her silhouette had her back to me. Head raised, looking at the night sky, lost in thought. Under the vast starlight at this moment, the girl's slender figure appeared cold yet fragile. Her narrating voice remained calm with memories. I was only 5 years old then. I only remember Jade Mountain seemed very high, the stairs very steep. Mom held my hand, so reassuring, so warm. That day, we stayed on the mountaintop until very late, until the sky was also full of stars like this. She told me, soon she would also become a star in the sky. Later, if I missed her so much I couldn't help wanting to cry, then look up, because she would be in the sky, always watching me. The mountaintop was quiet, only the girl's calm, gentle voice of memories. Under the night sky, unhurried, calmly flowing out. But the girl paused here, raising her head to look at the starry night sky. Mom lied. With so many stars, I've counted so many times, but I've never found her. Her calm voice, at this moment, trembled slightly at the end, also making one's heart clench involuntarily. Grayson, you owe me 3 conditions. Now I want to use the first condition. Following her voice, Serafina turned to look at me. I also clearly saw my beautiful deskmate's face at this moment. Under the starlight, the girl before me still had a beautiful elegance beyond description. The corners of the girl's eyes were slightly red, but she forced herself to maintain a cold expression, meeting my gaze. Proud and stubborn, unwilling to show weakness, hug me. The girl bathed in pure starlight, her figure slender yet fragile. Her expression still tried to maintain its coldness, meeting my gaze without avoidance. Even at this moment, when she clearly wanted comfort, she still pretended to be normal. Her tone, normal as if just asking me to fulfill a previous promise. My gaze softened slightly. Perhaps what I was seeing at this moment was the most genuine appearance beneath my beautiful deskmate's cold exterior. No matter how aloof and proud a person is, inside, there will always be a fragile weak spot not easily touched. Before me, the girl could say such words to me. Even though she still pretended to be calm as if nothing mattered, she was already like the most stubborn little animal, anxious and uneasy, exposing her soft belly before me without reservation. This was a heavy trust. For me, how fortunate. I strode forward, coming before my beautiful deskmate, opening my arms to gently embrace the girl before me, warmly into my arms. I could smell the faint fragrance from the girl's hair. At this moment, my heart didn't give rise to any distracting thoughts. Just silently holding her like this, feeling the warmth of this embrace. Serafina's slender body stiffened slightly, then slowly relaxed and softened. She also reached out her hands to gently embrace my back, then slightly tightened her hold. The sky full of stars sparkled brilliantly. The boy and girl on the mountaintop silently embraced each other. I don't know how long passed, feeling my beautiful deskmate's body in my arms, gradually relaxing, softening, as if her mood was also gradually calming. I glanced at the starry sky, suddenly blurting out, "I'm super good at counting stars. Next time I'll help you find her." Just kidding, this bro here. 3 years of training at the observatory, on the roof of the school administration building, wasn't for nothing. One night alone, counting 382 stars in one breath, earned the title Star Counting Master in the community. To these words of mine, Serafina couldn't help but giggle, but after laughing, she turned to hold me even tighter, burying her face in my shoulder, softly saying, "Thank you. Just an ordinary thank you. but carrying a melodious gentleness of 100 turns and 1,000 twists, making one's heart flutter involuntarily. I couldn't help but smile slightly. You're welcome. Feeling my beautiful deskmate's mood had improved considerably, I prepared to release my arms from around her. But when trying to let go, I felt the girl in my arms, the hands holding me, tightened slightly again. Grayson, don't I still have 2 conditions left? I made a soft, nodding slightly. Then I'll use another one. My second condition is, you promise me 3 more conditions. Without a second of hesitation, whoosh, I released my beautiful deskmate from my arms. Woman, thy name is Greed. The next day, on the way back home from Jade Mountain by car, in the bus, Mason held his head with a miserable face, sprawled on the seat gasping, "Oh, I feel awful. So awful." Harper sat beside him, annoyed as she glanced at her boyfriend, scolding, "Who told you to show off? Regretting it now?" Mason continued gasping, "I swear I'm never drinking cheap vodka again." Opening the window to get some air, sprawled on the seat recovering for a long while, temporarily regaining some energy, Mason again couldn't help but secretly lean over to me, lowering his voice, "Grayson, I heard you and the class president climbed up to the mountaintop again last night. So, did you make a move?" I glanced at my best friend. This guy's head was full of thoughts about making moves. Should change his name to Mason Moves in the future. "We just went up to the mountaintop to stargaze." Mason was shocked hearing this, eyes wide. Oh my God, that romantic? Confessing under the stars would be so perfect. Hearing my best friend's amazement, I also couldn't help but think of the scene under the starry sky on the mountaintop last night. My beautiful deskmate's absolutely stunning, elegantly beautiful face, and the millions of stars. Witnessing the moment we embraced, the faint fragrance and softness, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. It really was quite romantic. The end.